Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to another fun-filled, exciting day of live tradertainment right here on Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Friday, June 26th, 2026. I am JD. You know John the Goat Hoagland, the man in the middle. And over there on the right, we have Coach Ray joining us again this morning. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we feeling? Hoag, what's going on?
Feeling good, man. Happy Friday, capital preservation. Don't get all biffed up. Ready to end the week on a positive note, hopefully for everybody. Ray, how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, doing well, doing well. Anxious to hop on these charts and provide the market context that everybody's desires on a non-biff Friday.
It's what people crave, right? Context in the morning. Let's get into it. We're going to take a look at this gold opening range breakout trade in just a couple minutes. Gold opens officially at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. That's regular trading hours open. Ding, ding, ding. The bell will ring. We're going to look at a 1 minute opening range breakout, meaning we're going to look at a 1 minute candle and look for a confirmation candle and get long or short above or below. We'll walk you through the process in just a minute, but Ray, before gold opens, how are we feeling about this opening range trade? It's kind of flat overnight. I'd say overnight inventory pretty balanced, right? Any interest in getting in on this trade? Well, we might be a little long, right?
Yeah, a little
bit long, I would say.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to be opening with a slight session gap higher. We've had a couple of days of ranging, but we did break below the weekly kickoff low, and we seem to be accepting price at those levels. I think we added some longs yesterday, and it was really kind of looking at this market as being relatively balanced as far as inventory is concerned. So, to me, the opening range trade today is based on gap guidelines. If we can't close that gap, we like the longs, but only up to about 4,100, because that's the weekly kickoff low that was supportive, then becomes possible resistance. I don't know. I think that there's a good probability. I'd like to keep it cheap. We'll see how that plays. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, no, I think it's feeling pretty good to me. I mean, I'm seeing a nice little move here to the upside. We've it appears that we're going to be opening above the range from yesterday. So yeah, maybe a continuation play, maybe a rotation back. I see a couple opportunities here. So
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. We've got about 90 seconds until gold opens. I got a couple contracts loaded here. We'll see what type of risk is involved on this trade. We don't like taking a whole lot of risk on these trades. We like to keep it to about $200 max per trade risk on these. So we'll put in a couple of micros, scale up or down based on the risk parameters for the trade. Just under 1 minute.
Chill right now.
It does seem pretty chill. Just looking at this 1 minute chart, we are very sideways right now. Could get a little trappy. We've had a good track record of sniffing out traps before we get into these trades too. So let's see what our intuition says after this market opens officially. 30 more seconds. 30 seconds. 40.59.5 last trade. Does everybody have their Topstep daily levels indicator up? 40.60 in the gold contract is yesterday's high. We're jockeying for position around that right now. What is 40.57?
Monkey Bird, when I'm talking about gaps, I'm talking about trading outside of the previous day's regular trading hour session range.
Yep.
Which we're right at the top of right now in gold.
Yeah.
And there is our alarm. Gold is officially open for business. Let's see what kind of opening range it gives us. If it's a little too wide, we'll scale down a couple contracts. Yeah, not much yet. We've tested this low 1, 2, 3, almost 4 times already in the last couple of hours. right around yesterday's value area high, which is at 40.57 on your Topstep daily levels.
This is interesting. I mean, this is probably the smallest opening range we've seen in quite some time. I mean, we're looking
Listen,
at right now 17 ticks.
mm-hmm.
That is certainly going to do a lot to hopefully keep this cheap.
Yes.
Okay, it's long
All
or
right,
nothing.
Yeah.
long or
Longer
nothing. Did we break above in the micro? We got a high 40.60. Yes, we did by 2 ticks. Oh, gold might be doing the heavy lifting for us. If we take out both
Huh.
sides of the opening range before triggering a signal, this trade invalidates itself. And no trade in gold today.
That's it.
That is an official invalidation. We traded outside of both sides
Well,
of the opening range. What's up, Hogue?
that's no fun.
I know, right? But as a wise man once said, Hogue, there's no reason to get all biffed up on a Friday, right? I think we're doing okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's
Yep.
just kind of trapping on both sides here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Little chop. Little chop. All right.
All right, that's
Well,
it. Thank you, Gold.
we got our answer there.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing, right? All right. Let's move on. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We've got a couple numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour. Maybe it's a good thing we didn't get into this trade too, because there are a couple economic reports that we should be on the lookout for at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got international trade in goods, also known as goods trade balance. We've also got wholesale and retail inventories. That's all coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. At 9 o'clock, we've got the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report coming out. A couple of talking Feds right now. Neil Kashkari is scheduled to speak at 10:30 a.m. Central Time. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on this, but we might get another few pop up somewhere along the line today. Also, just popped up on my calendar. The president will be speaking at about 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time too. And then, of course, we've got ye old Baker Hughes rig count. We're going to see how many open active oil and gas rigs there are in North America. We got a special guest coming on. We talk about the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report quite a bit. Coming up in Fast Markets later on this morning at about 9:20 a.m. Central Time, Joanne Shu, who is the publisher of the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report, is going to be joining us live here on Topstep TV to walk us through the process of this survey.
Oh, wow.
It should be a good time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we only talk about this report. What's that, Hogue?
Nobody better than that to tell us. I was just going to say, nobody better than that to tell us
Yes.
about
Right?
the Michigan sentiment from the president that puts it together, right?
Exactly.
You
We're going
don't
right
get
to the
that
source.
No, not
Absolutely.
often.
We're bringing it to you live right here on Topstep TV this morning, today, right after the report comes out.
Nice.
We're going to get the real. We're going to talk turkey. All right. We've got the calendar out of the way. Hogue, what else have we got to do to prepare for the trading day? What do we need to do before we can go to recess?
You got to do the homework. You got to do your daily checklist. Pre-market research, that's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. So your morning checklist, what do you do to prepare yourself for the trading day? Get some water, get some coffee, get a little food, get some hydration, walk the dog, meditate, whatever it is, get it done. Mindset check. Always think about your mindset. Things that are happening inside of trading or outside of trading can certainly affect your decision-making process. Happy traders make better traders, and hopefully everybody's happy on this Friday. What about your trade entry checklist? What's going to get you into those trades? What's going to get you out of those trades? Write those down. Do your journaling throughout the day, because at the end of the day, of course, your post-market checklist should include reviewing each of those trades, reviewing your mindset throughout the day, finishing and rereading your journal, and of course, watching at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. If you've done your homework, good for you. If you have not, that may end up on your permanent record, and we don't want that. So make sure you get your homework done. Ray, the teacher here, is watching you. He's got the book. He knows if you have done your homework or if you have not. Well, you have. There is your daily checklist.
Thank you, Hogue. Much appreciated. All right, we got a couple minutes until those 7:30 numbers come out. Just about 4 minutes from now. Exactly 4 minutes. Before that happens, though, did anybody catch the USA World Cup game last night? I couldn't watch the whole thing. I have a hard time staying up past 10 o'clock.
I kind of
I'm getting
dozed off
old,
in half.
boys. I caught some highlights this morning when I woke up. I guess it's no big deal. We've already cemented our spot in the round of 32, right? We weren't. We were playing all the seniors. We weren't playing the. We didn't have the A team out there either. But still, tough to lose in the final second like that. Oh well. Looking forward to the next round of the World Cup.
It's not how you start; it's how you finish.
Exactly. The trickle up economy says USA has a team. Yes, we do in fact have a team.
Yeah,
It's for real.
Pretty decent.
All right, before these numbers come out, we are going to hit a little bit of news. The Commerce Department has banned Polestar from selling new electric vehicles in the U.S. Why, do you ask? I'm going to tell you. Let's roll it. So that news is according to the EV company itself. They say they were denied authorization to sell starting with the 2027 model year because of the connected vehicle rule. It restricts the import or sale of vehicles that have hardware and software linked to China due to national security concerns. Polestar is majority owned by a Chinese automaker. The company said it will continue to sell its existing stock in the U.S. None of its vehicles sold in the U.S. are built in China. The Polestar 3 is manufactured at a Volvo plant in South Carolina. The Polestar 4 is built in South Korea. Does anybody own a Polestar? I do not.
Apparently, we're not going to be able to get one of these days.
Starting in 2027. But I guess as long as they're built in the United States, you're good, right? That's what they made it sound like. All right, 90 seconds till these numbers come out. Not a whole lot of movement in gold. Again, if you're just joining us, our gold opening range breakout trade was invalidated. We played both sides of the opening range before triggering a signal to get into the market. That invalidates the trade setup. We could look at a higher time frame, I guess, if we wanted, but again,
sleepy.
Yeah, it is feeling sleepy. A little trappy, right?
Yeah.
1 minute. 1 minute to play in the period. Again, these numbers coming up.
I don't hate the
You don't hate the rejection?
Yesterday? Yeah, but there's just no tempo to it. There's really just there's 5 ticks between the bid and offer. It doesn't even seem like anybody's watching it.
Well,
and that's on the big contract.
Yeah, I'm looking at the micro. Micro looks maybe just a little bit more liquid than the mini right now. There's a bit of a gap on the ladder. It's about 3 ticks wide. 2 or 3 ticks wide.
These ladders are looking thin. These 7:30 numbers may mean something here, folks.
It's possible. Again, coming up at 7:30, we've got international trade in goods and services, retail inventories, wholesale inventories. All in a couple of seconds. 3, 2, 1. Let's see. U.S. retail inventories, excluding autos, advanced actual 0.4%. Compared to 0.6% month over month. Wholesale inventories actual came out 0.3%, forecasted for 0.4%. So down a little bit on wholesale inventories. U.S. advanced goods trade balance actual 105.8 billion, forecasted for 85 billion, minus 85 billion.
It's the first
Nothing coming in
uptick I
too
think we've
hot
seen
there.
in that number for a few months. It has
Is it?
been dropping, but yeah. But it's one of the biggest ones we've seen for the past few months. I don't have the stats or the charts on that right now, but
Mm-hmm.
it's a pretty big jump.
Yeah.
Let's see if it affects these markets.
No real reaction from the markets
Look.
yet.
Yeah, pretty mute.
Probably won't get a reaction from the markets. But now that we've got those numbers out of the way, let's start digging into some charts. Mr. Hogue, Mr. Ray, the oracles. What are you seeing in these
Alrighty.
gold charts today? Let's get
All
into it.
right. Well, it's the end of the week, and looking at the weekly chart, obviously the market, the trend is to the downside in the longer time frame. We're basically one time framing off the highs up here around up almost at 5,000. We're down to 4,000 now. We've broken below 4,100, and if we close below that 4,100 weekly kickoff low, I think that confirms potential more continuation to the downside. Taking a look at the daily chart, taking a look a little bit closer here, you do see that we continue to put in lower highs, lower lows. We had some of our biggest volume we've seen over the past few weeks come in on Wednesday when we started pushing below that weekly kickoff low, and we had a pretty decent down move that day. But largely, we've been just kind of consolidating ever since Wednesday when we had that push to the downside, and we're just kind of maybe seeing a little bit of bottom picking here. We added 3,300 in open interest yesterday on an up day, but for the whole week we've added a whole bunch of new shorts to this market. Now, when we were in this area of balance, we were saying it looked like we were pretty evenly distributed as far as inventory is concerned, again, among multiple time frames. So we're really looking for some more continuation to the downside. We're not necessarily seeing that, but the increase in open interest to the upside yesterday, it just might be telling us we've got some buyers down here. I kind of feel like they're shorter time frame bottom pickers here, and if we can't resolve and close back above 4,100, I think that's going to remain resistant and possible, more continuation to the downside. The dollar has been very strong. It is up around 101 and a quarter, 101.23 is the last one I'm looking at right here. So the dollar has been strong. Gold continues to kind of show weakness. A little bit of a pullback here. Low volume yesterday. We'll see what the volume looks like today. This might just end up looking like a nice little bear flag for continuation to the downside. Ray, what's it look like to you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't deny the bearish structure in this market. I was kind of looking at the weekly chart just to get I think you got Coach Jay and yourself were looking at a number, and I think that 3,600 number. I think we're well on our
Yeah,
way to that
3,500.
number.
Yep.
3,500. Yeah. So looking at
Yep.
this, we have 35.55 is the point of control down here on the weekly chart, and I think if we were to rate this downside move, I think you would agree that we're making pretty good progress to reach the destination here. So again, looking at the daily, I think we continue to be in some downside structure here. I'm looking at the DMI indicator, and nothing is really indicating to me that there is really any sort of reversal in the horizon here. Nice strong ADX reading of above 40. Nice strong reading of above 30 on the negative DI. Yeah, we're in some bear side structure, and I think we need to continue to look for opportunities in the bearish direction on any time frame at this point. The only thing I would be considering at these levels are more kind of mean reversion type of trades, right? It's trades that would take me back to an area of balance where I see evidence of sellers, and those are the kinds of long trades I would be considering. Otherwise, I'm looking for continuation moves to continue further lower.
So any long positions, I think what Ray is saying are kind of see money, take money, even though they may provide some pretty decent ranges.
Yeah.
I don't think any long positions are something that you want to kind of get married to here just yet.
Right.
Let's take a look at the 30. So, when we look at the 30 and we look back to that 3,500, that was just a 4-month long area of consolidation, right? So it's kind of where all that volume came in on that volume profile, right? So we spent 4 months in that range around 3,500. So that's really kind of an obvious target, but I don't really have any visual targets until we get down to that level. That was a year ago. So, I'm not looking at any short time levels from that. So we were saying we kind of saw a lot of space down below. Now, if we do recover, there's plenty of visual targets above price, but we've got all of our moving averages, the 200 session, the 100 session moving average, all looking lower on the 30-minute chart. If we were to find some bids and see some movement in the opposite direction of the bigger picture, what do we do on Wednesday? Well, we had the big break to Tuesday night into Wednesday. We found balance. We're still in that area of balance. So there is a session gap above price. It would take us back up to Tuesday's low if we were to go all the way through that session gap. So, quite often gaps do get filled. That would take us all the way up to 41, 2280, but there's going to be a couple of speed bumps on the way. We've got that weekly kickoff low 4100. It was a bit of a stepping stone or a roadblock on the way down. It came back, we rejected above it, and we've been holding below it ever since. But we've also got that 100 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart in that area. There is a naked point of control up there as well that we have not checked during regular trading hours. I'd prefer that those get checked during regular trading hours. That goes all the way back to the 11th of June. And so if this market is in short time frame and it's going to be targeting visual levels, we could continue to roll higher a little bit here. We opened right at the high of yesterday's regular trading hour session range. First thing we did was close the gap. Are we rejecting the gap or are we re-accepting the range and value from yesterday? So the value acceptance play, if we start to show acceptance of price below about 4,052, that may show like reacceptance of value from yesterday, and the value acceptance play says if we do reaccept value from yesterday, there's a good probability that we will revisit the value low from yesterday's regular trading hour session, which could take us down to 4,021.20, somewhere in that area. So really just kind of watching this area to see if we reject the range from yesterday and get into maybe getting closer to a gap close from Tuesday to Wednesday, or do we reject the gap? Do we reaccept value and do we move lower? So I've got two main hypotheses, and they both are based in this area. We reject the range from yesterday, we go higher. We re-accept value from yesterday, we go lower. Nobody knows, not predicting, just putting things in context. The downtrend in the longer time frame is still largely in effect here. So I'm leaning more towards reacceptance of value and continuing to the push to the downside. This is looking more like a bear flag to me than anything else. And the volume is kind of saying that. Again, yesterday we added about 3,300 open interest on a trend day to the upside. How was that trend day? Did that trend day take us out of range? It did not. So rather feeble trend day to the upside, if you were to ask me. Looking for this market to first hypothesis rotate back into the range and value from yesterday. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I can't deny the fact that we are in bear side structure. I mean, we did get maybe like you mentioned some nibbling that on the buy side. I'm kind of looking at this 200 moving average above me. I see some confluence there that could offer us maybe even a better location for a bearish trade over here around this 44,088, 4,087.8 level. That would offer us a nice little, I think, a nice confluence area that would offer us, a good risk reward play to the downside, down to value area high and maybe potentially beyond. So price did manage to get above the 20 and the 50 moving average, but we have a ceiling here that I mentioned. Looking at the DMI is looking relatively flat. Even though we had a price kind of indicate that maybe it wanted to move higher here. We're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown in that move right now. Is kind of collapsing here a little bit, and we are picking up on the negative DI. ADX really not giving us any indication as to the directions, kind of flattening out as well. So maybe it's kind of the calm before the storm. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen in the New York session, but I am going to be watching this 200 moving average. If price were to continue, and we do decide that we want to go head higher, I think this 200 moving average is going to serve us well for maybe a continuation move
Yeah,
here to the downside in the gold market. Much the same that we got that move, I think, in the NASDAQ, I think yesterday, right? Price came up to the 200 moving average and we kind of fell like a rock. But I don't think we're going to fall like a
mm,
rock, but I think it certainly could offer us a nice risk reward opportunity at that level.
sure. Very nice. Yes. So yesterday's opening range in gold, it did not trigger us, I don't think, into a trade. We avoided it anyway because there were a lot of economic numbers yesterday, but the opening range was relatively close to the low of the regular trading hour session, and the market closed at the high. So higher highs, higher lows, the better part of the day. It was a trend day to the upside. The volume just wasn't there. Yes, we added some open interest, but that open interest, I think, I think the buyers down here were bluegills. They were not walleye, and they were certainly not muskies. These were little fish down here. So, hey, they got paid yesterday. Fantastic. We love to hear that, but I don't think we saw any major buying coming in. I think the major players are holding into shorts and maybe protecting a little bit. We're already almost back to value high from yesterday. We may have to check back in on this and see how this value acceptance looks. Could be a good example for what it means and what it looks like for the value acceptance play. Ray, great stuff, man. Thank you. I
You're
think
welcome.
that's what we've got for gold.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Ray. All right, let's take a look and see what stocks did overnight. Overnight, markets in Asia closed mostly lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 1.76%. The Nikkei closed down a whopping 4.15%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 2.26%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning also. The CAC 40 down 0.71%. The Stoxx 600 down 1.06%. The DAX is down 1.22%, and the FTSE is down 0.97%. Currently, the US dollar index is down a couple ticks this morning to 101.21. 101.21 last print on the dollar. The VIX is up about a buck and change, 6.5% nearly to 20.08. The VIX is now above 20 going into the equity open this morning. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note up a couple of ticks to 4.394% early today. Back to you guys. Let's talk
All right.
S&Ps.
So, end of the week, checking the weekly chart, bottom of the lower extreme of the current area of balance. We tested below the weekly kickoff low last night. 73.70 is that level, and we rejected it. Kind of tight for the lower extreme of the current area of balance. We would probably be looking closer to 7,300. But markets in balance have a tendency to narrow. They have a tendency to narrow. So still basically range bound in the medium time frame. Let's take a look at the daily chart. And here's where that here's where we are. We got that 5% off the all-time high at 73.09. That put in our lows a couple of weeks ago. We had our rotation back near the highs. We were unable to take out all-time highs. We're getting the rotation back to the lows. This is what range-bound markets do. What did we do yesterday as far as volume is concerned? About average volume, I would say. The thing I find interesting about yesterday is we had no change in open interest. I mean, it's less than 100 is the estimate. So the heck does that mean when there's no change in open interest? Well, yesterday we had a normal trading day. There was the big push to the downside, and the market just spent the rest of the day evening out any inventory that was created that day. So we'll get a better look at that on the 30-minute chart. But we do have the weekly kickoff low in play today. It may be somewhat pivotal. If we do break below it and find some acceptance, then I could see the market getting down to that 7,300 level to retest this 5% off the all-time high. But if we don't, do we see some buyers come in at this level? Maybe we're starting to see them already. We'll get a better look again at that on the 30-minute chart. But Ray, what are your thoughts here, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, if definition of topping, well, we have it, right? We have 1, 2, 3 attempts at trying to go higher. It's all have failed. Now we're at this kind of low volume node, which has the potential of being supportive to price, right? So we'll have to see how this kind of price over the course of the next few days reacts to this area. But we are in a low volume node, an area where we haven't spent a whole lot of volume in. So generally, those areas don't hang around for long. They generally move away from these areas back to a balance zone. Now, the fact that we are below the point of control leads me to believe there's probably a little bit more downside. I do see this visual target down here on the daily chart, not to spook anyone, but 7,100 doesn't seem out of the realm of possibilities here if we get below 7,300, right? So I see a clear path to that level, 200 moving average. Doesn't seem like something that we can't reach if we do indeed break below this 7,300 level. I would say again, similar to what you've already said, we're below a lot of our moving averages here, the 20 and the 50. I think that we are in a little bit of a downside structure here. But again, I'm kind of maybe holding out hope here that since we are in some low volume nodes, that could create a little bit of a bounce here, and maybe remain in range here for a little bit longer before we maybe get another catalyst that would cause the market to move further. But definitely range to bearish is kind of what I'm seeing right now.
Ray, you did scare me. You sent a chill up my spine when you were talking
Yeah,
about 7,100. But
yeah,
ACH, man, anything can happen. If something goofy happens, then, if you're looking for a pullback to, pile onto some stocks, that might be a good level for us to try and get to. There's a lot of money out there waiting to see if they can pick up any bargains. It's the panic sellers that bring us there. It's the smart money that buys things on on sale, and 7,100 might certainly look like an opportunity to buy some things on sale. I know my wife appreciates a good sale. She always tells me, "Look how much we saved."
yeah.
Hey, here's the 30-minute chart.
Hmm.
So, we've been, Monday to Tuesday, we created a session gap that have not been able to fill. Since that, the highest level we've been able to reach has been the base of the late spike from back here on Wednesday, the 17th, that price 74.97 quarter. Since we came down to these levels, I've been saying we need meaningful buyers above last week's low in order to see this market continue to push back to the upside, maybe fill the gap and get back up to, 75.39, which is the naked point of control from Monday. But we have not been able to do that. This late spike base, which you might say that it might be kind of an obscure or smaller or weaker level. Well, it doesn't look too weak now, does it? So we haven't been able to see meaningful buying above last week's high. We've rejected every time we've come anywhere near the base of that late spike. So now we're up against another important inflection level to the downside here in the weekly kickoff low, 73.70. Yeah, we got pretty far below it last night, but again, there's been really nothing but rejection on these 30-minute bars below that level. It's all wicks, and we've seen the market pull back up. Overnight inventory, what are we looking at here? Are we maybe a little bit short? I mean, here's where the market opened last night, right around 74.18. We did get a little bit short down here, down around weekly kickoff low, but now we've kind of fallen into balance and consolidation, and that's going to do a lot to even out that inventory. Are we going to open with a gap? Well, it's looking like we might open with a gap with overnight inventory to the short side up against a potentially important inflection level. We open with a gap. Gap guidelines will, of course, be a part of anything that I'm going to be doing today. If we can't close the session gap, which the low of the session yesterday was to 73.90 half, we can't close that, then we're going to be looking for possibly for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We break weekly kickoff low with any momentum or volume, then I can see this market continue to push down to that 7,300 area, the 5% off the all-time high. Yesterday was a bit of a anomaly type of day because the opening range was the first 30 minutes and it never traded outside of it. So we've been basically keeping value in about the same area for the last 3 days. We have been, I think, seeing, well, settlement has been, stepping lower a little bit every day. Points of control have been moving lower. Value is now starting to move lower. So it's increasing, I think, the probability of continuation to the downside. We have not seen the strong buyers. We've been seeing kind of weaker buyers. On the way up, you see really strong buyers. They're not around. We haven't seen much of them. And, thinking about that open interest yesterday where there was absolutely no change, that was a really strong down move. You would think that there would be a change in open interest, but it was maybe shorter time frames that just kind of covered those positions throughout the day. We had some pretty negative delta as well yesterday, almost negative 14,000 in delta by the end of the day. Now, if the market isn't going to break with that kind of delta, it tells me that there should have been possibly some stronger buyers there, but it's not evident in the open interest. Short time frame control yesterday. Well, it makes sense. It was inside the range and value for the better part of the day from the previous day. Bit of an anomaly yesterday. We don't see initial balance high and low remain the high and low for the entire session very often, and rarely do we see the first 30-minute be the entire initial balance and have it never traded outside of for the regular trading hour session. And the fact that there's no change in open interest has me a little bit spinning a little bit. I'll be honest with you. We don't see that often with a day like we had yesterday. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah,
With the gap.
I really can't deny the downside structure here in this market, right? We have the prices below the 200, the 100, and the 20 moving averages. That little sell off that we had yesterday. I mean, notice you can see that we've not made it above close to 50% of that range ever since, right? So we've kind of grinded down to the downside ever since. We're prices below our point of control for this visible range volume profile. It's also below the value area low of that visible range as well. Again, a lot of based on just on price action, we're seeing a lot of lower lows and lower highs. Now, if I look at the DMI, well, the DMI is kind of giving me a kind of an indication that we are in range, right? So overall, if you look at this, we are a little bit in range, but I would say that it has a bearish tone or bearish hue to it is kind of what I'm thinking of at this moment in time. I think we need to continue to look for opportunities where we kind of sell strength I think this value area low here at around 74.20 does look a bit appealing to me at this moment in time. If we do manage to get up to that level, I think that might be an area where I might want to take a bearish trade. Looking below, well, we know what below looks like. We don't want to get below 7,300 because that opens the door for 7,100. And maybe those are started like Hogue mentioned earlier. That might be some levels where Mrs. Hogue goes out and does some shopping.
Oh, I think she's probably already shopping online for who knows, you know. She works at a high school too, Ray, so she's off all summer, which, you know, it gives her more time for her hobby, which is shopping. So we'll see. But I wouldn't mind getting some bargains in some of these stocks too. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. The trend, short time frame, certainly to the downside. We found resistance. We have not seen meaningful buyers coming into this market. You know, I think that the probabilities are we continue lower. We just got to get through this weekly kickoff low and that naked point of control down at 73.67.5. And then I can see us getting some legs. But, you know, of course, any kind of bad news that would exacerbate that. But technically, we're not seeing the buyers coming in this market. We're in a downtrend. I like the idea of looking for shorts. You know, of course, you know, you got to keep your eyes on the news because if anything changes, it can change fast. That's what we got for the S&Ps. Back to you, JD.
Always keep one eye on the ditch, right? Guess what, guys? Speaking of shopping, today is the final day. We reported on this the other day. Today is the final day of Amazon Prime Days. Prime Days end at 11:59 p.m. Central Time tonight. Get that shopping in if you want to get yourself a deal, right? It's prime time. All right, let's check. They advertise it pretty heavily. I'm sure if you're in that app at all, you know it's prime time, right? All right, let's talk world trade. World trade is upticking right now. Let's roll that clip. That's right. An international benchmark shows global trade rose in April. The latest CPB World Trade Monitor report indicates a 0.7% increase month over month. That's compared to a 2.3% decrease in March. The CPB attributes the swing to AI-related demand and inventory buildups amid the Iran war. It says the Chinese New Year might have spurred exports from some Asian countries also. World trade ticking higher after ticking lower for quite a while. All right, guys, we have got about a minute and a half until crude oil opens. We're going to take a look at that opening range breakout in crude the same way we did with gold. Crude officially opens regular trading hours at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We're going to get the opening bell for crude. How you feeling about this crude trade going into it? Real quick, we got 1 minute.
Down.
What do you think? Down?
Yeah.
It's one vote for down.
We've bounced off a weekly kickoff low so many times. If it does break, which is $69, if it does break, there's going to be a I'm trying to not say a bad word. There's going to be a boatload, if you will, of stops down below that level.
Okay. Is that 2 votes for down?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see what it gives us. 1 minute until crude opens. Again, same with the gold trade. Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
I was just going to say we're going to need some sellers down here. We're below the low. We're below the range low from yesterday. We do have overnight inventory to the short side up against a known support level. I mean, it's been tested 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the last 2 days. That $69 level. If we can, you know, see some sellers coming in here and break that level with some volume and momentum, certainly would love the shorts. But there's 2 sides to this, right? Overnight inventory short against the support level and a boatload of stops down below. Which one do you want?
All right. A boatload. Yes, it's an accurate unit of measure, Mr. Sims. Thank you. All right. Ding, ding, ding. Crude oil is open for business. I'm looking at the micro contract. So far, we have a Low of 69.34, high of 69.55. 20.
Right back into the
And
range from
expanding.
yesterday.
Yep. We're expanding just a little bit to the upside.
Oh, wow.
30 tick wide opening range, 32 tick wide opening range so far.
They're not going to make this cheap.
No, they are not. Still moving, still moving.
This is right where we opened yesterday, and that was an opening range breakout trade that succeeded. Yes.
Okay. What was our reasoning for not taking that trade yesterday? Did it invalidate?
No, it was opening range was the dead low the whole day.
Huh.
Wow. Oh, this is
Talk more about that in the charts in just a minute. Yeah, pretty wide range. I'm looking at the micro contract again. I've got a high 69. Yep, 69.80, low 69.34. So 46 tick wide opening range. We did take out the high by a couple ticks. So it's long, long or bust.
Long or go home.
Go long or go home. I know you guys both liked entertaining the idea of a short position. Maybe we can look at a different time frame. We'll try a 3 minute. Maybe if we change the time frame, we'll get the answers we want, right? That's how it works.
Yes. That's right. Yeah, make it fit according to time frame.
Yes. I'll find my own answers. Thank you very much to support my hypothesis. All right, no confirmation on that first 1 minute confirmation candle. No trade, but we did tick above the high just by a couple ticks. I will continue to monitor this, though. What do you say we dig into these crude oil charts, Hogue and Ray? Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So here's the weekly chart. $69 weekly kickoff low. It's bounced off it several times. Hasn't really been visited during regular trading hours. However, it's every time it's been touched, it's been during extended trading hours, but it has provided some pretty decent support, at least for now. We're not really seeing a whole lot of movement away from it in the time frame, but as far as the weekly is concerned, we had to break below about 3 weeks ago. We break below a trend line. We've been seeing the market continuing to push to the downside. We had a rollover in the meantime, and rollover is now over. So I'm really kind of focusing on that weekly kickoff low of $69 for anything that I'm going to be probably looking at for today. So, here's our breakout. This whole break started with an island top. When we're still in a downward trend. That has not broken. Well, we've got the 200 session simple moving average down below at 66.40, which would probably be my first target if we were to break and accept below $69. Of course, anything can happen. ACH. We got to keep your eyes on the ditch, folks, because there's always changing things going on overseas and in the Strait of Hormuz. Nobody's getting straight answers, and I think that's just part of the uncertainties that have been affecting the equities to some degree, and certainly crude oil. So, what did we do yesterday? We added 5,400 contracts on a trend day to the upside. New longs. If we are getting too long down here and we break this weekly kickoff low, you're going to see all those stops just right down below that level. It could get fun for a little while. And then we monitor and we see if we see continuation to the downside. So, what are you seeing on the daily, my good friend Ray?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of bullish for sure. I mean, daily, everything as far as moving average, we're lower. You see my arrows pointing to the downward direction. We have this gap that has, I think this is probably the start of the war here in the Middle East. We still haven't filled this gap here to the downside. So I would expect at some point that we would need to fill this gap in order to see, I would say, any sort of reversal move. I don't think they leave this gap in this market. So again, everything is to the downside. Price is below the point of control. Price is below the value area low. The DMI, I'm seeing a falling positive DI with a rising ADX. So we have some pretty good momentum. I don't know if, as far as this this chart goes, I'm seeing a pretty good grade here for the bearish move that we're currently witnessing in this market. So we'll maybe take a look here on the 30-minute chart, but I'm not seeing any sort of bearish opportunity. I mean, bullish opportunities at the moment in the crude oil.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only thing bullish we're seeing on the chart is that weekly kickoff low. I mean, here's the 30-minute chart. We looked at it night before last a couple of times. We looked at it last night a couple of times. Last time we saw a weekly kickoff support like this was in gold, and when that broke, that was a good continuation move to the downside. That was up around 45.60, I think that level was. And we talked about it then. We were like, you know what? If this does not hold, there is a whole lot of shorts, and a whole lot of stops down below that level. And I feel the same way about this. Overnight checks, 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 checks. No, we're not able to break it. Not able to break it. Do we break it in regular trading hours? Is my question. So yesterday, opening range was the low of the day. We had a trend day to the upside. We even put up a late spike to the upside in crude oil yesterday. The base of that late spike is all the way up at 71.84. When we talk about late spikes, it's when the market extends the range right at the end of the day and then closes outside of the previous session high. Right at the end of the day, we put in new highs and we closed up there. So that creates that late spike again, 71.84. And the basic rules around late spikes is if the market opens the following day above the late spike to the upside, the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. If the market opens the following regular trading hour session below a late spike to the upside, the market is accepting lower pricing. Probably not going to see a whole lot of play with the late spike today. It is possible, but I would be kind of surprised if we were to find some buyers here and get back into value from yesterday, which value low is 70.75, value high is 72.10 approximately. That would bring us right back up to that to the base of the late spike, where we might see some opportunity there, because there is some confluence there. We've got the late spike, we've got settlement, we've got value high, and we've got the 200 session simple moving average all hanging out up here. So if this market does find buyers down here, which it has been all week long, or at least for the past couple of nights, then we could, the hypothesis would be value acceptance to the highs from yesterday. The other hypothesis that I'm kind of focusing on is if we can find a way to bring price down to below that 69 level, I think there's going to be a whole lot of stops there. Something we would certainly be able to take advantage of. Ray, what are you thinking here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah,
There's
well,
always
one
two
thing I'm seeing
sides,
on the third,
sometimes even
yeah, one thing
more
that I'm seeing.
every story.
One thing that I'm seeing on the 30-minute chart that maybe we weren't seeing as evident on the daily chart is that we are seeing a little bit of a slowdown in the downward move, right? So we got to the 69 level, we got a little bit of a bounce, and we weren't able to make a new low, and that's left a little bit of a supportive zone, which is aligned with what we kind of saw here earlier. I look at the DMI again, I see a loss of selling pressure, right? The negative DI is falling, and the ADX is falling. But the positive DI hasn't really kind of followed the path of what we're seeing in price yet. Okay, so that's kind of giving me a little bit of pause and really kind of jumping on board and saying, hey, we're in for another leg similar to the one that we saw here to the left of me. So again, until we start to break some structure here to the upside, until we can get above, say, 70, okay, I don't think we should entertain anything on the bullish side, right? We need to start to make some higher highs and higher lows before we start to entertain bullish trades. Otherwise, I think the path of least resistance continues to be to the downside. So I'm going to continue looking for downside opportunities until I start to see price structure indicate otherwise.
Like that support down at 69, huh?
I do like it. I just need to see more in the way of price. I mean, it is an
Sure.
indication that they're not accepting, right? So we did get a little. This is classic price action, right? Nice little impulsive move to the upside, a move back to
Yep.
the support area. Now, what I need to see is I
Yep.
need to see price get above 70 and hold with some volume.
Little confirmation.
Yeah,
Little confirmation.
yeah.
All right. Awesome. Still no trigger here for that opening range trade. And what is it now? It's 10 minutes old. I think that's what we got for crude oil, JD. How long are we going to sit here and wait for something to happen here? When do we just time out of this opening range trade?
I've already moved on. I'm emotionally out of that trade already, especially after everything you guys said. I don't want to get long. It's long or bust in this trade, and yeah, I just my heart's not in it. So let's move on. No reason to get all biffed up on a Friday. All right, let's talk
Absolutely.
Apple. Absolutely. Let's talk Apple, guys. For all you Apple product users out there, Apple is raising prices on Macs and iPads. Anybody surprised? Let's roll it.
No. I'd be surprised if they lowered them.
So Apple Macs and iPads just got more expensive. Again, the company says AI demand is spiking the cost of chips and memory. And so Apple says it can no longer shield customers from those increases. As example, the entry-level MacBook, the cheapest iPad, and the iPad mini are all up $100. iPhone prices remain the same for now, but let's all assume those will be ticking up also. The Apple increases follow a recent announcement from President Trump that an Intel-Apple deal on chips would keep prices low. Last week, however, Apple CEO Tim Cook said price hikes were unavoidable. Nothing ever gets cheaper anymore, does it? There's always more.
No. And they always want you to buy the next thing.
Yeah.
I went to Apple, the Genius bar with my iPod. It was one of the, earlier
laugh at you?
iPods, and I had all my music on it, and you just scroll, and you're taking the train 2 hours a day, you just sit and listen
Yeah.
to music. I absolutely love that thing. And it stopped working. So I bring it to Apple, and I go to the Genius bar, and I say, "Can you guys fix this? I think it's just the plug for the earphones. One side was out, right?" And he
Mhm.
looked at it and he says, "Oh, this thing's so old, we won't even work on it." I'm like,
Yeah.
Just
I
fix it.
spent all that time loading all this music, and you won't even fix it. I'm like,
These people.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm in the store screaming, "Evil! This is evil! Apple is an evil corporation," because they wouldn't fix my iPod. Oh my goodness, what the heck is wrong with me? Anyways,
Anyway.
now I got it
Well,
all on my
guys, we
phone.
got about 10 minutes left here. Let's give the people what they want. Let's dig into those NASDAQ charts. Please, gentlemen, let's do it.
Nasty Nas.
Nasty. All right. So range bound, just like the S&Ps, we go from low to high to low to high. We're back now near the lower extreme of the area of balance. Weekly kickoff low 29,130 seems to be likely in play today at some point. Here's the daily chart. And you're going to see a little bit more of the same, just a little bit finer. You go from low to high to low to high to low. Yes, it is. The weekly kickoff level is tight. It is not at these lows. Looking for this market, if it's going to remain range bound, to tighten up that range a little bit. You got lower highs, you've got higher lows. Weekly kickoff is, looking like it is BBB going to be tested today. Yesterday, however, in the NASDAQ, which was another normal trading day, very similar to the S&Ps, we actually added 5,600 contracts. Were those to the downside? Did we add new shorts to this market? Are we getting too short? Is the market too short to break? Will we find out who killed JR? This is all just things that we're thinking about and trying to put things in context. But again, we are, showing potential opportunity at an important inflection level in a range bound market. Balanced to breakout rules are going to apply for me today, where if we remain in balance, you fade the extremes. If we get a breakout of some substance, you go with the breakout. We don't know what's going to happen, but I think it's going to be an interesting trading day in all of these markets. Got a lot of weekly kickoff levels in play today, which I always am, kind of peaked when those days come along. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the moving averages and they kind of guide me as to kind of general sentiment here. We have a 20 moving average, 20 EMA that is probably flat to down, right? And then we have a 50 moving average that is flattening. The only thing that's really kind of remaining this kind of upslope is the 200 moving average. All the other two moving averages are indicating that maybe we are starting to build a little bit of momentum to the downside. Now I have that level here. This is also kind of the pivot as well as a low volume node here around 28, is that 28,720? 28,720, I think, is a relatively important level for me to hold if we are going to maintain this kind of bullish nature that we've seen, bullish to range of late in this market. If we fall below 28,720, then I think we kind of move our way down to this 200 moving average. But right now, we're ranging to bearish is kind of what I'm seeing on the daily chart.
Right. Thank you, Ray. Let's take a quick look at the 30. Let's see what we've got. So again, another market that's, that has had a near miss or a near check of the weekly kickoff low, the NASDAQ 29,130 is that level. There is a naked point of control in that neighborhood at 29,128. So overnight inventory got a little bit short, but overall, I think it has pretty much evened out because we are seeing, here's where we open, here's where we traded down to, and now we've been consolidating. So I think that our overnight inventory has largely been resolved or reconciled, whichever way you want to call it. So here we are again. We're at risk of opening with a gap to the downside. Gap guidelines will, of course, apply, but we are in very close proximity to yesterday's low. Overnight low is going to be important for a couple of reasons. One, it's the overnight low. And two, it is very close to that weekly kickoff low. So what do we do? What do we do? We do have University of Michigan consumer sentiment at 9 o'clock. Maybe try and stay patient, but we do open with a gap and we can't close the gap early. I will look for a very quick test of the weekly kickoff low. If that holds, then we might look to see this market bounce and head back to the upside. If it breaks and we spend some time down there, we see some participations and some volume, momentum, whatever it is, then we may want to go with that break to the downside. There's likely going to be some stops there. Yesterday, again, we added about 5,600 in open interest, thinking it was probably to the downside early in the session because yesterday again, bit of an anomaly. The entire regular trading hour session range was put in the first 30 minutes. It's a very rare occurrence, and then the market really just kind of found an area of balance. Where's that area of balance? It was basically no change in value from the previous session yet yesterday. We were probably going to be moving value lower if we continue to push this market lower. And again, here we are looking more and more like probabilities of opening with a gap to the downside is likely. So there's going to be, I think, some pretty decent early opportunities in these markets in the S&P and in the NASDAQ today. We will see. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30?
Well, I guess the first question I'm going to ask is the Micron earnings honeymoon over? Is my first question, right? This move that we got from Micron,
Good question,
right? We're prices below it, right? Is all things right in the world? A lot of bearish structure ever since we got that Micron move. We got that one candle that basically chewed up all the progress that we had in the Micron earnings, and we continue to show pressure here to the downside. Prices below our point of control, prices below our value range from yesterday, prices below all our moving averages, the 200, the 50, and the 20 moving averages. Everything is kind of indicating that we are going to move here to the downside. Looking at the ADX here, or DMI, I should say, the negative DI obviously has kind of spiked here, and we're starting to see a little bit of separation between the two. So this, I would say, is we're kind of at a critical area here. If we don't get buyers,
Ray,
and
we've
I
got
assume that.
we got some breaking news here.
Go ahead.
Apparently, the UAE has sent phone alerts of possible missile threats in the UAE. So you're getting a pretty decent jump, or at least a tape bomb to the upside here in crude oil. I did not mean to interrupt. Just want to let everybody know that.
Yeah, no worries.
Please continue your thought.
Yeah, no, I just basically here, it's going to be interesting here. This is, I would say, at a very relatively important level to hold if we are going to maintain the range that we've been in of late. If we do get some volume and price closes below, I think we start to look at maybe what the next consolidation area is below us. So I would say, again, headed into the session, I remain relatively bearish. I understand that I am in an area where I could see a little bit of a bounce. I'm thinking that I'm going to be looking for opportunities again to maybe sell some strength here. I think a level above here at maybe 29,545 would be interesting level to entertain a continuation trade. Maybe the point of control here at 29,795 would also be another area that I would look for, maybe to entertain a short trade in the NASDAQ.
You said 29,545. Where did you get that number from?
550. This is basically the low end of the range from yesterday. Value range.
All right.
Yeah.
It's 5% off the all time.
Yeah, 29,554 is kind of what I'm looking at.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I thought you said 545. Yeah. Close enough,
yeah.
Though. I mean, you're looking at probably value low from yesterday.
Yeah, value area low from yesterday. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 545 is the 5% off the all-time high, which we haven't reached yet in the S&Ps. Apparently, the UAE has sent an alert saying that the situation is now safe. The all clear has been sent. Thank goodness. Pray for peace. All right, that's what we got for the NASDAQ. What else we got going on here, JD? Things are happening. Things are cooking. Things are frying.
Things are happening. Yeah, they retracted the. I wouldn't say retracted it, but those messages came just about 1 minute apart, and we saw a nice rip and dip in crude oil. That's the way that market moves now, right? All right, coming up next, let's go over the schedule for the day. Andre is currently on assignment to locate the lost treasure of Genghis Khan, and that means Coach Jay will be taking the reins in fast markets. Jay and Jack will be driving the bus together. We got a couple of rotating guests. Muhammad and Enrico will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue will be in to do a little chart analysis. Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11. And as we mentioned earlier, Joanne Shu from the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment will be here to discuss the survey, the report. She'll be talking with Jack in detail about the moving parts for the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. That number's coming out at 9 o'clock Central Time, and then we're going to get the person that publishes the report to come in and talk about it. It's going to be great. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning highlights. He's going to do some chart analysis, talk about these markets here during the opening call, and anything else that happens during fast markets. I will be back with George of the VWAP. VWAP George is going to be in the house, and our buddy John S. for Power Players at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. Eric, our buddy Eric is back. He's going to be taking the reins for group coaching today. He's going to be here with Coach Ray and Coach Hoop. So if you got a question for Eric, Ray, or Hoop, you know the drill. We go over this every morning. In just a little while, we are going to pin a form to the top of the chat. If you got a question for one of the coaches here at Topstep, grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will get to it. We will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. We've got a Topstep X Sandbox coming up. After that, Coach Robert and Hogue will be here to go over some new features on your trading platform. It's going to be great. Coach Robert, talk about the hardest working man in the trading industry. This guy's put together a lot of information to share with all of you on some great new features and indicators on the Topstep X platform. Make sure you are here for it. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with a reversal challenge. It's going to be me, Muhammad, Eric, and Jack fighting for the crown. That's how we're closing the day out today, folks. That's what we've got in store for you today on Topstep TV. Nothing but tradertainment all day long, bell to bell. Don't miss a minute of it. All right. It's 8:25. I was going
Preservation
to
Friday,
share.
folks.
Yes.
Don't get all
I
biffed
had
up.
another piece of news to share, but it's almost 2 minutes long. I don't think we got time to run it. So the people in the back are ready to go. I'm getting the nod. Ray, I'll catch you later this afternoon. Hogue, take us on the fast markets, if you please. Do the thing.
Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. All right, folks. JD, Ray, always a pleasure spending the morning with you. As always, we appreciate all of you, and thanks for trusting us with your time. We're going to have a great trading day today. Remember, Capital Preservation Friday. Remember, don't get all biffed up. Top of the chat today, a new champion, HFT No Excuses. Then Shubham. Shubham, stay cool today, man. Stay cool today. You got this. Mike, 1970 Coug, Charles Henry, Gorillionaire, Rotor Rich. We got Tundra Takeoff, Doom, Tommy C, Nanya B. Is that Nanya Business? That's what I'm thinking that probably means. Just Elias, Joseph Francone, and a cast of thousands. As always, folks, when you sit down to trade, take a deep breath. Remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. It is time for Fast Markets. Let's get ready. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
All right. Good morning. It's Friday. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Hogue seems to have fallen into the game show network universe. We'll try and get him out of here at 9 o'clock to come back on. Jay, welcome. We miss Andre, but it's always a pleasure having you here. How you doing this morning?
It is great to be here, Andre. It is great to be here with you all. Welcome to Fast Markets. We got some great traders here. We got Mo, we got Henrico, and I think I'm going to call them Mo Rico. And if that is loosely translated into Spanish, that means let's get more rich. Welcome to Topstep TV, Mo, Henrico. Mo, how are you doing this morning? Happy Friday. Let's trade it up.
Happy
What's
Friday
going on,
to
man? How are we looking at the
everyone.
markets?
Market shows an ugly face overnight, selling hardly. And as yesterday, we should not underestimate this sell-off. Yeah, it happened during the pre-market. However, I believe this low is meant to be visited again. If you have a bullish bias, I would wait until we see a clear break of 7,400 in ES, or sell the reps.
7,400s in the ES. We got Mo short a couple right now. 73.
Yeah, I find myself in a good
over there.
location. I was short 10. I took 8, made 1,200. And then because my bias is short, this is why my stop is giving it a little bit room with only 2 micros.
There we go. Minute and 20 seconds into the open. Henrico, how are we doing this morning?
Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here with Morico. And I'm looking to see what this market open is going to be. We've been quite choppy or range bound during London. So I'll wait and see. I had a few overnight trades. I finally are passing my combines. I passed one of 4. I have a little bit more to go on 3 of them. So looking to maybe pass them today, but not going to take any big risk. Just going to wait for the market to open and we'll see.
We will see 40 seconds until the market open. And Jack, I know you got to be excited this morning, man. We got the president of the University of Michigan sentiment number coming on in about a half an hour.
Yeah.
How are we looking at the markets right now?
I'm just thinking about that interview. There could be some. I'm going to try and ask some good questions during that. But we're excited to have Joanne Su on, super smart economist. I'm going to be out of my depths, but we'll see if we can get that University of Michigan number moved up to 7:30 a.m. 20 seconds to the bell. Yeah, things are getting pretty chaotic in the here. Like, this is the daily chart for Micron. Is this healthy up here? I don't know. It's just jumping all over the place. Down today. We will see what the options do on the open, which is coming up just about now.
We are open for business. We got Mo short, a couple micro S&P. Mo, you got a downside target on that trade?
It's only 2 micros. I would take one at the low of the overnight low, 7,375. Let me place one because I hate to place an order and then I might forget about it. Once I get stopped out, I forget that there is an order there. So I hate to place the order, especially if it is still far. So let's how it's only 2 micros. I will just trail this down as we go lower.
Seeing some selling off the bat here. First minute of the market being open, 29,310 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 73.74 last trade in the S&P. We got the Dow, which has been screaming to the upside pretty much every morning. Right now trading 52,170. The Dow made new all-time highs yesterday, as well as the Russell. Those are both down right now as well. Taking a look at gold here, 40.67 last trade in gold. And oil, $69.67. Let's see if we can get some more selling here in oil. A little bit of a pop in the equities here.
I want to point out a really
Lot
important
of
level
wicks.
quick. You'll see
Lot
it.
of wicks
Jack.
in here.
Yeah, you'll see it on your screen as well. You see where the support is here, 73.68. So that is the big fat round number. That is 7,300 in the SPX, the spot market. So that will be. We get back down there. Maybe we've tested it a number of times. Maybe I'll try one long, sort of like we did yesterday, to see if we hold that. Goes below it, things could get slippery.
Things could get ugly here. 73.84, seeing a little bit of a pop now here. The NASDAQ was down, but now back up about 75 points from the low of the regular trading hour session. Henrico, you're going to wait about 15 minutes for that first trade, right? Let the first 15-minute opening range establish and then see what we got from there.
Yeah, as always. Wait out the first 15 minutes. I would say yesterday it was painful to wait out the first 15 minutes because we had such a nice down move. I don't remember the last time we had such a heavy first 15-minute candle to the downside on the New York Open. And
Right.
yeah, that was like a real test for me. Can I sit it out for the first 15 minutes and follow my rules? There was definitely a FOMO, kind of follow in and go in.
Hey, but we have rules for a reason. One of the things Coach Paul, I got a Coach Paul quote in my head. He says, rules can be broken, but principles can't, right? Every once in a while we set a rule and then we got to question why we set those rules. But as long as the principle of not losing your entire account on one trade, you hold on to that. We're traders. Sometimes we break rules, right, Jack?
Yeah, we're humans, right?
Exactly. Looking at the tilt, early tilt here, 74% long in the S&P, 68% long in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude and gold here. The NASDAQ selling back off, made a high of about 370s there on the regular trading hours and down another 100 points. So we are seeing the volatility still in these markets, Jack. We're coming down to these 73.60s that you mentioned in the S&P. See what happens there. And that
we got Micron down 6.6%, down the most of the $1 trillion club. But as mentioned, Ray pointed this out. It's, it was up a ton yesterday, so it's not past that yet. We got Microsoft up 1.3, Broadcom's down 2.75%, Nvidia's down 2.25%. Biggest gainer among the $1 trillion, Walmart. But guess what? They're not $1 trillion anymore. They're $920 billion. So I may have to take them off the list. Here we go. We're at 7,300. Let's see how we react down here.
Here we go.
Yeah, and the Wix
Overnight
is over 20
low,
as well.
just like a magnet for the market. Overnight low is just a magnet for the market.
50.
At least to tag it for a while, maybe.
Here we
When you look
go.
left
57
here,
quarter.
you have
Overnight
nothing
low
left.
in the S&P. Yeah, Mo, it's interesting spot here. 29,160 is the low of the day in the NASDAQ. We're about 60 points off of that right now. Seeing a little bit of buying stepping in here. Delta for the full session, I have it at negative 600 in the NASDAQ and about negative 1,000 in the S&P right now. Make sure those numbers are correct, but we are potentially testing these lows. Mo, you still in the short?
Yeah.
I'm going to let it work here.
I would take one just because we somehow make double bottom in here. It's not a full double bottom, but that could be enough. So I will take
Yeah,
one.
we
So
didn't
I'm
take
short
out that
only one
overnight
now.
low.
Yeah, we did not. Jack.
Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we just don't.
Was that 73.60 to the
Especially
tick?
in ES.
That level means something to someone, Jack. 7300s in the SPX, 73.60, about a 60-point difference between the two with the futures that we trade, and there's a clear reaction there. Prior day low here in the NASDAQ, 29,295. So we're back there right now. The S&P is about 10 points below its prior day's low. And we are seeing some volatility early this morning, 5 minutes into the open, and we already have a 180-point range in the NASDAQ. If you want volatility, it is here. Summer trade is no longer a thing. 30-point range in the S&P. The Dow just made new lows of the day, 52.55s. What a bounce. What a bounce.
Look
Yeah.
at this 5-minute candle in ES.
Yeah.
Long
The
wick to
Wix
the
is
upside,
staying-
long wick to the downside.
I see that the Wix is also right now holding 20. That kind of shows that we might have increased volatility, right? That's how you want to read Wix. You want to see that number as low as possible in terms of having less volatility in the market. As soon as Wix rises, we usually get more volatility. So need to be ready for a little bit crazier candles when Wix is above 20.
More volatility. At 73.60 was. How many times do they have to knock before you let them in, Jack? We've seen a couple of tests of that level already. We've seen it in the overnight. We're seeing it now on more volume, and they're still not able to break. You think maybe the market waits for Michigan here in 20 minutes or so?
Possibly. Once again, I'm so excited
What
for
a
this
headline.
interview. Yeah.
Yeah. That should be pretty awesome.
It's been an interesting few days. We've had like some pretty crazy volatility the last couple of days with, for once, like minimal, like unplanned news. We had Micron earnings. We had a slew of numbers yesterday morning with PCE. But
Yeah, it's weird, Jack.
behaving kind of erratically.
Yeah, and
I like it.
one of the things we've been saying with Hogue on the opening call is, it feels like at this point the market needs a catalyst to trade higher and not lower, and it's trading lower on can't say nothing, right? We had a huge Micron response and then a sell off, and the semiconductor index has been selling off the past couple of days, but it is very weird the volatility that we're seeing, where really no headlines, where that's what's moving us before. So, kind of wondering what's sitting
something
under this market right now.
Right. If we do sell it, like once again, I am a truther for the 7,000 retest in the SPX coming. As we sell off, price often leads sentiment. And for the first time in a while, the sentiment is, the Mag 7 has been really underperforming recently. And
Yeah.
it's no shocker. It's because they're, you got Google issuing more stock to buy more memory, essentially. The Micron earnings were so good, they were kind of a shock to like, what is going on? This company made $40 billion in a quarter with 85% margins. Like, why is this
Insane.
happening? That's got to be a record in the history of capitalism.
Absolutely insane. We are seeing some volatility here for sure. Looking at oil here, $69.65. Pretty quiet on the headline front right now. Again, we do have some numbers coming up at the top of the hour. That Michigan sentiment number is coming up in about 20 minutes or so. We are still, I'm looking at a 3-minute opening range here in the NASDAQ, hanging out below it right now. Volume is still in that range. In the S&P, we're hanging out right inside that 3-minute opening range. Balance here for now. That long tilt in the S&P has paired back to a short of 57%. We saw it as high as 74% long, Mo, and hanging out in this short. Black Label in the chat says Microsoft is moving up.
I think sloppy buyers here.
What makes a
feels
sloppy
that those
buyer?
buyers? Yeah, buyers. The sloppy buyers are the buyers who are looking for stops for the short. That's their mission. So they are not looking for a target up there, or not looking for a measured move target or high of the range. Where's the stop? They just go take it and dump. So that's the sloppy buyer. They running without a purpose.
Mm-hmm. A sloppy ladder here in general, looking at this MES right now. It's just
Yeah, and then that NASDAQ ladder, there's at any given moment, there's a 5 tick to 10 tick spread in the NASDAQ. So just be careful with market orders out there, or trade the micros, which is a lot more liquid than the big NASDAQ here. Henrico, we're about 4 minutes away from the first 15-minute candle close. I know you start to establish some idea of where the market is going. Are there any levels that we've seen in the first 10 minutes or so here that are interesting to you at this point?
On the higher side, not yet. I will wait for 29,500s. If we start to go up, that will be a key level based on the structure we had overnight. And other than that, on the support end, I think 29 even is quite the psychological level, and it's also the overnight lows. So these are kind of two ranges that I'm looking to see how price reacts. I'm still waiting for the first 15 minutes in terms of how wide the first 15-minute range is. Yesterday we had almost 600 points, which is one of the biggest 15-minute ranges I've seen in a few, and that kind of makes the breakout trades a little bit harder because you're expecting market to essentially rally another 500 points. So
Right.
I'm looking to see if this 50-minute range holds fairly, I would say, under 200 points or so. We are right now exactly 200 points. So we'll see if it extended. If it doesn't get extended, I'm more interested in breakouts. If this 50-minute range will be extended a lot more, I'm more interested playing the range itself.
New lows of the day here in the Dow. Isn't it crazy, Henrico, that we can call a 200-point range reasonable in the NASDAQ? It's like just par for the course. 200 points.
I was trading and my stop losses were 160, 180 points. And I always place my stops where the trade idea doesn't make sense anymore. And it was hard to enter a trade because visually it looks like 50 points for you. But as soon as you start dragging the stop loss to see how far it actually is, and you see you need to risk around 160, 170 points, well, you need to size down a lot, and also it makes you a little bit nervous, right? Sometimes trading does it makes you excited, it makes you nervous. So yesterday was a little bit more tricky. I don't think we're gonna maybe see exactly the same volatility that we have at least now in the open, but we need to trade what market gives us.
Trade what the market gives us here.
Thing to keep an eye on, Jay, and I will show the chart of this during my news segment. But I just want to point out for everyone when we're talking about things being choppy, let's make sure I quote this right. The spread between the NASDAQ VIX and the VIX. So the VIX is the volatility of the S&P 500 over the next 30 days, is the widest since 2003. So the NASDAQ VIX right now is significantly higher than the S&P 500 VIX, and makes sense because you got Micron and SanDisk and these other components of it moving around friggin' 20% in a day.
It's not supposed to happen.
So yeah,
not with trillion-dollar companies.
Size your NQ accordingly.
Interesting. So the widest spread between the S&P and flat there, Mo. Nice trade. Nice trade. Nice hold.
I lowered my stop loss. So after we see this market is consolidating here, those buyers are accumulating volume in this area. So I just exit my trade to keep my profit. I'm still looking short, but at a higher price.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're looking at this as a trend down day, Mo.
Yeah, so far it's a trending down day, consolidation here for a while. So once those buyers had their fun and finish what they want to finish, which is taking stops as much as they can, then when I see the sellers take control back again, I will sell, or I have a level at 70,400, 405. This area is a nice sell area.
Got you. Right back up at VWAP here in the S&P 73.87. We got that prior day low here as well, 73.90s. Let's see if we can reclaim that. The NASDAQ back above its prior day low, 29,295. Pretty quiet on the headline front, but again, we do have some numbers coming up in about 15 minutes. The University of Michigan Sentiment Final. Forecast there is 50. Prior number was 48.9. We've seen recently that Michigan sentiment number, Jack, some of the lowest ever, right?
Yes. We had, I don't know what it was last month, but we did print the lowest ever.
Yeah.
You know, I've discussed a lot of that is just partisanship of economics now. But
Right.
yeah, survey data has not been happy. I just switched to the 15-minute chart here, and I'm seeing yesterday. And like this chart doesn't even spooky stuff. Like this chart doesn't even look real. Like what is this right here? What is this EKG thing?
Yeah. Yeah. Someone said it
that's-
in the chat. The entire market is trading like a meme stock, and that's what meme coins look like.
It is.
That's like that's a 40-point range that went back and forth 4 round trips after this 100-point sell off at the beginning of the day. It looks like Claude made it or something.
I'm with you. I started my whole trading journey from crypto. My first year I spent trading crypto and also some of the meme coins and so on. And this feels really familiar in terms of when I look at the chart.
AI slot market. maybe that's what it is, right? We're all just trading all the AI companies right now, and Claude is taking over. The Dow just made new lows of the day, 52,008, up about 80 points off of that low. But it looks like if you want to sell something right now, it is the Dow. Do we see that rotation? We've been seeing the rotation the other way, where we had the Dow making all-time highs and the NASDAQ and the S&P selling off. Let's see if we get rotation the other way. 29,320s last trade here in the NASDAQ. 50-50 across the board in the tilt, 61% long in crude oil. And gold catching a little bit of a bid here as well. Shout out to Coach Hoop in the chat saying gold looks like it wants to rally. 40.78 last trade there in gold, making new highs of the day. 40.8130 is the new high of the day. Still really early in the market right now. Again, we got this Michigan sentiment number, so I would not be surprised if the market is waiting for this number to come out. We are still in the range. I'm looking at a flat regular trading hour VWAP here in the NASDAQ and the S&P. The S&P back at the full session VWAP, but since we've started the session about 17 minutes ago, range-bound markets for now. If I was a betting man, I would bet that we are not going to stay in this range. So if you're a momentum trader, patience, maybe wait after this number, see if we get some direction after that. But I know there are some traders carving up this range right now. Mo still looking for shorts. 7,400s potentially.
I'm starting to change my mind now.
Yeah,
you can see this 5-minute candles, those wicks before, and this rejection green candle, strong green candle. If this stays the same way, I would reconsider the short now.
I mean, if the market's going to change its opinion, we can change too, Mo.
Yeah.
Yep. Market is definitely showing some strength here.
I'm leaning towards shorts as well, but the shorts, the targets where I want to get in are a little bit far away. I think we have a little bit more room to the upside before we go down. I think we have a chance to close the weekly candle quite bearish the way it's looking right now. So in terms of how we close, I'm still bearish, but I wouldn't be against finding some long scalps before looking for shorts. Shorts doesn't look so attractive from this price right now.
Yeah, price action this is chop. This is chop. As you can see, those buyers just took the stops above this pivot and rejected from there. Now they are looking for the low of the day, but before they do that, they will get some stops. So the market is not in a clear direction to the downside.
Doing the EKG again.
It's tough. This is tough.
It is doing the EKG again. Hoop, watch cattle. Some more volume at the lows in cattle again. And I know Hoop's out there watching that market. It was a pretty interesting trade when we saw that yesterday in cattle as well for all of our farmers out there. I do keep a cattle chart up on. See, I knew Hoop saw it. There he goes in the chat. I saw that. I keep a cattle chart up just in case because I know my guy Hoop is trading it. 245.80 last trade there in cattle. Gold getting ready to make new highs of the day here. It looks like 40.79.30 last trade here in gold. Taking a look at the quote board, biggest percentage movers right now to the downside. We got RBOB gasoline futures down 2.5%, the Nikkei down 2.8%, and crude oil, biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 3.2. Upside, we got platinum up 0.7%, gold up 0.8, and natural gas up 0.8 as well here. 10 minutes.
One more thing to watch.
What you got, Jack?
We did close. I wasn't around for the 2 o'clock hour yesterday, but we did close yesterday right at the 50-day simple moving average for the SPX. I got that at 73.62 for the SPX. Right now, that lines up with about 74.30 in the ES futures. If we close below 74.30, that will be the first time we've closed below the 50-day moving average since Tuesday, April 7th.
Little change of structure there. 74.30 is that price?
Been a while. Yeah, and then for what it's worth, the 200-day moving average is down below my back test of destiny. It's at 69.24 in the SPX, so significantly lower.
Let's see here, catching a little bit of a bid back up to the high of this range. Is this just a range trade until Michigan sentiment? That's what it's looking like right now. If that's the case, that would be somewhere near a short getting up here. Delta did flip positive in the NASDAQ, and this is, again, full session Delta. Slightly positive 100. And in the S&P, we have it negative 800 right now. So really not much to talk about. We saw that squeeze at the end of the day yesterday. There was a ton of negative Delta in the S&P, negative 20,000 for the full session into the close, and led to a really nice rally into the close. But right now, not a whole lot to write home about in the Delta.
I wish I had been there because sometimes you'll see that happen where like everyone's looking like, why is the 50-day and 200-day important? Because everyone looks at them and has deemed them important. And sometimes even without that negative delta, you'll see it like right at the end of the day, like save some level like that to close above the 50-day.
Yeah. Somebody's looking at it. Those are longer time frame moving averages for a reason. And somebody's defending those prices.
As long as they're reactive, I'm gonna give my attention on them. I see high time frame EMAs always being like really key areas in terms of finding reactions, and as long as it keeps happening, I'm gonna look for them. In trading, you don't always need to know why something happens. Like you need to find the pattern and kind of utilize it in your trading. And EMAs are one of those things where you really see it kind of playing out, especially on the higher time frames.
Focus on the how, not the why.
Yeah, exactly.
We get paid to be great followers. I don't think any of us here are trading an account big enough to move these markets around. But if the bigger players are looking at those moving averages, they might mean something to them. BPC in the chat saying this chop is ridiculous. Let's see if Michigan sentiment gets us out of this in about 6 minutes. We do have that number coming out. Understand that this number does have the potential to move these markets around. If you're trading the equities, if you're trading the metals, maybe even oil. So if you are going to hold a position into Michigan sentiment, you might be accepting some more risk, and slippage is a real thing, even in simulated markets. If you don't want to be in a position, we'll remind you a couple seconds before that number comes out, hit that flatten all button. Make sure you don't have any ghost orders out there that might get filled on some volatility. Crude selling here, $69.36 last trade here in crude, 62% short tilt over there. Coming back down to Hoag's weekly kickoff low at $69. Can we get more selling here in crude? Back to the 200-day moving average. Speaking of daily moving averages, crude looks like it is on a mission to get down to that 200 moving average. It's about at 66.30s right now.
The market is ranging in an ugly way.
Yes, it is. DA33 says Sim ain't moving the market. 100% agree with you, but Sim is still susceptible to slippage. Simulated markets replicate the live markets as closely as possible. So you can get slippage in a simulated account. New highs of the day there in gold made a couple minutes ago, 40.8450. Let's see what we got here. Speaking of Hoag's weekly kickoff low, Topstep daily levels are pinned to the top of the chat. They are also an indicator that you can add to your platform. You get Hoag's weekly kickoff highs, lows, prior day highs and lows, weekly highs and lows, settlement prices, all areas of interest that we think the market have the potential to trade to. And in Hoag's case, that weekly kickoff low in oil has set the low by about 10 ticks. Hoag, we talked about this yesterday during At the Buzzer. You're slipping a little bit. Weekly kickoff low in crude is $69, and we traded $68.90. So Hoag, got to readjust 10 ticks off. But I'll call that a level hit when we're down $10 into that level. 4 minutes here. 4 minutes. So Henrico, we are past that 15-minute point, about 10 minutes past it. Obviously, this market is extremely range-bound for now. Does that 15-minute give you any more information than when we opened?
I would say the first information is telling me not to trade.
Okay.
I don't want to usually enter in the middle of the range, but I am seeing some, I would say, interest
Stop here.
in longs. We are holding the New York wave up a little bit as a support, and now we potentially are closing 5-minute candle outside of the range as well, which would be my first confirmation to have more longish bias and start looking for longs. I'm not going to chase the market just because the 5-minute candle closes above it. But that's my first signal to start looking for trades.
We are seeing a pop here. We are moving now. Back at VWAP here in the NASDAQ, 29,417's last trade over there. Here's those 7,400s. Mo, these buyers are...
Yep. Yeah, we have the news.
They might be cleaning up a little bit here.
Minutes.
Did somebody get the number early?
I would like to see a sell here, but the news maybe will change things. So I will wait for the news.
What a pop here.
Yeah.
29,450s now. Feels like somebody got the number early, maybe. Dow's rising, the Russell's rising as well. Crude oil not really moving too much, but the equities are on the bid right now. Gold as well. Gold just made a new high of the day, 40.92 half. What you got, Jack?
This is kind of a short level here in the options, but with 2 minutes left, I don't think I want to play that game. That was a pop.
Yes, it was. That is not a small move there. We were talking about it, Enrico. In the last 6 minutes here in the NASDAQ, we are up 170 points. In the S&P, what is that, about 30 points in the S&P? It's going to dump. Be patient. We will see here.
Finally getting a little bit structure on a lower time frame to the upside. If this candle actually closes bullish as well. I always want to wait for the candle close. Sometimes I call it the candle painting. They paint the candles sometimes in a way that if you chase it, then you might get caught in the wick. And it's always, I would say, wise to wait for the candle close to get any confirmation and then look for the new trade with the new candle.
1 minute before this Michigan sentiment number is out. Again, if you do not want to hold a position, hit that flatten all button. This has the potential to cause some volatility in the markets. We got the NASDAQ right now trading 29,436. Again, Michigan sentiment forecast is 50. Prior number was 48.9. 5-year inflation forecast is 3.3%. Prior number was 3.4%. What we got, Mo? We got 40 seconds until this number.
Yeah. Also, don't hope. If you are in a position and you're hoping this news will help you, maybe it does, but you are not helping yourself. Yeah, don't just hope. If you're hoping, stop that habit right now. Stop that habit
right now. You still got 15 seconds to stop hoping.
Yeah, stop hoping. Dangerous thing that you might be right That's the
seconds
most
here.
dangerous thing.
Yeah.
And Michigan sentiment coming out right now. 50 is the forecast, 49.5. 49.5, a little lower than expected. 5-year inflation came in line with expectations. Seeing a little spike in the equities here, 29,480s last trade here in the NASDAQ, 7408.
I'm long.
7408 last trade in the S&P. Henrico is long. What price you get there, Henrico?
488.
488.
I saw the momentum. I'm ready to do a little bit.
How many
go
how
with
many
the
you got there?
momentum. 3 micros.
Go ahead. 3 micros, long 3 micros, already up 20 points on this trade. 488, nice trade. 29,580s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Feels like somebody got the number early, Jack. We started that rally. And also, is that a good number?
I mean, it didn't beat, so
No, it did not.
I guess it wasn't terrible. There's other reasons. Other reasons things could be rallying, I guess. What's
Absolutely.
moving around in the stocks? We paired back.
I scaled out too fairly quickly because I don't enjoy chasing candles, and I scaled out 2 with 20 points, and now I'm leaving a runner with 1.
Nice trade, Henrico. Long 1 from 488s, taking profit on 2. 498 stopped out there. Nice trade. Trade into the strength. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Delta is positive. What you got, Mo?
I'm looking for a short at 7,415.
415s.
Looking for a short. Yeah. It will be just 7 points of risk. And if there is no rejection, I might win.
We've had a pretty good rally back in the memory names. Micron is now down just so many things to look at. Micron's is down 2.275%. It was down like 6% or something when I quoted it last. So paired it back about more than half the losses.
That man, I love the analysis here on Topstep TV. I'm gonna be honest. I watch it while I'm trading. Those 7360s, Jack, to the tick set the low. It's a little tough holding a trade into Michigan sentiment, but when you see a level hold, that is a beautiful thing. We are going to bring in the guy that gives us a bunch of great levels. But before we do that, we got some updates on the Topstep Labs. Let's bring in that clip.
Market pit stop. Good morning, happy Friday. What's been going on here? Well, we've had a lot of play with weekly kickoff levels this week. This is the 30-minute for the S&Ps. We looked below the weekly kickoff low in the overnight session. We looked below it after the open. We did not accept below that weekly kickoff low. It almost seems like we're not the only ones looking at those levels. We're seeing the market rally after taking a look below, failing to hold below it. The market is now back inside the range, testing the low end of the area of the value area from yesterday. We're going to call that 7409. We find acceptance above that level, good probability that this market could rotate all the way to the high of value from yesterday, 7452. So finding support at weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. We did finally check a naked point of control just below that at 7367.50. It's all buyers from this point forward for me, at least for the time being. What about the NASDAQ? Did we get to that level in the NASDAQ? Here's that weekly kickoff low, 29,130. Stop short of it last night, stop short of it today. What doesn't happen can be as important, if not more important, as what does. We're not quite back into value in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ not performing quite as good as the S&Ps, but again, value low on this platform is showing at 29,561. Acceptance above that, probability states we could bring price all the way back up to 29,445. I'm sorry, 29,845. Yes, Jay, we messed up on that weekly kickoff low in crude oil. We got 10 ticks below it night before last. We checked again to it last night. The more often we check it, the more likely it is to break. We may get that opportunity in regular trading hours today, barring any news that could change that. So we have found buyers here. If we use up all those buyers, we exhaust those buyers. Just imagine all the stops that are going to be below that 69 weekly kickoff low. That is going to be, might be quite an event. We'll see. We'll see. Technically, that's what we're looking at. So, gold, opened with a gap, closed the gap. We looked right to value high from yesterday, rejected value. The market is continuing to push higher. The 200 session simple moving average here at 4,092.60 looks interesting for an execution. And just above that, back to that 4,100 weekly kickoff low that we broke through a couple of nights ago. This could be a nice retest of that. Some pretty decent opportunities in these markets today. Happy Friday, Capital Preservation Friday. Don't get all biffed up. That's what we've got. The market pit stop. I like it. Jay, Mo,
What's up,
Enrico,
Ho?
what's up? Good to see you
Yep,
guys.
What
morning.
is
Ho.
up? The markets are up right now. We are continuing to rally here. 29,565 last trade in the NASDAQ. 74.21 last trade here in the S&P. Back at settlement here in the S&P, 74.23 and a quarter. Mo, you were looking for short at 74.15. Did you get into that trade?
Yeah, I'm already short at 74.16.
16,
My
got
stop
you.
at 74.26, but this doesn't look good. The momentum's still on. See now if we can place our stop above this candle. Let's see. We need to see this candle turn red. That's the preemptive
Nice settlement rejection there.
short.
Yeah.
Nice settlement rejection. Let's see if we get some selling coming in here. Delta for the full session in the S&P has now gone positive. It was negative about 1,000 at one point during the session, positive 500 here, positive 1,100 in the NASDAQ. OpenAI is not on the IPO timeline yet and hasn't begun testing the waters in meetings with investors. That is coming from CNBC. That is probably outside of SpaceX, the most anticipated IPO that we have coming up soon, but saying that they are not on the calendar here just yet. We'll see if that does change at some point. What you got, Hogue?
So Jay, that negative delta in the S&Ps right at the beginning of the
Yeah.
session today, a little bit
Yeah.
of divergence there. There was a whiff of some longer time frame buyers we have not seen in the S&Ps for quite some time. It looked below that weekly kickoff low, rejected, and we started to see delta increasingly negative. The market wasn't able to break. That was pretty encouraging for me to the long side there. And I'm seeing 1,500 positive in the NASDAQ. We did not see that same divergence in the NASDAQ, but we're still seeing some pretty decent buying coming in this.
And you got 1,500 just regular trading hours, right, Hogue?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just regular trading hours. Yep.
Yeah, the overnight delta, and I'll look at it every once in a while because sometimes we do get some aggressive moves in the overnight, but it was pretty much flat. So yeah, I'm right about the same with you there. Little squeezy then, Hogue, in the S&P. We had that divergence, a little negative at the lows, very similar to what we saw yesterday. That delta, negative delta going into the close yesterday was intense. Pretty nice spike there.
And we couldn't break.
No. I mean, and maybe they got some favorable price action today, after holding into the close. But again, if price does not continue to trade lower, if you sell something and it doesn't go lower, you got to buy it back eventually. Yeah, 74.23 last trade here in the S&P. Let's see what we got here. Dow caught a bit as well. The Russell here also.
Yeah,
all equities on the bid.
We are
Gold
now
making new
comfortably
highs of the
inside
day.
value from yesterday. This thing could continue to push to the upside.
What do you have as value high?
I see acceptance. We see definitely an acceptance of price of the 30-minute opening range. If this doesn't go
74.54, Jay.
54. We got most short right now. A couple micro S&P. Henrico, you took that long, got stopped out on a trail, but nice trade, catching some of that momentum. How are you reading this now? 15-minute range, we're above it, sustaining price above it for now. Are you still leaning to the long side? Is there another potential opportunity for you here? Do
Yeah.
you need a pullback?
I will definitely not go against it with shorts in this moment. I think we have a strong momentum to the upside. We broke the London highs as well on both on ES and NQ. Usually what I want to see for shorts is some kind of divergence, meaning that ES will take out the highs, NQ lags behind and fails it. That will give me a little bit reversal pattern, but I'm not seeing it. I'm looking a little bit bigger retracement maybe to the overnight VWAP, which is 29,430, or in ideal scenario, I would buy this at 370s as the 50-minute retest. But right now, I'm definitely leaning towards longs.
370s, got you.
Oh, do you see this? My stop is 2 ticks away.
How
This is
does he do this
happening
all the time?
over and
He
over
does it
again.
again.
How does he keep
He
doing
does
this?
it again.
2 ticks.
How does he keep doing
Amazing.
this?
Amazing.
What? Mo, you got, I don't know who you got on speed dial over there, but if you could add me to your call list, I would greatly appreciate that. My stops always seem to get run when I put them out there in the market, but Mo's stops are surviving for now. Matthew Murphy said this guy is unreal. John Ross, nice day, taking 5.2K profit in a live account. Great trading there, getting long the S&P. We got gold still catching a bid here, Hogue. I was looking at that 200 moving average on the 30 that you mentioned, 40.9260.
Yep.
Price is advertising higher for now. VWAP is still below it, so it could be pretty interesting if buyers fail up here. Of course, that 4,100 big fat round number level, not going to be easy to break. Did we just get too short
Weekly
gold
kickoff low.
on a higher time frame? Yeah.
In the higher time frame, it's in a downtrend. This is offering this is advertising, higher pricing for potential shorts.
Yeah.
Let's see what it looks like up here on 4,100. 410210 naked point of control that didn't get filled because we went through it in the overnight session. And then there's the gap that closes at 4122.80. If we're going to fill that session gap, that could take us up to there. So if we do see a reversal pattern in this area, I do like the idea of a short, but I want to see a reversal pattern.
There it is. We got a game plan here in gold. Weekly kickoff low, 4,100s. We are there right now, and it is not a blind short. You heard Hogue talking about a plan, which is very fitting for our Topstep tip of the week. It is Friday, last day we're going to share this tip of the week. Stick to your strategy. Avoid chasing trends or reacting to short-term market noise. Follow your tested strategy and trust the process even when faced with losses. And consistency comes from discipline. Topstep tip of the week. Last time we're sharing that one on a Friday, and you can hear Hogue talking about a strategy. It's not just a throw in a trade because we're at a level. We need to see some type of reversal pattern. Henrico, we saw you stick to your strategy as well this morning, and able to get into a trade. We got Mo sticking to a strategy and sticking to risk management in your trades. It's important, man. I know when I struggle in my trading, it's when I just start throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks, and none of it does. And right now, sticking to a strategy, sticking to risk management, reasons to get in and out of a trade. Hogue, we go over that checklist all the time. It's extremely important.
Yeah, trading out of boredom.
Mo out there.
Trading out of boredom is one of the most dangerous things. A lot of times you feel that you're missing out the move, you're missing out money to be made, and you want to chase the market, and it's not your setup and everything. And the worst thing that can happen is you're gonna win that trade. I think winning with bad habits or bad kind of behavior is probably the worst thing trader can do to themselves, because it programs their mind to think that it's okay to do it again. Right? I had a habit of adding to my losers. A lot of times I was saved by those trades. I was in with 2 micros. I added 10 micros. My average entry went into much better location. The market turned around into my favor, and that kind of trained my mental to do it again. Find another
I can do that all the
trade to add
time.
to a loser. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and I think the same is with beginner's luck, right? Everyone who discovers trading, they get a little bit lucky in the beginning. They think they have it all, and then they go down to this rabbit hole of finding themselves, understanding their psychology, and everything that comes with trading.
Absolutely. When you train those heroics into your mental process, you think you can do it all the time, and it is just eventually it's going to come and get you, and you never know when it is. It's going to happen. We are seeing some interesting bids here in the S&P. Couple from 74.02 up to 74.07. Hogue, look at that order book in the S&P. Nothing else sticks out, and then there are, what is that, 520 lots? You see that?
Where are we at?
74.02, 74.03 quarter, 74.04 half, 74.06, and then 74.07. That just popped up on the book. About 500 contracts between 74.07 and 74.02.
Sure.
Yeah. You don't see anything else on the book that size, and then someone stepping in on the bid there, just stacking some orders. Maybe looking for higher here. 74.25. Mo, you got stopped out of that trade, correct?
Yeah, I got that stopped out. Still looking short. This is still valid short until we reach 74.36.
74.36.
74.36. You can see in the overnight we have this this move, this double top and double bottom, which created a range. So that is the 50% of it. So the price could be rejected from this level. It's a supply area as well. 74.35.
More buying coming in. Gold is not done here. New highs of the day here in gold, 41.0870. The equities are trying to push up as well. The S&P's finding some buying above settlement at this point. The NASDAQ still has a few points to go until settlement. What you got, Hogue?
It's what happens when you don't follow your rules. I preempted a short there. Took a little bit of a loss in gold.
Gold.
Still going to monitor this area, though, for a reversal. We'll see what happens.
Short again.
Little feeler there,
I'm trying the short one more time.
Okay, what you got here? Mo, what price?
74.23 short after this strong 2000 tick chart candle. That's almost an engulfing candle at this high, at this level. I should be waiting for this before just placing that previous short. So now I have a clearer structure with that short. 10 micros.
Short 10 micros. Short 10 micros. A little more conviction on this trade. See that 2000 tick chart you're looking at there, Mo. Seeing some selling coming in here. 74.18's last trade in the S&P. 50-50 on the tilt. 61% short crude oil on the tilt. Crude 69.20s. Looks like we're going to make a run for that weekly kickoff low again here, Hogue. 69.14's last trade here. And we got Henrico looking for a potential long after a pullback. We might be getting that pullback here, Henrico.
Yeah. Right now, my target for longs would be 29,430. I think I mentioned this level before as well, but I see a lot of support in terms of both VWAPs, New York VWAP and overnight VWAP kind of aligning on that level. Also aligns a little bit with the 50-minute range high. I will know exactly where my stop will be. It will be about 370s, maybe a few points lower to give a little bit wiggle room. And there's also what I noticed is 15-minute 9 EMA. Usually when we get a little bit trendy market, you want to see that 9 EMA on 15-minute hold to continue the trend.
There we go. We got a plan. Gold. 41.08's last trade here. Sorry, 41.0870 last high of the day. 41.0160 last trade here in gold. Got Mo short the S&P. Going to try this one again. Let's see if we get a little 3-bar reversal over here. I like this trade, Mo, because we are kind of struggling at settlement here and far away from VWAP. So it's getting kind of thin. Air is kind of thin up here for buyers. Might drop the ball here.
Yeah, we need some trigger for the bears. I mean, we need to see some sort of strong 5-minute candle so that they encourage to jump in short. So that this 5-minute candle is closing red. However, can see they are struggling to break the low of it, which is 7417. We need to see a break through 7417 to the downside. So that will give some momentum, because we still don't have momentum to the downside.
No, we do not. You need whoever's on the bid here in the S&P to get out of the way. Speaking of getting out of the way, we got to make some space because we got a special guest coming up here in just a minute. But Henrico, nice trade on a Friday. Great way to close the week. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
I would go with the legend. Don't get all beefed up. Trade well and protect yourself with stop losses.
There we go. Do not get all biffed up on a Friday. We are seeing
stopped now.
more of a bid. Whoa, here we go. We are seeing the markets pop here now. 74.36 last trade here in the S&P. 29.650s last trade in the NASDAQ, and gold making new highs of the day. Mo, ending the day with some profits. So the legend of Mo Rico lives on. Anything you want to say before we get out of here, Mo?
Yeah, same thing. Don't get biffed up on Friday. I tried a couple of short here. It's not working, so I will stop doing that. Maybe I will look out in 5 minutes. It's Friday, end of week. I will enjoy my green, accept your losses, and move on.
Accept your losses and move on. We are going to move on to a very special segment here. First time on Topstep TV. We got Jack and Joanne Shu coming up right now. Over to you, Jack.
All right. Well, thank you for kicking that over. I was about to say Andre. Jay's in today. Thrilled to have Joanne Su, director of the University of Michigan Surveys of Consumers. I'm sorry. Joanne, how are we doing this morning? The number this morning came a little bit better than last month, a little below expectations. Tell us a little bit about how the consumer is doing and how you guys are seeing what their sentiment is.
Essentially, we saw consumers really downgrade their views after the start of the Iran conflict. Consumers were, of course, really weighed down by gas prices, but were really quite worried that that would pass through to overall inflation. Since then, in the last month, consumers have felt a little bit of relief, particularly on the gas price front. But beyond that, they're now feeling like the consequences of the Iran war might not last into the long term. That would be the next 5 to 10 years. So there's a little bit of relief on that front. But 1 year expectations, they're still expecting things to get a lot worse in the next year. They're expecting inflation to be pretty high. They're expecting business conditions to be pretty poor. And so they're not feeling great, but they're feeling a lot better than May.
Excellent. Good to hear. I've been watching this number for a long time, and we've all noticed that it's been persistently low where, even in the last few months, it was coming in lower confidence than during like the Great Recession, things like that. Is this being driven mostly by something like partisanship, or is the consumer just becoming really cynical about everything and doomer?
So we really saw a downshift in sentiment, actually not that recently, during the pandemic. So we really have not come close to what we were seeing before the pandemic since 2020. Broadly speaking, I think consumers were feeling really burned by the high level of inflation that happened during the pandemic. I mean, not to mention just the pandemic itself. And they haven't really gotten over that yet. So, we have at this point, several years now of about half of consumers the last 3 months, even more than half, spontaneously telling us that high prices were weighing down their personal finances. So this is really the number one factor on people's minds. And with no relief on sight on that, that's one of the reasons sentiment's been pretty low. But what's really interesting thing is that, yes, there's a lot of attention paid to partisan gaps. And this is true. If your party is in the White House, you tend to have higher levels of sentiment than if your party is not. But independents are right in the middle. And these things, they, when there's a change in the White House, the Democrats and the Republicans switch and independents stay right in the middle. So if you want to throw out the Democrats, throw out the Republicans, and just look at the independents, that's actually spot on what we see in the national average. So while there are political differences, that's really not driving our trends, and it's not really driving the fact that sentiment is low. Independents are showing that as well. What I think is more interesting are differences by wealth. So, obviously, your viewers are perfectly aware that stock markets are at historic highs right now, which seems to be at odds by what consumers think. But when you split consumer sentiment by wealth, when you look at the people with the largest stock portfolios, their sentiment is much higher than everyone else's. And so really a strong stock market doesn't really help consumers unless you hold a lot of stock. And that's exactly what we see in the data.
Awesome. It's not every day we get to talk to the director of a survey like this. I'm a stats guy. I love it. I'd be curious if you could tell us a little bit. How do you find people to participate in this survey? And has it become much harder with, cell phones, things like that? We actually have a gentleman who's on this show regularly, John Doherty, who like a decade ago, maybe more, got sent like a $5 bill in the mail to participate in the University of Michigan set event. I presume you don't do that anymore, or maybe? How do you find these people?
So what we are doing now is a random sample of U.S. adults in the lower 48 states and D.C. So we sample a random sample of postal addresses, and we send you an invitation in the mail. And on it has a QR code or a URL with a unique login for you to participate. So what's really amazing is that we are able to get people from all walks of life. There is a misconception that we're surveying only people in Michigan. That is not the case. We survey people nationwide, and we're not just surveying college students. It's not just 18 to 21s. We're getting kind of really a cross section of the U.S. population. We haven't been sending, we actually had to stop sending the $5 bills during the pandemic when we were no longer able to get people to physically into the office to stuff envelopes. So it's been a while since that has happened for logistical reasons. But what's been quite incredible is that people are willing to tell us their views about the economy. And we haven't actually seen that much of a decline in response rates. But we've been in operation for about 80 years now. So we're always evolving and looking for newer and better ways to collect data. We used to be a face-to-face survey. We used to send interviewers out to doors to knock on doors and ask people to do the survey. We obviously do not do that anymore. It would be prohibitively expensive, and no one answers their door anyway. So we have evolved over time with changes in technology and changes with societal norms. But the postal invitations ensures we're getting national representation, and then the QR code and the URL makes it convenient for people to fill out the survey for us. So if your viewers get an invitation, please make your voice heard.
You hear that, chat, right? If you get it, $5 or no $5, you will fill it out and give us how you really feel. It's important for the economy. 80 years, that is incredible. Do you know, I know this gets into some of the history of this number, but how long ago did this become like a big thing? Like this number moves markets. We see it just like today at 9 a.m. Just when did this become like the sentiment number? I'm just curious.
Well, it's based on a long period of a long history of research, right? And here at the University of Michigan, this was one of the first surveys to start being conducted here. And University of Michigan is really the home of survey methodology. And what history has shown is that when consumers, when they have declining sentiment, when they feel worse about the economy, they tend to pull back their spending. And so for all the recessions that we've seen, it's been preceded by a sharp decline in sentiment. But it's not just consumer sentiment that matters, right? It's also inflation expectations, which are targeted by policymakers and closely watched by policymakers. And sometimes the inflation expectations numbers don't quite look the same as the sentiment numbers. Sometimes one's improving while the other one is not. And today is one example where, or the last few months, not today specifically, where our sentiment numbers are pretty low right now, even though it did improve 10% from last month. But we saw a pretty sharp decline in long-run inflation expectations, 3.3% for the 5 to 10 year mark, which isn't terrible. I mean, it's still not what it was before the pandemic, and it's still higher than it was in 2024. But it's much better than the 3.9% we were seeing at the peak of people worrying about the Iran war.
Thank you. And one final question, Joanne, because I promised I'd ask at some point. Would University of Michigan ever be open to the idea of moving the time of the release a little bit earlier? Or is it set in stone that it comes out 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern on this Friday?
I mean, I'll take all suggestions, but I can't make any promises on that front.
Okay. Well, you know what? We asked it. Joanne Su, the director of the University of Michigan Surveys of Consumers, thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you. We didn't even get into your past experience with the Fed. If you come back sometime, would love to hear about that because, it's all about the Fed. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you soon. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Today's episode of Topstep TV is brought to you by the letter M. M is for June. Traders use the letter M for the June contract.
We are back, Jack. That was an amazing interview with Joanne. And you got the important question out there. Let's see if we can get that to be a 7:30 number, so we don't have to watch out for it. Yeah. we know a person. We know someone. Great job there, Jack. Welcome to the show, star of slow markets, Dakota. What is going on? How are we looking at these markets?
Jay, we're live.
We are live.
We're live. We're live on air. We're live in these markets. I just got my live account activated, so
oh, double entendre there.
Yeah,
double live.
Play some white snake. Here we go again. Let's see how these markets are rocking.
Let's do this.
I have Dakota referencing White Snake on my bingo card this morning.
That is it's a great song, man. It is a great song. I will not.
I was listening when
that is on my karaoke list, depending on the night.
Well, I was logging into my computer, just full blast on the JBL. Just let's do it. But we're seeing one hell of a rebound this morning from 29,190s all the way up to 650s. So nice little 500-point rally in the NASDAQ. I'm not sure. I'm neutral today. I just want to see how we play out. We're still down 0.5%. So this market could go either way.
Yes, it can. Right now, it's trading 29,565 in the NASDAQ, 74.25 last trade here in the S&P. Gold pulling off of its highs here, Hogue. We're back under that weekly kickoff.
Yeah,
low,
short.
97.60.
Short of 4103.30.
Let's
There we
go.
go.
Nice trade.
So I'd like to give
4103.30.
one addendum to that interview too, because if we ever have Joanne back, she was on the top about the Michigan number, but she has a PhD in economics and was the principal economist within the Division of Research and Statistics at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. So we got to have her back sometime to talk about the Fed, and she can just walk circles around me on that. Like,
is that the smartest person we've had on Topstep TV ever?
What?
Well, they're not sitting right here, so
I'm putting her name in the hat. It's not me. So yes, Joanne, if you ever want to come back, that would be
right here.
Awesome here. Great stuff. Shout out to the team running Topstep TV, bringing on great guests for you all. If you haven't done so already, hit the thumbs up button, chat. We appreciate you being here. And I saw someone saying they're a White Snake fan, Dakota, so that you got at least one like for that White Snake reference here. So we're influencers now. 29,570 last trade. Last trade here in the NASDAQ. Hogue, you got a downside target here in gold?
No, I'm planning on just kind of
4,500.
following this down with the stop. Right now, it's at break even. If we can manage to get back to the IB high, I'd be very happy with that. But I don't know that that's going to happen. That would be a pretty deep reversal here. But this is an important level, this 4,100 level. It could happen. I don't know. Right now, just watching it.
Just watching. 4097 Hogue short from 4103s. Dakota, looked like we were maybe going to get a 3-bar reversal there in the NASDAQ, but buyers are still holding this market up right now. Talk to us a little bit about, getting back into the live account. I heard you mention it a little bit last night during slow markets. What's the approach for getting back into that account?
The same way everyone's been watching me trade, and trade exactly like I was doing the combine. I passed it. Trade exactly how you guys watched me doing the XFA. And dance with the girl that brought you, right? You trade exactly how you have been trading. Don't change anything. That's how you got here. That's how you got to the XFAs. That's how you got to the live account. And that should be how you get to unlocking those live funded account bonuses. So
there we go.
No change in game plan. Of course, there's going to be small tweaks because this is a new market, right? Today we're looking at a little bit different market than we were, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So there's always going to be some adjustments.
Absolutely. We had oil make a new low of the day there really quick. 68.97. We did test that weekly kickoff low one more time in oil, trading back up at 69.14s. But we are looking at something, Jack. What do we have?
Well, look at where we're maybe turning around a little bit here. Exactly. 70. The 50-day simple moving average in the SPX, 74.30 is where I have that mark there. Closing above or below this will be something that is reported on CNBC, so we'll keep an eye on that.
But we saw it first here right at Topstep TV. Those guys are always late over there. But shout out to CNBC.
Yeah,
maybe we can do it. Maybe we can do a collab one day. Right. But Jack, I mean, the levels that you've identified so far in the S&P today, we got the markets responding to. It was 73.60s at the low, which lines up with 7,300 SPX, and now the 74.30s at the high. So for those keeping track at home, Jack has this market in a box right now. 74.20. Hey, you were prepping for that interview, man. That was a big
that's
one.
true. That's true.
Yeah, I know how that goes. Trust me. That was a great stuff there. We are still seeing all these bids here in the S&P. I don't know what they're doing, but it's like 500 contracts in a 5-point spread.
Dang. And
there's really nothing else on the book here.
It's Dolby.
Dolby, what are you doing out there? Supposed to be on vacation. He's out there trading 100 lots in the S&P.
He's trading this
Too many
range.
mojitos. He opened his Topstep X application.
Yeah, Dolby is on his honeymoon, I believe, right now. He'll be back next week.
Oh, did he mention where he went?
In the range.
Where's honeymoon?
Somewhere tropical. I don't want to give too much location.
Okay.
Doc's Dolby on his honeymoon. Someone was asking for him in the chat. He will be back.
Spotted and wherever he is.
That's right. Enjoying some well-deserved time off. Hoop, I hope you're long cattle. Random aside to cattle, because it is starting to rally off that selling that we saw at the low of the day. Yeah.
Sell off here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we are.
Tilt
we got short here in the S&P.
Micron's down 3.7, Broadcom's down 3, Nvidia down 1.2, Google down 1.2. The rest are positive. Microsoft is the big winner today.
Yeah.
Is Walmart still up also?
Google. Walmart, yeah. But Dakota, I was saying earlier, I hadn't checked the market cap on Walmart in a while. Walmart's up today, but it doesn't have $1 trillion market cap. Just 932 billion. So, yeah.
It's been getting hit.
Check that from time to time.
I know. And it's failing to outperform these other tech stocks.
Yeah.
See, we are
I'm having a lovely
pullback here.
Everyone knows my proclivity towards Google. Honestly, after the Micron earnings, that Google equity raise that they're doing of, I don't know, like 80 billion or something like that looks so friggin' stupid. Like, you're telling me you need more money so you can give 85% margins to friggin' Micron? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
I heard you mention it, Jack. It's like, why don't they just buy Micron or do it themselves? You got the money to
do it themselves.
They didn't foresee it. They didn't foresee it. Like, they're just as blind as we are. Like, yes, obviously in retrospect, all of them should have just bought Micron.
Right. A nice pullback we got going on here. 29,000. We got an all roads trade here. We got a VWAP in the NASDAQ, 29,443. Regular trading hour VWAP, 29,429.
That's where I'm looking, Coach Jay. These
Okay.
430s, that's a level of resistance that we ran into this morning pre-market during London. On our way up, there's a bit of a hesitation right there at those 440s. So if we get
Looks like
down
we're
to
gonna get it
there,
here
to
in a
these
second.
430s, 440s, I'm going to be looking for a long, but as we speak, there goes Micron off a cliff, down 4.5% now.
Interesting. Seeing a nice little pullback here. 74.10s last trade here in the S&P. Tilt short now, 69%. Nice long, 69% short in the S&P, 60% short in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude, and 56% short gold with you, Hogue. They're just not seeing the vision yet, but I like this trade. We're sitting right at that 200 moving average on the 30-minute.
Yeah, I'm just watching. Move the
Crude new
stop into a little
lows.
bit of profit.
10 points and $10 in the profit here, Hogue. That's a very nice trade.
Something just happened.
New
right
lows
there.
oil. Yeah, Iraq's oil ministry, OPEC, has begun gradually restoring Iraq's pre-war production allocations, which will strengthen production capacity and support oil sector recovery. That headline just came out as we see oil making new lows of the day. 69.06 last trade here in oil.
I think there's going to be a lot of
NASDAQ
stops
just
below here
ripped
Yeah,
70
in, the,
points.
in oil. We
you
can
got
just
close
get
to
there.
it, Dakota.
Wild. Oil's at
What a move.
69. VIX
All
at
those bids hold
19.
in the S&P also.
Yeah,
What's
NASDAQ
happening
just
here?
70 points. Just blink. You can't keep
just
your eye.
market?
I don't know. You just can't look
Hmm.
away from the screen. Can't blink, and this market's going to be up or down 50 points.
Yeah. Enrico
We're
was
gonna
talking about that
rip
this
it.
morning. Just ATR increasing here.
Well, I wanted a long, Coach Jay. We didn't get those 30s.
Close. Yeah. That's the NASDAQ. It'll try to keep you out. Looking at the delta here, still positive in the NASDAQ 500. Pared back a little bit here. It was more positive earlier. Negative 500 in the S&P as prices continuing to move higher. It's a little early to be talking about a squeeze, but maybe
Jeez.
bids are stepping up or sellers are not getting anything, Hogue.
Buyers coming back into gold.
Yeah, they are. Right off that 200.
Yep.
40.92, that 200 moving average. I still like this trade. Gold has been in such a downtrend, like you said, Hogue. This is,
Yeah.
if it's a trade that stops you out, it's one that I would take probably 9 times out of 10.
Sure.
Just because of how this market's been trading over the last 2 months, it seems like. Sam is short Bitcoin right now. What do we got Bitcoin at? I have not quoted Bitcoin today, but it is hanging out below 60,000, 59,790 last trade here in Bitcoin.
Again, pull back in NASDAQ again. Let's see. Kind of retraced most of that little rally, leaving a wick
Crude,
so
man.
far in the 5-minute. I don't mind buying this dip. Questions when and where.
Watch crude.
When and where.
Yeah, Hogue. Crude right at yesterday's low. It looks pretty interesting here. 68.95's last trade here in crude. NASDAQ is just whipping around right now, Dakota.
Yeah. All right, I'm long 3. Long 3 micro NASDAQ.
All right.
508.
Giggity.
3 micro NASDAQ right now. Jack, you do anything at these 30s again if we get up here? Would you?
If we get up, yeah, maybe. Let's see how we get up there. I'm not
You're
against
right.
buying to maybe a little bit like 73.40 in the SPX. So that would be like
Okay.
74.08 maybe.
We got some. Iraq oil news coming out right now. And the first headline we saw, there's a OPEC has begun gradually restoring Iraq's pre-war production allocations. There is a high-level understanding within OPEC that considers its past circumstances and current demands. Iraq's oil ministry saying the prime minister did not discuss leaving OPEC. We got new lows of the day there in oil, 68.85 there, Hogue. Nice selling coming in here in oil. Equities, trying to figure it out right now. We got Dakota Long from 508, a couple micros. You out of that gold trade?
Yep.
Nice trade.
Yeah, we got a 3-bar reversal there, so we're out.
Let's do it again, Hogue. Let's do it again.
Let's
Top
do
of the
it
hour.
again.
Do it again.
Let's
We're
do
not
it
watching
again.
Crude. Maybe we could see some legs here.
Yeah. Let's see. Dakota, you got an upside target on this NASDAQ trade?
Yeah, 600s, 590s.
600s.
Just come back up and retesting these highs.
Okay.
Session highs. Overnight highs. Where are we at? Overnight highs. We got a way to go, so not expecting that. Let's see how we react. Let's see how we react here. Managing this trade manually.
Top of the hour, coming up to
Buyers
15
step
minutes.
in
We got Dakota
again.
Long for 508s. Yes, they are. S&P hanging out right at settlement again. 74.23 and a quarter is settlement price. Dakota Long from
Back to negative
508s.
delta in the
looking for
S&Ps now.
Yes, they are. They didn't learn their lesson from yesterday, apparently, Hogue.
Nope.
That squeeze was on. We did not talk about the initial balance. We got the initial balances set about 15 minutes ago, Hogue. Let's get some IB highs, IB lows in the S&P and the NASDAQ. What are we saying here?
I forgot about them too. All right. Initial
Trading going
balance
on.
low in the S&P is 73.60. Initial balance high 74.36 and a quarter. All right. NASDAQ. We've got initial balance low 29.181 half, and initial balance high 29.665 quarter. Much smaller initial balance than yesterday. Bigger probability of trading outside of it. Yesterday was an anomaly. The first half hour of the day was the entire range for the regular trading hour session yesterday. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't. Yesterday was an interesting day. More selling in oil here. $68.84. New low of the day, trading 68.89s.
Nice.
Do the equities
Probably
pay
going to
attention to oil
accelerate.
today?
Hopefully.
JRG.
Yeah.
Finally, you forgot him. I love you, buddy. I love you.
Yeah. You know, Hogue was in that gold trade. That's why. He's spinning a lot of plates here.
Yeah.
Bringing you some tradertainment. Sometimes you forget things. That's all right. That's why we are a trading team here. I'm here to remind you, Hogue. Dakota Long, 3 micros,
Spinning
508s.
I hear the sound. Now I hear the song. Okay.
There's some
Somebody's
buyers.
going to
Wow,
use that
okay.
as their trader tone. There you go. There you go. 508s long here. 550s last trade here in the
There you go.
NASDAQ. S&P holding above settlement now. Let's see if we can get some buying pressure above settlement here. Those 74.30s, that daily 50-day moving average in the S&P. Seeing some
Close one off
There we go.
right there at 55s.
Nice trade.
Got 2 left. See if we could get a break through those 50s and continuation up towards 600. I'm going to take another one off if we could break through these 50s into the 60s. Just like that. Took another one off. I got one left as a runner. And keep this baby on. See if we could run it.
There we go. There we go. That is the way you start that account, sir. Got some green on the screen. Nice job. And like Dakota was saying, you've been prepping to trade this account exactly what you're doing right now, right? Watch the last couple of days of slow markets, and we got exactly that. We got some more news here. What was that?
Mm-hmm.
What was that headline that just came out? More oil news here. Something about the Strait of Hormuz. I'll bring that to you in just a second. We are seeing a pop in oil now. Well-timed headlines.
Well,
They're like, wait,
Hogue.
oil selling?
Unfortunately, I looked it up. You were doing the saber dance, it sounds like, but I wanted to see if Yakety Sax was in the public domain because that would be a great thing to have in our pocket for the show. So many times where we could have played it yesterday during that sell-off.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Here's the headline. Oman has warned European allies that ship fees will likely be needed for Hormuz. Oman has warned European allies that ship fees will likely be needed for Hormuz. Seeing a little bit of pop off the lows there in oil, 69.07 last trade here. Got Dakota Long, 1 micro NASDAQ. Got a runner on here for 508, and the S&P is still trying to figure out what to do with settlement price here.
Starting to print. Right back up to these 550s. Lots of buying stepping in now, liking this.
Can the NASDAQ get back up to settlement here? Can we get back up to settlement in the NASDAQ here? That would be a very nice trade. 29,724 is that price in the NASDAQ. We got it. This is the way you do it. NASDAQ's only down 0.5% right now. It was down over 1.5%, I believe, at the lows of the day. And if we get that on this runner, that would be a very nice trade, Dakota, in that live account. Speaking of which, let's bring in our live funded leaders for the day. We got Siv Garley up $31,833. Hopefully I got your name right there. But even if I didn't, you got $31,000 in your live account. Great trading. Victoria, $20,945. G up $15,937. G Wei up $15,835. And rounding out the top 5 live leaders for today, $12,078 for Brian K. Great trading from all of these traders. Make sure you take most of that home. That is a great month you had today in that account. Really nice job there from our live funded traders. Again, those are all coming from one account in the live markets. Great job there.
I feel like to get higher. I'm looking to get out of this now.
A little rejection up there.
Stops here for the reason. Stops at 479.
73.50 SPX.
73.50.
Uh-huh.
Big fat round number levels. Guess that's a medium one, but we'll see here. 41.0180. Hogue, I'm still looking at gold, man. I still like that trade. Maybe we need to see some flow to the downside before it takes, but this feels like a great location, maybe not the timing yet trade in gold, where I found myself getting chopped up. Yeah. Just keep an eye on it. Could be interesting here. Market feels heavy even with oil falling. Yeah, it kind of feels like the market doesn't care about oil anymore. Moved on to other things.
Yeah. Memory.
Yeah, right.
Memory.
It's just a rolling series. Like this year has just been a rolling series of like random bubbles, you would call them, right? Like remember silver?
Yep. Oh yeah, right.
Remember oil?
Yeah.
Silver. Memories next.
Silver and gold, oil, memory.
And they've all kind of did the same thing, right? You get these parabolic moves. I've been reading that new Market Wizards book, and the first trader they talked to in that trade, parabolic shorts was part of their way. He took $5,000 into $100 million, and it was stocks, obviously, but yeah,
that is. Yeah, that's balls to the wall, crazy.
Oh yeah,
if you can do it
over the course of years.
And he said the Avis move this year, but that's
did you?
That's blood pressure high. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, but we even saw it in SpaceX, right? We saw, and it's crazy. You read the book if you we had Jack Schwager on a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. The parabolic short, it's shorting a stock that's running hundreds of % in 3 days. We saw that in SpaceX, right? SpaceX ran up to 230, literally 3 days,
Yep.
and then we get the sell-off. There's a pattern there, and yeah, someone read the book in the chat there. Just it's a lot of leverage in doing that. You don't go 5K to 100 million with taking 50 cents out of a trade, but some conviction and a plan. Stick to your strategy, like we said on the tip of the week. That is so one way to do it, and time, right? You don't do that in a day either, right? How many traders are trying to make $1 million today? When if you just follow your plan over the course of a year, a decade, you can compound here. Dakota's still in this trade here.
I am Jay. But keep going, man. I'm actually enjoying. I really am enjoying listening to. It's so true. It's hard to short. I mean, it's that thing, and what do we want to call it? I don't want to say irrational or unrealistic, but those are some amazing stories. Seeing traders being able to do that, and it just shows you the opportunities we have in these financial markets as traders to be able to make just life-changing amounts of money.
Well, you gotta have
Yep.
just crazy
Things-
discipline too. I haven't read the book. I will get to it, but with a lot of these short guys, it's like you have to have such discipline getting out because like the game is how you make $100 million shorting something is you just keep
how you lose it.
on shorting it and shorting it and shorting it as it's going down. But obviously in that scenario, like I think shorting's become harder just because of like the internet and like we saw like everything change with like the GameStop thing.
Right.
But like nowadays too, it's like, some of these like quantum beverage companies, as I call them, it's like they just pop a lot from time to time. So it's like the discipline of like
Yeah.
shorting and shorting and shorting, knowing that you'll probably be, like you'll be up tons of money and you'll probably lose it all, right, on your stop. But maybe if you play it long enough, you'll get the one where you just short it into oblivion and you end up millions of dollars.
Yeah. Here is I put a link to the chat in the chat to the book we were talking about there. What I thought was interesting about a lot of these trades, right, is it's some of them they're holding for a couple of weeks or so. We're seeing some volatility here pick up. Actually, that's just in the euro currency. I got 12 charts up here. Sometimes I get these volume notifications. I'm like, oh, what market is that? It's just the euro selling off right now for all of our euro traders out there. But some of it was just like, I loved reading the plan for those shorts, right? It's like, hey, I'm going to lean into this, but I'm going to get out if we get back above a 20-day moving average, right? So there's still a technical reason to get out. Because like you said, Jack, it's tough to hold something short. Isn't Lance in that book?
Oh.
He is. He's the second trader they talked to in that book.
Yeah,
Shout
I
out to
like
him. I was
getting
talking about him last night. Go ahead,
yeah.
Jack.
I like playing those like parabolic moves too, but in like a safer, less convex way than they do, right? Like newsflash, I'm never gonna make $100 million on it. Because you really gotta in those moves, it's tough to make money. Like you can't buy puts. The IV is jacked. You're not getting. I saw this, during like the Avis thing. It's like, what are you going to buy put? In that case, I sold a call, but like, you're not going to get your 100-to-1 return on puts unless you have some just crazy out of the money thing. So you just got to do old fashioned shorting.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't make a ton on that SpaceX where I sold some calls, which when it was up in like 220s, I sold the $300 calls, and yeah, it wasn't that much. It's so hard, like you said, Jack, the volatility and then like the implied volatility and the way that they price in the options. It's hard to make money that way.
Well, that's the name of the game. What you're doing, it's like this is a good conversation to have while we're just like chopping around right now. It's like how much, when I say convexity, is like how much are you willing to take on? It's sort of like the risk of a trade. Like selling way out of the money calls or something, they're probably going to work. But you're not going to make 10x in a year by just selling out of the money calls, probably.
Right. And El Trader Independiente says, the trader that we're talking about actually ended up flipping most of his strategy to long side only for part of the reason that we're talking about, right? Stocks are meant to go up. Equities are meant to go up. So he eventually does flip to the long side. I think somewhere around like right before COVID is the story. And what a great time to do it, right? You get that COVID dip, and then it was just buy anything, and it was going up. And then you leverage into that and let the market do the work at this point. Hogue, if you're still listening, I know Hogue took a little bit of a break. We're going to see him a little bit later for the morning highlights. Gold back below 4100s here, 40.96.90 last trade here in gold. Got Dakota holding on to a runner in the micro NASDAQ here. Still long one, right, Dakota?
Yeah, I added. I'm long 3 from 517. Up 140 right now. Yep. I'm back into my normal position size 3. Looking to see if we get that break back up and retest of those 560s. But like you said, Jack, we're just going sideways. Let's see if stocks are designed to go up. Come on, NASDAQ. You heard Jay.
Yeah.
Yep. Designed to, but it's been a lot of two-sided trade recently. The S&P is trying to figure out what to do with settlement. So is the Dow. We got here we go. A little bit of buying here. 74.24 is last trade here in the S&P. 29,530 last trade here in the NASDAQ. And yes, my Roomba just started, or my Shark robot. And I also need to go turn on my AC because it feels like it turned off. And I'm not wearing anything under this hood. So I'm going to be right back. Jack.
All right.
For right now.
I'll take it away.
I'll be back in a second.
I cleaned my air conditioner yesterday. It was pretty impressive. Foamed it up and everything, Dakota.
Wow.
Are you in Dakota? Are you in a house? Like, what's your living situation?
Classified.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm
in the bunker.
I'm in an apartment. Yeah, I'm in an apartment.
Cool.
It's so much easier. Low maintenance. Don't have to deal with any of the responsibilities of that. So
yeah, no, it's a pain in the butt. Speaking of things that aren't pain in the butt, we got announcements. Dr. Volatility, come get these markets moving. Your move.
All right, wakey, wakey, ring, ring, ring. Hello, everybody. It's Friday, and I'm here to tell you about the things that I personally want you to know about. And that includes giving us a call. You guys watch the show, you might notice we get a lot of phone calls here from the likes of Jerome Powell, Guy Fieri, Aaron Rodgers, and now you could be the next person calling into the Topstep TV voice mailbox. Go ahead and click on the link we're going to drop in chat and send us a message. Seriously, send us whatever you want. We're going to make all of our interns listen to it anyway. So if you have a question, a comment, a concern, a joke, a story, a rant, a rave, I could go on. Click the link, leave us a message, and then tune back in next week as we start to drop in these voicemails throughout the week and in its own dedicated segment. More info on that to come. Just keep calling us. Seriously, you can spam me all you want. I don't even care. But go ahead, click on the link, and then, tune back in next week. We might have some fun with some of these. But also, more importantly and more seriously, today at 1 p.m. Central Time, Coach Robert is coming onto the show because here at Topstep, we have been celebrating the Summer of Indicators. Now, what does that mean? That means we've been dropping new indicators each and every week inside your Topstep X platform. That's a lot of new indicators, and you may be wondering what they all do. Well, you're in luck. We're bringing on the man, the myth, the legend, the Riz, Coach Robert, to talk all about the indicators that are popping up each and every week inside Topstep X. If you have a question about any of these indicators or a question for Robert in general, go ahead and click on the link that we're also dropping in chat. I know we're going to be throwing a lot of links your way. Hang with me. So the one that's pinned is the voicemail, but the one that's getting dropped right now is for Coach Robert, and that's for today at 1 p.m. Central Time. Take a look at the indicators, take a prod around, and then come with your questions and get ready to learn. You might pick up a new trick, you might pick up a new indicator, and you might learn a thing or two. So tune in today at 1 p.m. Central Time for Topstep X Indicator Q&A with Coach Robert. And then right before that, we're still on for group coaching. So if you have more questions around chart patterns, more questions around trading psychology, or maybe different product questions, group coaching is where you're going to go. All right, group coaching is where we sit down each day and answer your questions live on air. We keep a running list of every question we get, so if you don't hear your question read live, don't worry. You have all next week to hear it answered. Go ahead and click on the link that we're also dropping in chat. The one that says group coaching is where you're going to go to submit your group coaching questions. Now, today we are joined by Eric, Ray, and Hoop for group coaching. Newcomer Eric is sitting down with two of our other coaches, and they're going to be answering your questions. Eric has a lot of trading experience, so ask him anything and get to know the newest member of Topstep TV. So I know we threw a lot of links at you guys, and I know you just want to get back to trading. But before we do, the 2026 FIFA World Cup has brought millions of international fans to American cities, and something unexpected is happening off the pitch. Tourists from Scotland, Germany, Brazil, and beyond are pulling out their phones, not just to capture the goals, but to document trips to stores like Target, bottles of ranch dressing, and the sheer size of a Buc-ee's. Ivan Rodriguez joins us live and reports on why their reactions are going viral.
Many soccer fans traveled thousands of miles to watch the beautiful game. And yes, there have been plenty of moments of magic, but scroll social media and you'll also find tourists losing their minds over everyday American life.
Buc-ee's is like America in a box, a very, very large box. But you know, you go in there, it's very colorful. There's all these kind of gifts and all this different food and smells and stuff, and it's just fantastic.
That sense of wonder has been playing out on social media as some fans encounter parts of America for the first time. German content creator Finn Augustinelli put it simply.
In Europe, we have a lot of rather negative news about the Americans in the last 5 years, let's say that. And I think we are all enjoying like the fact that this country is so great to visit. The people are amazing, so welcoming.
Tourism expert Dr. Rachel Fu of the University of Florida says what's fueling all of this isn't just novelty, it's authenticity.
And one of the many main reasons those videos have become so viral because they present authenticity.
Dr. Fu says every viral video of a fan falling in love becomes, in her words, a marketing person for America. But perhaps the most unexpected audience for all of this is us, Americans, seeing our country reflected back through someone else's eyes.
For Americans ourselves, those videos remind us how kind we are. We should keep being kind people.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
For those keeping track at home, Jay, that last segment featured James Harden, Ivan Rodriguez, and Sean Alexander, all names that were in that last segment.
A bunch of famous athletes as well.
Yeah, exactly.
A bunch of famous athletes as well. It's like America in a box. That guy was so excited. He's staying. He's not going back to Scotland. 29,004. Yeah, he's just gonna live at Buc-ee's. 29,495. What'd you do when you went to America? They have this amazing place called Buc-ee's.
Weren't they talking about building like apartments or condos on top of Costco's a while back?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still doing that.
Yes, they were.
Okay.
Yes, they were. Go right downstairs.
Be tough on the family, but I might be moving in. We'll see.
I feel like I've already moved in there.
Kelvin saying, "Champ, this is a tough day." Yeah, we're ranging right now. We are in the range. 29,496 last trade here in the NASDAQ. VWAP starting to flatten out here just a little bit. Regular trading hour and full session VWAP are both pretty much at the same price right now, 448. A little bit of hesitation here. Hold gold, man.
Yeah,
they're trying to tempt us into that short.
It is tempting. It is tempting.
It's like, are you going to do it though, or are you just going to?
I'm watching right now.
Crude?
So when this happens around a weekly kickoff level where it starts to range on both sides of it, it's notoriously a period of time that will just chop me to ribbons. So we're going to stay patient. More interested in crude oil right now. We're finally starting to see those legs I was looking for.
Are we going to get that 200? 6640 is 200 daily moving average. These are the potentially going to be the lowest prices we've seen in crude since March 10th, which was or March 9th, which was that 34% day we saw in crude We had a 40% move off of the highs, and we're coming down into those prices here.
See,
lowest prices of the. Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
Look at gold now. We were
Yeah,
just
yeah,
about
I'm
tempted
done.
into a short there, and boom.
Yeah.
Trying to steal all
NASDAQ
our money,
too.
Hogue.
Yep. Looked like it was going to break down and blink, and we're headed back up.
Yep.
What's your average,
bounce
Dakota?
there in the NASDAQ? I'm in at 517, right in the middle of this chop, but I entered before this chop started, and my entry has been the middle point, back and forth in this, I'd say, what is it, 60-point range? Yeah, 70-point range.
Oil is starting to go here, Hogue. Adjusting some inventory under that weekly kickoff low. Where did we see this recently? Gold. We saw. Was it gold or was it oil? I can't remember. A couple weeks ago, we had a weekly kickoff low that we tested a few times, and then on Friday we broke, and we had the. And it just looks like a very similar pattern here.
Yeah, that was gold.
Gold, right? Yeah.
I just took that weekly
Oil.
kickoff level off my charts too. Probably find it.
Let's see here. Oil selling off. 50-50 on the tilt across the board here. Jack, you mentioned the 74.30s up here as that level. Clearly the market responding to that. Any movement in the options market at all?
Yeah, and just a reminder for everyone, that's not a options level. That's like a technical. That's 50-day simple moving average in the SPX lines up with 74.30 in the ES. And just to recap, I think that's important. We haven't closed below that since early April, I believe. And we just avoided it with that squeeze at the end of the day yesterday from closing below it, I believe. Let me see. It would have been close. Where are you, squeezy? We closed kind of like right at it. So that's the area for me.
Yeah.
What do you say, Dakota?
I'm saying NASDAQ's looking to test the low end of this range. My stop loss is at 444, and stop loss is a better entry. Maybe.
VWAP stick save. VWAP stick save. All right.
This is that level, Coach Jay. These 340s, 330s. We'll see how we react here. I might get into it again.
That's a VWAP test right there. VWAP moved up. I think when you got on here, VWAP was somewhere around 430s. And then it moved up to these 440s right here. Nice test there. No selling below it just yet. Could this just be the range trade right back up here?
Does it seem like these markets are doing Friday things right now?
Yep.
Yep.
What do you mean by Friday things, Hogue?
Well, we had some pretty decent movement earlier, and it's just turned into a little bit of a chop. Again, you can make money in chop, but then you'd call it range.
True.
Absolutely.
We got right now. Go ahead, Hogue, please.
I was just going to say, I think the cleanest thing we're looking at right now is this break in crude.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm just going to point out the semiconductor index that I follow, SOX, is down over 5% today, 5.25%. We got memory selling back off now. SanDisk off 7.8%. Micron is back to down 4.75%. Nvidia's down 1.5%. Every day is a rotation day now. Every day is a rotation day.
Would you expect the equities to be down more, Jack, with those percentages?
No, because someday it will be. Maybe that's when we get the limit down. But sort of the story of the market over the last, maybe even since COVID, is that it just kind of goes up, and then certain sectors are just rotating, getting hammered.
Something's balancing it out. Yeah. That makes sense.
We saw yesterday, like memory was up huge. SanDisk was up like 20% or something like that. And
yeah, I mean, you got Micron down 4.6, but then you got Microsoft up 4.5. So And Microsoft's the
That's
heavier
the
weighted, so
rotation.
it balances it out. Yeah, right.
That's the part I don't think sustainable is you have like this seesaw between the hardware providers and the hyperscalers.
Right. Yeah. And they're just passing money to each other.
Don't forget, we got SpaceX going to be joining the NASDAQ. Is it next week?
Next
or the
week?
week after?
July 6th, I think. So
2
maybe
weeks.
it's the week after.
Yeah, 2 weeks. That is 2 weeks from now.
Fire's not in here. I gotta
Monday,
get
July
out. I'm
6th.
flat. Minus
All right.
800.
It's out there, Dakota. Trying it one more time. I see the idea, right? Potential range trade there. We're seeing a little bit of a break here though. 29,420s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's see if the S&P wants to go back down to a view up here, 7404. Tilt 60% short right now. 55% short in the NASDAQ. Crude oil down 4.5%, Hogue. Is there a caveman potential here?
Yeah,
Hogue?
beg your pardon?
Back down.
Is there a caveman trade potential here in crude? Where would the risk go if I just wanted to get short crude right here? Is that a bad trade?
Well,
Am I chasing?
it's not necessarily bad because you want it to hold below 69.
Yeah.
It just gave us a little bit of a pullback, so that it's like 68.80 area doesn't look too bad. There were a couple of lows there earlier, a little while ago in the session. We traded kind of back to them. We didn't quite get to them. I still think that there's more legs to the downside to this, and I think it would have happened a little bit earlier and a little bit faster if we didn't have some of the news that came out.
Right.
But technically, what I'm looking for is a bunch of shorts here pushing more people into getting out or getting into short positions, and so not necessarily seeing the kind of tempo that I would be looking for on a break of this magnitude, but it's still happening.
Yeah, got you. And I'm surprised we got this question in the chat, but I'll answer it. What is a caveman trade?
From Jasper
Market
Disco.
down, I
Great
sell.
name, great name.
Market down, market red, I sell. Market green, I buy. That is the caveman trade. Just identify the trend and you get in with it.
Selling the lows or buying the highs.
Yep.
Hopes of higher highs or lower lows.
Market move, I click
I'm
button.
back in from
And,
454.
There we go. Same size 3?
I added to this one. So 6.
All right.
Just this.
54s, nice little pop there. Iran and Oman customs chiefs propose a joint committee to implement a customs agreement. That's a headline that just came out there. Got London close coming up in about 12 minutes here. Yeah,
Gold
I
is
hate
just
that
not
market,
going to
Hogue.
let
I'm
us
not
make our money back in gold today. It's just
Nope.
back and forth over weekly kickoff high. I hate it when that happens, but it does tend to happen.
Yeah. Says, thanks for your donation. We're going to settle here.
Yeah, right.
Maybe later in the day. There's a a lot of time, especially on Fridays, we see gold movement after settlement, right? Gold settles before everything else, but we get those post-settlement trades. So it could be an interesting one to continue to watch. Like we said, Hogue, it feels like the right level, maybe the wrong timing right now. That volatility has definitely come out of that market after the rally. So maybe something you hold on to into the end of the session. Maybe after lunch, we see some more volatility there. Coda long 3 or a couple micros now, 6 micros from 454s here.
Yeah, 454s. I mean, we hit this zone that we got, right? We popped off. It went a little bit lower, and now we're getting a bounce that I was looking for, and it left a nice wick. Just get chopped up a little bit on the way down. And one thing about getting in, you're either right about timing and direction. Gotta get both of them. But this is the trade I was looking for. I don't mind taking a couple losses and getting back into it. Look for a push back up to that level. There's a lot of buying that just stepped in right there.
That's pretty nice there. Positive
It's 100
delta in the
points.
NASDAQ for the session. 480s. 100 points from that low. Yeah, nice move here, Dakota. And looks like we might be getting some more oil doing this stair-step pattern here. I go cliff diving in a second. 74.24. I did see a trader in the chat. Go ahead, Hogue.
I was just going to say, right, we're back to negative delta in the S&Ps. We
Yes,
still
we
got a
are.
whiff of longer time frame buyers in here.
Huh. What are
Good
they
for you,
saying?
Dakota.
Are they
See if we
going to
get
try to
follow
close
through on it.
this back above that 50 moving average that Jack was talking about? It's just the way to do it. And we still see all these bids stacked here. I know they're not a ton of size,
Wow.
but a couple of hundred lots, but there's nothing else on the book and there's not a ton of volume trading right now. So
Mm.
I'm gonna take one off at
interesting.
520s.
All right. Taking some profits here.
New 5-minute candle just starting. We got the bottom of the hour in 10 minutes.
London close. 68.72s. I'm watching you, Oil. I am watching.
It's slick.
Yeah, it is, Hogue. It is.
I mean, it's clear what the resistance is that needs to be popped here. I'm looking at the ES. There's like three things lining up here. We have the 50-day simple moving average in the SPX. We have the top of the implied range in the SPX options. The zero dates from the open this morning is right around here too. And then lastly, we have the center of this EKG range we had yesterday into last night. Are we bursting through or going back down?
Let's see, we are just chopping around settlement right now in the S&P. The Dow back above settlement here. The Russell still below as well, and oil looks like it might want to take that next step lower here. If somebody comes in with like 50 contracts in oil, they could push this market another 50 cents. Hogue, it looks like.
Yeah,
is it going to hit the gas pump?
RBOB gasoline futures are down 3% right now, so maybe.
There we go.
I think it is time to fill my tank, and I got to take a drive this weekend. So maybe today we will see.
Time for a road trip.
Can't fill my Sienna with RBOB futures, Jay.
Jack,
you could hedge.
I'm
You
thinking
could hedge
the
your gas
S&Ps
costs.
are going to resolve to the upside.
Okay.
Values moving higher, points of control moving higher, delta negative. You're going to get your breakout to the upside.
Let's get it. This 29,500 level is being sticky, Hogue.
A little sticky here. 29,506. 74.25.
I mean, it's
Jack,
5 minutes. There's a little downward channel, and you're right at the top of that channel. If we can just push above these 500s, 520s, I think you'll be sitting pretty. Let's give it a. Here we go.
The good old Here we go. Let's get it. Yeah,
Here we go.
I like this position. This is a position where if it wasn't a Friday, I might be able to hold a little portion of it over a day or two.
Well, let's cook now. Come on.
Okay, we're above it.
29,540s. Here we go. Oil new lows.
You see new highs in the ES.
Euro. Let's see it. High of the day, 74.54 quarter. Coming up to this IB high here, Hogue. Jack, I'm coming to you with your news pack in a second, but we might see some potential volatility in these markets here. It's the interesting thing about live TV and uncertainty in the markets. We never know. Yeah, right.
It sucks because we have to plan things that that we have to do sometimes, and then it's like, don't turn away. It's moving. It's like I don't know what to tell you, man.
If we knew how to perfectly plan all of these segments, you'd be looking at 4 billionaires on the stream. It's like, wait, the markets are going to move now. Go ahead.
Yep.
We'll get it. But Dakota, nice trade we got going on here.
Sign my checks.
What price are you long from, Dakota? Here, you're somewhere in the 400s.
454. 454. I just took
Beautiful
another
trade.
one off. I'm long 4 from 454. Let's see if we could get through to these session highs in the NASDAQ. And very confident about it. Don't want to say I'm overconfident about this because ACH, but this is looking like the momentum I've been waiting for, and happy with this position from a great location. It's a shame
the
that
volatility
it
in
chopped
the
up a little bit.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Here we go. We get through these 560s.
Volatility in the NASDAQ is insane. In an hour, we got a 250 point pullback from the high of the regular trading hour session. We're already halfway back through that here. The S&P getting ready to test that IB high of the regular trading hour session. The Dow starting to catch a little bit of a bid here as well. London close coming up in about 4 minutes.
All right. Let's get it. Buyers step right back in. Let's get through these 60s. There we go.
Seeing some positive
Here we
delta
go,
coming
here
in
we
here
go.
as well. So there's some cavalry is on its way. Dakota, we are continuing to push
love it.
29,570s here.
We're gonna take one
74.34
more
last trade.
off right at the top of that candlestick. There's a little bit of resistance there. Took one off. Still have 3 on as a, do I say runner for 3.
Beautiful trade.
And there's a nice breakout.
We get some covering into the London close.
New session highs, yes.
Yep.
There it is.
By a tick.
Hogue, at this point, do we start to gauge? Would you still? Are you still gauging the auction in relation to the initial balance?
It's just one data set. That's just the early auction. The auction's been to the upside. Value's been moving higher. Point of control has been moving higher. I'm buying dips is what I'm doing here.
Got you. 74.35s here. Nice consolidation around that settlement price in the S&P, and maybe accumulation for the next distribution to the upside here. Can we get a new high of day test, overnight high in the S&P high of the day? 74.54 and a quarter. Dakota still long 3 micro NASDAQ here. Seeing that push maybe slow down just a little bit. So I think we can get to that news pack if you are good to go here, Jack, and then we'll get Hogue out of here. Let's hit that news pack, Jack.
Awesome. Yeah, let's do it. As Andre said yesterday, lick the stamp, send it. All right. Here's the chart I referenced earlier, and it was a nice lead-in because you were talking about how volatile the NASDAQ is right now. The NASDAQ VIX and the S&P 500 VIX, which we know is just the VIX, is the largest spread since 2003. So they're looking for about 2% daily moves in the NASDAQ versus 1.25% in the S&P 500. Why is this? Well, there's huge dispersion under the hood, right? We got trillion-dollar companies moving 20% in a day. Lots of volatility there. Been 23 years since we've seen it. Size accordingly in the NQ. You know why? Because nobody knows anything. Let's take a look at the next slide. One thing you can be certain of is that the Fed funds rate versus the Fed funds futures is almost always wrong. Those dotted lines there at different points in time plot what the Fed funds futures curve look like. And you can see that they're full. This goes back to 2008. They're always higher in the future, and then they miss. Obviously, see the COVID there. So yes, we quote things like the Fed Watch, which is based on SOFR futures. But the truth is, just like equity markets, they move around, and folks are almost never right. So sync accordingly. Speaking of which,
that chart looks like
go ahead.
That chart looks like my platform when I was trying to figure out which indicator was going to give me the right answer.
Yeah. It looks like if you ask me at the beginning of each year, like how many days are you going to go to the gym versus like the actual is what this chart kind of looks like. unbelievable that they're this wrong for so long. And speaking of which, I have one more example more recently. Let's take a look at the next one here. I did see both of these yesterday. Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan says we're in a bull market. Today, JP Morgan warns of extreme retail leverage is starting to unwind, potentially triggering a multi-month tech stock correction. So, which is it, JP Morgan? Which is it?
Depends what trade they're in. It sounds like somebody needed some exit liquidity potentially.
Oh dang!
Speaking
All right,
of
well,
which,
pump it.
the sellers are heading for the door here.
Look at
Very nice
this.
trade we got going on.
Wow, I'm
Dakota,
gonna take another.
29,006. Beautiful trade. Go ahead.
I'm going to take a couple
Your
off
trade,
right
talk
here.
about it.
Right at these session highs. Up 170 points here in this live account. And it is cooking. Take another one off at these 640s. Wow. Wow. Almost 200 points buying that dip.
And we are
And
running.
we are just ripping higher.
Hold your horses. I'm adding
What do we
a
got, Jack?
level here. 73.85 SPX options. Running into perhaps something that
We
could
got Cash
slow
Kari
it down a
speaking right
bit
now.
here. 74.53 is the futures price.
74.53, right below that
Yeah,
high
we got-
of the day.
Wow. Wow. I think I'm going to call it. I think
About
I'm going to call
100
on this one. Yeah.
Save one.
200 points. 200 points. Let's finish it off with that. Live account, 200 points.
What
Hell of
a
a
day.
day to start on this live account, too.
What a way to start that
Nice
live account.
trade,
All long
Dakota.
trades.
Yeah, all long. All long.
Stopped out on a few, but the top step tip of the week, stick to your strategy. The trade was never invalidated, Dakota. Stopped you out a couple of times, but that is how you stick to your guns, manage your risk so you are able to take the trade when it presents itself. Beautiful trading there, Hogue. Dakota. Hogue, we are going to see you in a bit for the morning highlights, and we're definitely going to cover that trade. We're going to let you get out of here, Hogue. We'll see you back in just a little bit. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
No, just don't get all biffed up, man. It's Capital Preservation Friday. See you in just a few minutes for the morning highlights. Jay, Jack, Dakota, always a pleasure. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
See you, Hogue.
Peace out.
We got Cash Kari speaking right now. That was the London close, maybe a little London close cover right there. Market's been short all day.
Yeah.
Seeing a pop there. We still got that negative delta in the S&P, and we got a new jack level up here, 74.53s. Comments from Cash Kari. I'm concerned about inflation, especially in services. I'm seeing some signs of life in the labor market. Inflation move up, not just about oil and the Middle East. I see a rates hold in 2027. It was an appropriate time to reset the FOMC statement. I have one rate hike penciled in for 2026. We're going to have to see how no forward guidance works. Also, OpenAI headline here. OpenAI is set to limit the GPT 5.6 rollout after a call from the Trump administration. So that's the second OpenAI headline we got today. They're not on the calendar for IPOs just yet. And now the president is saying, hold up on that rollout.
I
president's
heard
administration
rumors
is.
that they were talking about maybe pushing that IPO back in next year.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably the biggest one that we're looking for coming up, right?
OpenAI
or
and Anthropic.
Anthropic, right? Interesting. Wonder if Anthropic still goes this year. Nice out on that trade, Dakota.
Yeah, yeah. That was the high of that move. Those 650s.
Beautiful
Sometimes
trade
you get
there.
lucky like that one, I guess.
Hey,
Practice it enough.
I mean,
Say luck.
nice.
Go ahead.
No. Finish that statement.
I was gonna say luck is in the crossroads between preparation and opportunity. What is that saying?
Did you read that off a pillow?
No, that's fellow.
just checking.
Nice out. Yeah, the NASDAQ did not take out that initial balance high up at 665 and a quarter. The S&P did. It's like one of those like stickers you put on peel off and put on your wall. It's a decoration.
Oh, come on.
Lake house stuff. They're right. Live, laugh, love. You should get some pillows with trading sayings. That'd be, if anyone's got the merch department, that would be something that I'd
Oh,
buy some of that. We're
that's
selling
good
off a little
merch.
bit
That
here.
is good merch. Speaking of merch, if you want any Topstep merch for your favorite trader out there, shop.topstep.com. You can find some Topstep mugs, onesies for your new trader baby out there. A bunch of stuff. Shop.topstep.com.
There you go. Did you read that off a pillow? That's fine. That's like Andre's. Just put on a stamp and send it. Or what do you say?
Yeah.
Lick it, put it on. What was that?
Yeah.
Andre said.
We could put a stamp on it and send it.
Yeah.
Yesterday or the day before a trade. Andre will be back next week. I think, is today Andre's birthday? I
The
guarantee you
28th.
the 28th. Okay.
28th.
Okay. He's not taking it off, right?
I guess it's a weekend, so
He is?
maybe that's why
He's
he's
one of
off
those
today.
guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Valley Trader says live, laugh, love is a red flag or a green flag. If you know, you know. 74, 41, 50 last trade here in the S&P, 29,598 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Yeah, Andre said he got some weekend plans. Courtney, we don't have to talk about that.
Oh, I saw it though. He's out of town. I appreciate that you worked yesterday. There's this ongoing, like, I guess Andre's on vacation, so I'll let it slide. But, I work on my birthday if it's a weekday, like a red-blooded American. I think past the age of 14, you should take the day off work for your birthday. That's insane.
I won't say who. Do you remember there's somebody on Topstep TV who took a whole week off for their birthday every year?
Now you have to guess who. Yes.
Interesting.
Have fun, Andre.
If you had to guess, chat, who is that person that takes a whole week off for their birthday? Let us know in the chat. Who do you think it is? We are seeing more bids stepping up here in the NASDAQ, 29,630s. Is there room to settlement here? 29,724.75. It's been a great day of trading so far. And usually I'm on after the segment after this one, asking for a vibe check in the chat, but I am going to take off after this one. So let's get a vibe check going on right now. Who is trading well out there? Who's up on the day, down on the day? Anything that you've learned for the day? People are saying it's MP, maybe Mandy, Hogue. A lot of MP
My guess
votes
would be
out
Mandy.
there.
My guess
Mandy
is
takes
Mandy.
a full week off.
We'll
Yeah, we
reveal
get it
during
back there.
Power Hour today
Yeah, here we go.
what the correct answer was. I can't say because I think I know exactly who it is. We're pumping back up to that options level, highs of the session, ES in reach. What a day.
There's that IB high in the NASDAQ. Take a peek above it. Those 753s there, Jack. Slowing down for right now, but let's see. This looks like it's still on the bid. Whoever bought Crude at 68.60s, nice trade. Trading 68.86 right now. 41.04 last trade in gold. Is that going to make a new high? We are on the bid
NASDAQ's
here. Dakota,
pumping.
did you lock out that live account?
You know what, Jay? You mentioned it. I'm gonna do it. I was thinking
I
about it for
mentioned
a
something
second.
else, Dakota.
Honestly, if you think about locking out, it's probably the best thing to do. So, yes, I will do it right here, right now. Give me a second. Manual lockout. All day. Yes. There we go.
Great way
Locked
to
out.
start. Great way to start that live account. Green on the screen first day. And it's not just about the first day, it's about the consistency in the account and following that process. A really nice job there, Dakota. 29,670s now in the NASDAQ, seeing some price discovery above the initial balance high at this point. Is there some volume behind that? We got another jack level up here in the S&P 74.53s. Markets are on the bid here. The Dow on the bid as well. Russell trading 30, 40s last trade here in the Russell. Micro Bitcoin, biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 2% on the day. The hodlers win
Okay, I
for
took
today. We
2
back above
MES
60,
here
60K.
short.
All right. Short 2 right here, right now, Jack.
Yeah. We're at the top of this. That was kind of impulsive.
Love that.
At least you
I
can
got
admit
into
it.
it before. I got into it before. Like, this is a bad lesson here. I got into it before I looked at where I want my stop, and I'm realizing the stop that I want is like 20 points. I don't know if I want to stick around for that.
Let's see here. Yeah, hoop cattle. For all the cattle traders out there, one of the things I look for is, capitulation type of volume. And at the lows of the day in cattle, which is pretty big size, we had, we look at all these block orders, Jack, in the S&P and the NASDAQ, 1,000 contracts trade in the S&P in a second. We had 250 contracts traded in a second right at the low of the day in cattle, and we're up about 0.5% from there. So bunch of different markets to trade, and cattle with a nice pop there. Hope you caught some of that. Oil back on the bid here. Kashkari saying the Fed may need to raise rates amid broad inflation.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Dakota, I know you're flat here. You're locked out. But if you were scouting for an opportunity, what would it be here?
Long and strong, baby. Long and strong.
Just carrying it long and strong. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, we just hit session highs, and I think we get some follow through here. But I don't mind shorts. It's a two-way trade market. I'm directional on longs. We had that nice pullback and got the continuation move right there. That session I'm looking for, we was tapping into it yesterday or last night even. 800s, 850s to 860s. That's my next major level of resistance. Maybe the NASDAQ could come up and test those 850s, 860 level.
New highs of the day here in gold, 41.1070s. Hogue, if you're still listening, great job not chasing that one again. Gold was trying to tempt us into a short there, and would be a losing trade at this point, up 20 points for where I was looking to short it. Tilt 50-50 in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ, 60% long in gold, and 50-50 in crude. Crude back on the bid here, 68.98/trade in crude. Jack short a couple micro S&P. 15 minutes until the top of the hour here. Looking at that delta in the S&P, positive now. It was negative for a lot of the session. We're seeing maybe some unraveling of that and maybe some buying coming in here. Positive 800 now. NASDAQ has been positive all day, positive 1,700 here. Highs of the day there in the S&P. Settlement in the NASDAQ, 29 to 724. We're going to let this one cook, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's only 2 micros. I don't think we went through the top of those EKG things here.
Yeah. Let's see. I think we're, like you were saying, we're above the 50 daily in the SPX, and we're coming up on it in the futures here. 74.61 is that price.
Okay.
See what happens up there. New highs of the day in the Dow as well. Settlement test potentially here in the NASDAQ. Seeing some buying above IB high now. 29,724.75.
700s. Here's the 700s in the NASDAQ. We're at settlement. This is settlement for the NASDAQ.
Yes, it is.
Right? What a market.
Yes, it is. A lot of traders in the chat looking for settlement here. Take a look at this quote board. We quoted it earlier in the day, but the energies are down. RBOB down 2.85, heating oil down 3.06, crude down 4%. Upside, platinum up 1.91, micro Ethereum now up 1.92, and micro Bitcoin, biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 2%. Talk about our big four. We mentioned crude down 4%. The S&P up just under 0.5%, 0.46%. Gold up 1.5%. and the NASDAQ back to flat on the day, down 0.06%. The NASDAQ was down almost 1.5 at the lows of the day. And
Yeah,
nice little
it's all recovered,
recovery
man.
here.
Microsoft's
Nvidia-
up 5%.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yes. Microsoft's up 5. Meta's up 2.5. Tesla up 3. We got Micron. It's only down 3%. We were down on like almost 5 too. So everything's just recovered. Continue that conversation about shorting the markets. Stocks go up.
Kashkari saying, I am not seeing the all clear sign in the Middle East. The goal is to lower inflation without employment damage. Kashkari not sounding very bullish here, but maybe the market's just like, Neil, take a seat. We got this. Still on the bid here. Made a new high of the day there in the S&P 74.59s. Again, that 50-day moving average in the S&P 74.61.
Even gone.
Andrew, I appreciate that. It's hard to be. It's like, I love this comment. Good job, Jay. Your commentary is nice. Not as good as Andre, but you hold it down. That's like saying, hey, you know what? You're a great basketball player, Michael Jordan. You're not as good as LeBron James, but you do a decent job. I appreciate that, Andrew.
I agree with that. That's fair. Yep.
United Health up 2.7%. At least that's bailing my butt out.
Yeah.
Yeah, stir up chat.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, and let's bring in JD for a little bit of updates on our traders for the day. Who do we got, JD?
We've got a great list of traders to share with you today. Let's start with yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Look at this list. All right, up at the top, Julian K, $68,241 trading the NASDAQ in a 50K live funded account. This makes another 5 winning days in the live funded account for Julian. Eligible for another payout. Julian has already taken over $100,000 in payouts so far this year. I've got a couple more payout numbers to share on this P&L list too. Hang on a second. Bowie, $42,032 trading a 100K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Bowie is continuing to crush it. Over $230 in total payouts so far this year. He's sitting on top of 9 winning days in the live account right now, so eligible for another payout. Surpassed the 30-day mark a long time ago, so also eligible for daily payouts in the live funded account. Bowie making all the right moves. Lucas H, $34,168 trading in a 150K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Lucas has over $185,000 in payouts so far this year, too. This whole list is a bunch of all-stars. Jiwei, just saw him on the live leaderboard, kicking butt again today. Picked up $31,039 in profits yesterday, trading a 50K live funded account in the NASDAQ. We're going to see his name on the payout board in just a minute. Turned around yesterday, made 31 grand, turned around and took a $45,000 payout. You know, that's the way these traders are going now. Jan, $15,535. Jan is 1 winning day away from that first live funded payout. Go get that money, Jan. All right. Those are your P&L numbers. Let's take a look at payouts here. Just talked about him. 31 grand in profits yesterday. He's on the live leaderboard again today. $45,000 payout yesterday. Jiwei, top on the list. Shintaro, $27,000 in payouts yesterday. Eden, $22,762. Kilaru, $15,720. And Victoria rounds out the top 5 with a cool $14,980. Let's call it 15 grand payout yesterday. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders. All-star list, Pro Bowl traders, every single one of them. That's what I got. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, JD, and shout out to all of those traders.
Nice
Way to put some
work.
money in your pockets.
I want to be like them.
Hey,
One day.
the way you started today, that's how you do it. That is how you do it. We got Jack Short 2 Micro ES 7451s here. Seeing a little bit of hesitation to that buy side. Back inside the initial balance here in the NASDAQ, 29,644 and a quarter. The Dow pulling off of its highs. Gold still hanging out at its highs here. 41.10s last trade there in gold, getting ready to make a new high of the day potentially. Oil did pop above 69s for a little bit there, and $69 is Hoag's weekly kickoff low in oil. 68.88 last trade there.
So shorts are working.
Go to that LeBron. Hopefully the YouTube algo is just keeping on to how many comments we get in the chat. Because anytime you mention LeBron and Jordan, we get a spike.
Yeah.
So keep doing what you do,
If
chat.
that's
And hit
the
that thumbs
case-
up button if you haven't done so already.
Yeah. Let's hear it. One, if you are for Michael Jordan. Two, if you're for LeBron James.
There you go. There you go.
If you want the comment, Jack immediately with the one.
Yeah, I have a
There we
6-second
go.
head start on everyone.
Let us know in the chat and YouTube. Look at all the
Everyone's
engagement
doing
that we're
Crude.
getting.
Yeah, look at this. Look at that. We're influencing. We're
Yeah.
influencing. It's not sim. I'm in a live account. We're influencing here today.
Let's try this one more time.
Andrea.
Hit the thumbs up button if
With
you
the
are
M-
hit the thumbs up button
Jordan.
if you're a Jordan fan.
Not
Also
your
hit the thumbs up button if you are a LeBron fan. Also hit the thumbs up button if you couldn't care less about basketball. Also hit the thumbs up button
Share.
if Messi's the GOAT. And we got some selling coming in
something
here
hit.
in these markets here. What just happened?
Something's going on.
Yep. This is where we
100
are
points.
looking for news
They're
sources
reacting
for potential
negatively.
here. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Trump on Truth Social.
Chat is. It's the MGA fan.
Here we go.
Reacting.
Here's the headline. Trump on Truth Social. The Islamic Republic of Iran shot at least 4 one-way attack drones at ships transversing the Strait of Hormuz. One of the drones solidly hit the upper deck of a large and very expensive cargo carrying ship. Damage was done, but the ship was able to proceed on its way. We knocked down 3 other drones. Obviously, this is a foolish violation of our ceasefire agreement. President Donald J. Trump. That is coming out on Truth Social right here, right now, and that is why you don't fall asleep in these markets. Gold selling off. Crude oil on the bid, 69.30s last trade there in crude, 74.38s. Nice short here we got going on Jack. 74.40s last trade here in the S&P, 29.570s last trade in the NASDAQ. Go ahead, Jack.
Oh, nothing. Just watching it. Sometimes the stuff
Yeah.
works out. I was waiting to see what the news was, so I just pulled back any profit targets. We'll just let it go. I'm going to be away during the next hour, so I don't want this to become a loser now. So we'll just pull the break even. I won't be by my computer. Hopefully, we get full profit.
Nice.
Let's see here. Maybe all roads back to VWAP 7404 is there. And that is how quickly markets can change. We will see how that
Ain't that the truth?
transpires through the rest of the day. Again, Trump on Iran shot at least 4 one-way attack drones at ships transversing the Strait of Hormuz. Says this is a foolish violation of our ceasefire agreement. Oil back on the bid. Gold selling off here now. Hogue, if you want it, I think we can maybe finally get some flow to the downside here in gold. 4100s back at 4100 here. 29,598 slash trade here in the NASDAQ. Wow. Just that quick. And that's why you never over leverage. That is why you never over leverage, because you never know. 64% short tilt now in the S&P. And now the question is, with that happening, who wants to hold a position into the weekend?
Not me.
Yeah.
Maybe who is it? I know Andre knows. Maybe you guys remember. Someone holds
his
one-
old
boss
yeah.
used to be. Although that, as of late, would be a pretty bad strategy, just because they now pump everything before Globex open on Sunday.
Yeah, you'd have to close like right at Globex open. That gap down and it just immediately gets bought right back up.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes a gap up.
comes the
Oil still
sellers.
holding bid here, 69.40s. And this is where we start to see that correlation play out, right? Oil catching a bid, equities start to sell off. It matters, and it doesn't matter until it does, it seems like. And Kashkari, that comment from Kashkari, what was that, 10 minutes ago? I am not seeing the all clear sign in the Middle East. because things like that are susceptible to happening. So maybe Neil was onto something.
Thank you, Neil.
NASDAQ coming back down to VWAP here. Potentially 29,466 last trade VWAP in the NASDAQ.
What a
Vladislav
market.
selling, boys. We're selling. We are starting to
selling.
sell here. Yeah, yeah, Jack.
NASDAQ's down 200 points from the high.
Yeah.
Where's IB high in the S&P? We're right back at IB high here in the S&P. That price is 74.36. We just tapped into it, holding above it right now. So do a little diagnosis here. That was 1,200 contracts traded in a second in the S&P there, 400 in the NASDAQ. Is there more behind that is the question.
Yeah.
President comments on Truth Social. Say it again, Dakota.
You say that's old news now. Let's
right.
Yeah, let's go back to plan.
Yep, go back
to the plan.
Back to the plan.
Back to the plan.
Jay, time goes by so fast, man. Whenever I'm on
It
here
does.
with you guys.
It does, man. I can't believe we're already at the top of the hour here. Got to make some space soon for Hogue and his morning highlights. Dakota, nice day to start out that live account. Anything you want to share with our audience before you head into the weekend?
No.
Don't say no. Okay, fine. Say no.
The pillow talk, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know. What did I say? It was something. Yeah, luck. Luck is is the crossroads between preparation and opportunity.
There you go. There you go. Took advantage of the opportunities in this market. Jack, we will see you back on Topstep TV later today. Oh, actually, you're off the rest of the day.
No,
So,
I'm back
got
for the
this
reversal
trade.
challenge. I will be here.
Okay.
I mean, we're about to be. I'm gonna flatten this pretty soon. We didn't get the follow through I wanted, so I just moved the stop in the profit a little bit so we don't lose money on it. It went decently against us first, so I'm fine with that result. And we're
Right.
out. Okay, yeah, we're up $20.
There we go. $20 there. Great trading. Great start to the show, but we got a lot more to do on Topstep TV. Morning highlights coming up with Hogue, and then after that, we got power players, JD, VWAP, George, and John S. That is sure to be a great show. If you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Thanks for hanging out this morning. We could not do these shows without you all. We got more Topstep TV coming up. Let's go.
right, it is time for the morning highlights. Hopefully, you're having a wonderful day and seeing lots of green on your screen. So, what's going on in these markets today, huh? Well, gold got a nice move back up to the weekly kickoff low. We were looking for that to be a little bit resistant. Instead, it's become a little bit magnetic. I tell everybody all the time when that happens, it can get a little bit toxic for me. I have a tendency to get chopped up, and that's what happened. We did not take the opening range trade in gold today. It did not trigger us cleanly into a position. There's the opening range, that little yellow thing there. Very small opening range. The market was kind of opened with a little bit of a yawn, but certainly we're seeing these markets moving now for sure. Take a look at the 5-minute chart here. And so we were looking at that weekly kickoff level as a kind of an opportunity for either continuation above or a failure above and a move to the downside. We tried shorts, got a little chopped up on those, tried another short, made a little bit money back on that. And we've really just been kind of watching, because when this happens, when there is no real visible decision in the longer time frames, and the market starts to span both sides of the of one of these weekly kickoff levels, it becomes very difficult to trade. You really don't expect the market to really hang around these levels for very long, and when they do and they start to range around them, that's one of the things that gets me a little chopped up, and that's what got me today. Let's take a look at crude oil. We didn't really have too much as far as an early opportunity for crude oil. By the time the market did trigger us, we were kind of out of thinking about taking this trade. Now, I always like to go back and look at the 30-minute chart. Market opened spanning the low from yesterday. We are seeing now, if we can find some sort of acceptance below that weekly kickoff low 69. It was supportive the night before last. It was supportive last night. We've broken down below it, but we're not necessarily seeing the kind of price action that I would look for after holding this level for so long. I was looking for a lot more stops down there. There was, of course, some news that came out about things going on in Iran. Apparently, they threw a few drones at 4 ships. One of them was hit. So that certainly changed the face of this market, at least for the time being. Back to the 5-minute again. So by the time we would have been triggered in, we would have been long. Would have had a decent opportunity for an upside profit on that. But if we were trying to hold on to it, eventually the market did come down and would have taken out our stop. So good call on both crude and gold on not taking the opening range trade. Here's the S&Ps. Let's take a look again at a longer time frame. The market opened lower. We did open with a gap. The gap was closed relatively quickly. We looked last night below weekly kickoff low 73.70. Failure of any extension below that. We opened and we looked below it again, and we rejected, and we have seen some pretty decent buying coming in. We mentioned early in the session we saw negative delta, which wasn't able to push price lower, had a little bit of a whiff of some longer time frame buyers in this market. We're back to negative delta now at the highs. Those buyers may still be here. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. Mo came in short 2 MES at 73.96. He got out of those at an average price of about 73.75, right as we were kind of coming into the market and checking, into fast markets. He started looking for some more trades, and he was short 3 times today, and he did manage to take some profits on one of those trades, but he started getting aggressive as price continued to push higher. He was looking for opportunities for shorts, and he was patient, and he finally got into 10 shorts here, 10 MES to 74.23, and it didn't take too long. The price action just did not pay him. He took about a 10-point loss on those 10 contracts. As far as the S&Ps are concerned, the house, we got short 2 MES at 74.51. We did get some pretty decent price action as that news about those 4 ships in the Strait of Hormuz came out. But pretty short-lived move. Jack did move the stop to a little better than break even, ended up getting out of those at about a $20 profit. Now, let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Yes. Here we go. 30-minute. Market opens inside range below value. The market looked lower, didn't take out the overnight low, didn't quite make it to the weekly kickoff lows, 29,130 even. We were in the session early in fast markets. I said, that's going to be, that might end up being kind of important, because what doesn't happen, we didn't even get to the weekly kickoff low. What doesn't happen is sometimes as important as what does. Market started to rally. We started one time framing higher. We had 1 30-minute bar close inside of value from yesterday. We've had 2, 3, maybe 4 bars close inside of value from yesterday, indicating reacceptance of previous value from yesterday. If we do maintain price inside of value, and the value low is 29,562. If we do maintain price up there, there's a pretty good probability that price could reach out and hit the upper area, the top of value from yesterday, which is all the way up at 29,843. We don't know, what's going to happen, and we did have some news that said that it may have changed the face of this market for the worse. Okay, we do have a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ here, it looks like. We looked above the initial balance high. We closed that 30-minute bar below that initial balance high. That is a failed upside auction, folks. So if that news was enough to change the face of the market enough, the opposite could come true. So there's a lot of importance in the market being able to maintain above 29,564, the value low area from yesterday. If we give that up, then I can see this market turn around and roll all the way back down to the initial balance low. Again, we haven't finished the value acceptance play. And that news and that failed upside auction, a little bit ominous. This is a reversal pattern. This is saying that the market was advertised at too high a price. Buyers backed off. Sellers took over. A new auction to the downside may be beginning here, particularly so in the NASDAQ. We haven't really necessarily given up the IB high in the S&Ps just yet, but we're getting close. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart. All right. So Dakota was the only one playing trading the NASDAQ on fast markets today. And he was looking for longs from I think the moment he came in. It wasn't very long till he started looking for longs. He had 4 trades today. One of them was a profit. 2 of them were losses, but he never gave up on his strategy and his belief that the market was going to kind of resolve higher at that time. So one of the best trades that he took today, of course, even some of the losses, he's a good risk manager. Even losses can be good trades if they are part of your strategy. We got long 6 MNQ, the last trade he took, 29,454. Got out in pieces. He likes to scale out. He got out of one at 29,520, one at 25.50, one at 29,570, 2 at 29,640, and the last one at 29,630. So a really nice trade. What did he get out of that? 454, 5, 6, almost 200 points on some of those. So really nice trade. Locked out for the day. It was his first day in his live funded account. Great job for Dakota today. On that note, let's take a look at today's quotable quote. Lance Armstrong and Sally Jenkins. Pain is temporary. Quitting lasts forever. I often wonder how many people that try and get into trading, day trading, that work so hard at it, and it's a very difficult thing to do, and it's one of those jobs where you can work for days, weeks, months, or even sometimes years and not make any money at it. But I wonder how many people get to the point where they quit when they're this close to really finding the things that are inside themselves that are going to help them create a profitable strategy and a profitable life in trading. So quitting lasts forever as long as you don't quit. You've always got the opportunity to succeed. Just make the changes you need to make in yourself. On that note, we are headed into Power Players. This is going to be a fun one. We got JD, John S., and George of the VWAP. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching. Don't forget, we've got the Sandbox segment at 1 o'clock. We're going to have Coach Robert here talking about all of the new indicators in the summer of indicators. Going to be a great day. Happy Friday, everyone. Don't get all biffed up. There's still so much to do here on Topstep TV. We are happy you're with us. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's 11:15 in the a.m. Central Time, Chicago time as we call it, which means it's time for Power Players. And we've got the dynamic duo back again. There was Batman and Robin. There was Felix and Oscar. We've got George and John. George of the VWAP and our buddy John. Welcome back, everybody. How's it going? George, what's going on in these markets today? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Down a couple $100 in the XFA. Price action just wasn't agree with some of my setups. So gonna kind of take it easy. Maybe I should really be looking for longs currently. It's like part of my main setup, but there's not really a lot of confluence. And the reason we're down here is because of news. I don't know if we're gonna keep going south or maybe we buy it back up from here. I'm not positive. Staying flat. Currently up about $100 in my combine. I was down in that. Took a trade off this super handy dandy New York anchored VWAP. Got back into the green. So try and be patient.
Very good. Patience is key. As our good friend and mentor, Mr. Hoagland, says, no reason to get all biffed up on a Friday, right? Especially when these tape bombs keep hitting. Oh, man, it's relentless.
Yeah.
John, what's going on in your world? Tell us everything. How's it going today?
It's pretty much the same boat. I stayed out. Again, I was looking for setups, and then price action just started moving really hard, and I wasn't understanding what was going on with the tape bombs. So I was like, okay, if I don't know what's going on here, like, best just leave it alone. So waiting for setups, kind of same as George. George might have taught me that. I don't know. Might have told me it's okay to miss the move. So yeah, I've just been kind of patient. In terms of where we're going, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we test today's VWAP and maybe drop a little bit below.
Oh, very good. Very good. All right.
The way it seems like it's going.
Agreed. Let's look for some setups. Yeah. There's some technicians out there that believe in just pure price action, right? They don't think there's any outside factors that affect what price action is. It's hard to accept that type of, I don't know, thought process when the reality is every time a headline comes across the tape, we see some major movement in these markets. But if you're just ignoring the news and trading the price action, I don't know, do you think that's been a good thing for technical purists, I should say? Are technical purists
I like that
right now?
I like that a lot, JD. I mean, I think I've talked before, and I kind of cut my teeth on like fundamental analysis in the Forex market and got my face ripped off. Like sometimes it doesn't matter what you think is going to happen because of the news. Technical analysis is where it's at. For example, this tape bomb. I mean, I have a logical setup. It's not A+. Could I take it if we start getting buyers? Absolutely. I just want to know when news is coming out. That's what I care about. And so when you have a headline, you don't know if somebody's going to change their mind, if it's going to be from Truth Social or somewhere else, right?
Right.
Iran is a kind of doing the same thing as the other politicians. They're playing a game, and I don't want to be a part of that. I'd like to know when news comes out, and I don't know that right now. That's what's scary about a long or a short right now.
Agreed. Headlines just keep popping up out of nowhere. In fact, there's people getting those headlines way ahead of us. There's services that you can purchase to get access to breaking news milliseconds ahead of everybody else on the planet, right?
Matters.
Those news wires cost buku bucks too. I think it's like $25,000 a month for just a news feed. I know there's a lot of professional trading groups out there that subscribe to these news wires just to build code around news headline algos,
And it's deciphering it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
they search
somebody
for
could yell in my
keywords.
ear that this just happens. What does that mean?
Bloomberg's the most expensive. I see people talking in the chat. There's a couple of them out there though that professional hedge funds are using just to build news headline algos around.
Yeah,
and they trade them. So news News is real, guys. For all the technical purists out there, I get it. But there are people trading the news, so it's important. It's like it's like if there's 1,000 traders in the world and 900 of them are looking at the same indicator. Does that make the indicator important?
Yeah, and then I think you have a little bit of a coding background too, JD, and I've done my fair share. I'm just an idiot in comparison to some of these guys that are building these algorithms. And this was like before AI. I mean, they're actually to work, right? So these things are high speed. If there's anything like that comes close to like the Holy Grail, Goldman Sachs has it. Nobody has the keys to the car, so to speak. So our little algos that we're building off of Chat GPT and stuff, it's not the same thing as what these guys are trading with.
100%. Yeah. Giving away the secret sauce here. I'm going to put on my foil hat and make sure nobody knows what I'm thinking anymore. All right.
We're right up on New York anchored VWAP. I have at 485 3/4. We'll see what we do here. It will really cool not having a bias either, right? So we don't know when news is coming out. We're using technical analysis. What if we bounce here? It might be good for a long, but what if we close underneath and maybe retest that VWAP? Maybe we look at shorts. So we'll see what price does here. I'm on the 1 minute chart, so it gets a little wiggly sometimes. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
We just had. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say too. I'm looking at the same thing, but I've actually got a VWAP band from yesterday's VWAP. That's actually showing a little confluence there. It's right about where the New York this morning's VWAP is, right? And then I've got a level that I drew from a few weeks back, actually, where price action has been a little bit choppy, where there's been indecision. And so, I'm kind of looking for a break. Maybe if we go below 29,450 or so, 460 or so, to me, that would be like, hey, time to short. And then we head down maybe. But it could easily bounce. Who knows what the next tweet's going to say, right?
I'll tell you what the next tweet says. No, we just had a couple of headlines coming out. As we're speaking, the president is talking. Any country that imposes a digital services tax will immediately be met with a 100% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States via Truth Social. This tariff will supersede trade deals made with the country, whether implemented, signed, or not. All right. These headlines, they keep popping and markets are moving. Tell me headlines don't matter. All right.
Yeah,
I'm going to pull up. I'm pulling up a chart of the micro E-mini S&P 500 future. We just bounced off of settlement price, 74.23 is settlement. What do you guys think? Is this thing looks like is this going to roll over? Does resistance become support? Because we're on top of it right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of leaning toward the long side, honestly. I mean, we're above the anchored VWAP from the New York session. John had some confluence there. We're right at the 25% of the initial balance, which is usually my cup of tea. I think I'm going to get into a couple here. Try my share at longs, risking about 50 points here on 2 micros.
Okay.
So let me go a little deeper and go like 80. So we can get under that New York VWAP. We could get blown out of the water here. News could come out and stop us out. But we have plenty of room, both sides of the IR. We have this gap up here, the regularly trading hours gap, all the way up at 29,806. And if you don't think it's possible to hit that, you're trading in a different market than I am. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, that's interesting. You're looking at regular trading hours, not the overnight session. You ever trade in the overnight session, George? Is that not interesting?
That's kind of why I'm a little red in the XFA, to be honest. I stayed up late and I was doing some other stuff. I had the charts open. I go, well, that looks like a pretty good setup. And then took a loss and then took another loss. And I was like, okay, well, I need to slow down a little bit and get back to my cup of tea. So I was testing some stuff out, but it was a completely different strategy than I normally trade, and a different time than I normally trade. So I was lucky enough to recognize that and kind of put away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait for the New York session.
For sure. John, do you do a lot of trading overnight? Or are you a day session kind of guy too?
I used to, but I've kind of transitioned to the day session now. Overnight's hard just because it's so slow. Like to get like it doesn't seem to do very well, at least for me. Like holding for long periods of time, like it takes forever, and so like it seems like it's more amendable to like a scalping strategy where you size up a little bit to try to make a few bucks like really quickly, right? Because the moves usually aren't there. Although, recently, of course, when South Korean stock exchanges are breaking circuit breakers and, there's stuff going on at night. Okay. Yeah. It's a little different, but yeah, it's hard to trade. It's hard to trade for sure.
Understood. I used to trade quite a bit at night. I haven't done it in a long time though.
Was that because of your work hours, JD, where you just felt comfortable, like, okay, I'm not going to trade during the day, and then after work, I'll get on the charts a little bit, or was that just because you kind of grew up in the industry, right? So
yeah, a lot of it was back in the day where I would be holding positions. I did a lot of swing trading also, so I'd be holding positions for multiple days, and I had a very comfortable couch in my office in the Chicago Board of Trade building. So if I had a position on, I wouldn't go home, and I would stay there and work and trade around the position, And sometimes you see opportunity late at night. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you fall asleep and wake up to your notifications dinging in your ear, and you freak out, and you just cancel all, delete all. These things have happened to me. But yeah, different style of trading. I don't make an effort to get up at 2:00 in the morning to trade Asia markets. When I do my analysis in the morning, I get up and I look and see what happened overnight and see if there's any. I look at the news and see what kind of effect that will have on regular trading hours in New York session. That's kind of the way I do it now. I'm not trying to overreach anymore, I guess you could say.
Makes me respect Dakota a lot more when he was trading the Nikkei just overnight, sleeping like a baby and then wake up with money in his account. That's I don't know if you could do that anymore. It's just a different market. It's so crazy.
Yeah, until they get dinged with what was it, 30 grand in slippage on that one trade?
Yeah. Come on, man. I don't even want to have an opportunity to have 30 grand in slippage.
He was max positioned out in his live account, and he fell asleep with no stop on, and that thing went and got him.
Ouch.
It was a tape bomb overnight. Boom. Yeah, liquidity is a real thing when you're trading live markets, guys. Don't ever forget that.
And how's this market been treating you, where the ATR is like 90 points on a 1 minute chart? Like, I mean, you just size down. Is that your go-to?
When volatility increases, that means ranges are getting bigger. Doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at, 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. Those candles are getting wider, right? So volatility is expanding, volume's picking up a little bit. When that happens, you got to manage your risk correctly, right? So if you're only looking to risk a certain amount on every trade, then it might be a good idea to scale down on size and expand your risk parameters just to keep you in a trade a little bit longer. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah. It does.
Mm-hmm.
John, have you traded since like Wednesday at all?
No, I took a break yesterday, actually. So I had some things to do, but no, I mean, you and I talked about that on Wednesday, George, like sizing down to deal with this volatility and, really trying to manage your risk. Cause these candles are just ridiculous. If you've got 5 or something like that on, like, it's really easy to get stopped out when the candles are 50 or 60 points, right? And that's on a 1 minute chart. Like, it's too much. Like, it's really too easy to blow an account doing that,
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm not even close to being right all the time. So yeah, you're wrong once, you're hosed, you're screwed. So that's, yeah, sizing down. Yeah, George and I had a long discussion about sizing down, which is something I need to work on. So
some
And it's
people
just-
love the volatility so much that they size up in it. You know, that's a different animal, though.
It's not me, man. I mean, I've been kind of preaching this a lot. Looks like we're getting ready to hit TP1 here. That's nice. Go ahead and take that.
There we go.
off.
That was a nice buy.
One, we're going to
High
short
enough
some
settlement.
risk. There we go. So I like being more comfortable in trades, right? And with this volatility, if you're trying to do even 5 micros, where's your stop going to be? I mean, we don't have a lot of room in some of these accounts. So in order to trade a little bit more comfortable, you need to size down. And when you are trading a little bit more comfortable, you tend to maybe make the trade last a little longer, right? Let it run a little more instead of freaking out when you get in the green and taking some off real quick, right? So it's all, it's the cliches where it's all about the process and stuff like that. So it's true. So get good at like whatever your process is. And I don't think you can do that if you size up and start freaking out over your P&L. You have to be comfortable in the trade,
Exactly. Yeah. Trading the P&L. That will twist you up more than anything. You're just staring at that number going up and down. You're not even looking at the market anymore.
Yeah, I was telling George a story about that a couple of days ago where I've jumped into trades like that and I'm just staring at it and you literally get tunnel vision and then like it'll go against me and I'll freak out, I'll take a little loss and then I'll look over at the 5-minute chart and I'll go, why the hell was I even in that trade? What did I do? And it's so strange. But yeah, you just start focusing on that number and it's all I had to do was, I mean, you can see my screen. All I had to do was move my eyes a couple inches to the left and look at that 5-minute chart and go, oh, wow, that trend is ugly. Why would I take that trade? But there you go.
And I'm guilty of that too, John.
Losing money.
I'm guilty of that too, where I get so locked in on like the 1 minute. Dude, it's the 1 minute. Just zoom out a little bit and get a little bit of a big picture. You know what I mean? Like I do the same thing.
Yeah. And I do apologize. You were talking to John a minute ago. My name is also John. They call me JD here. And I think I jumped in and answered a question that you were asking John. So my apologies.
Oh, that's all good. I probably didn't have a good answer anyway. So
you have a little bit more experience than both of us, JD. You're more than welcome to answer my questions.
Right. Yeah, and I would rather hear your answer.
We'll take
than
the
what I
advice,
think
sir.
the answer is. Yeah.
Yeah. Love it.
Yeah, you
Love
got to
it.
hear about
I do have a
my
question.
old office setup. Yeah, go ahead, George.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a question in chat. There's a couple people like that are actually from Kansas City. I have T times 72. I like the handle. That's pretty cool. Terrible at golf, but love the handle. Where do I find the KC meetup? At VWAP George. It doesn't matter if it's X or Instagram, or you'll probably find my Discord here and there. So just at VWAP George.
What's the KC meetup? Did you say a KC meetup?
Yeah, so the last like 4 or 5 times I've been on JD, I keep forgetting to mention it or like technical things happen. And so I actually put a note on my chart. Kansas City meetup in August, right?
Oh, so I'm staring right at it. All right.
Yeah. So I knew somebody would ask in chat, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. Now here's my chance we might have a meetup in August. We'll figure it out. Details coming soon, whether it's on the weekend or weekday. Depending on how many people show up is what venue we're going to. We have, a dive bar that we can go to with good food, or we have maybe like the Crossroads District or the City Market where it's a little bit bigger venue. So depending on how many people want to go, we'll adjust. So should be fun.
Cool. That sounds like fun. Kansas City meetup.
Yeah, so KC metropolitan area. Why not? A lot of traders
Sound
from
off
KC.
in the chat. Yeah, sound off in the chat. Who's from Kansas City?
Let's
How many
go.
KC traders we got in here right now?
Hudson was on a few months ago with me. He's going to be there Obviously, John. I mean, if John doesn't show up, I don't even know why I'm having this thing. That'd be pretty silly.
I'll be there.
Actually, Hoop brought a car from Carvana. Love that too. But it's not Kansas. It's actually Missouri. So
Yes, I was just going to read that comment in the chat. Who bought a car from Carvana and says, ew, Kansas. All right, let's take a geography lesson, everybody.
That's right.
The great city of Kansas City resides in the state of Missouri.
That's right.
There you go.
DV, come on by, man. Building a house in Kansas City. That's cool. JD, this World Cup in Kansas City is amazing.
I was just going to ask you about it. Have you guys gone to any games? Are you planning to go to any games? What's the crowd like? Is everybody cool? What's going on there?
John?
Yeah, there's a lot of crowds out and everybody seems cool, but I can't afford to get anywhere near the games. Like I'm good. Just no. But it's cool having everybody in town and seeing the business and seeing people so excited. So I mean, it's really kind of breathed some extra life into the city more than it usually has. So
are they playing at Arrowhead? What's the venue?
Yeah.
It's Arrowhead Stadium.
Very cool.
Cool.
What are ticket prices going for? Over $1,000, I would assume.
Yeah, they're up there.
Oh yes,
they are up there. Have a buddy that actually bought several tickets, and he's doing pretty good in the secondary market, if you know what I mean. Also, the amount of compliments we're getting on our food. I mean, I'm a little overweight, guys, and it's impossible. It's impossible not to be in this city. It's ridiculous, just the barbecue and all that stuff. So you have people from all over the world come in here and then get samplers and stuff. So it's pretty fun. Mm-hmm. It's pretty fun.
Oh yeah,
Kansas City. It's a big barbecue town. One of my favorite barbecue sauces, KC Masterpiece. KC, Kansas City. Not just a clever initial, right?
Oh yeah,
that's right.
Well, don't forget all the microbreweries too. So if you choose to gain your weight through liquid, I mean, there's plenty of that too. You don't really need to eat anything. You can go on the liquid diet and gain 25
JD's
pounds.
Seen me drink some calories.
Yes. In some circles, they do believe that beer is food, right? And George and I went down that road one evening. We certainly did.
Love it.
It happens.
I love it. Yeah, I love it. Good stuff.
Good stuff indeed.
John,
you'll have to tell me,
man.
Yeah,
I was thinking,
let's get back into these markets.
Of going short right here at yesterday's VWAP, but I don't know.
I mean,
don't have a lot of
I'm
confidence
in
it.
like 60 points on this trade, so we can both make money.
Right.
Already took profit. I get it.
Yeah. It's just,
Are you thinking about taking it back down to where I entered? Like,
yes.
Just the structure here.
Yeah, exactly. That structure there. Like you see here where we came up and tested this 29,630 here on the way up the first time, right? We went all the way back to VWAP. We peaked again. And now, like you see this, I don't know, this kind of little bit of chop here the last couple of minutes. Like we're not sure we want to go above this yesterday's VWAP. Like that almost looks like maybe just a small short back down to VWAP, back to where you got in. And I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. I mean, hell, that's 125 points. So like just having one contract on that, I mean, yeah, it's not a bad, I might do it. Let's just do one.
I love it.
I'm going to get in.
Let's do it. Let's check in on the tilt real quick. It's pretty flat. So the consensus of our traders here at Topstep, little indecisive at the moment. We got 55% short. Oh, it just popped up to 57% short in the ES. We're 59% long in the NQ. A little divergence there. Crude oil 64% long, and gold is 53% short. Just for a heads up on what our Topstep traders are doing.
Wow.
John, did you do anything? Did you get in?
Yes, I'm in. I'm short one. I only did one just because,
what
not
price?
a lot of confidence today. I'm in at like 29, 612.
612, got it.
Or 611,
612.
Jeff in
John
chat, I love that idea, man.
Yes, I'm short.
Having the meet up at Boulevard.
Oh,
It's a brewing company
Jeff
in
Metzler.
Kansas City. That'd be fun. Yeah.
Is Jeff from Kansas City also? It sounds like Sodbuster's in Kansas City or around Kansas City.
I think Sodbuster was making fun of me because I was blaming the food on me being overweight.
Oh.
Good old
Man, this
Sodbuster. I
guy.
love that guy, man.
This guy, yeah.
I think it's awesome.
He doesn't let anything slide.
If you can't laugh at yourself,
That's true. That's true.
Very true. George, are you still in a long right now? Also, or
I
did you
am.
cover that fully? Okay.
Yeah, I was in long 2 from 558, and I took profit right at this structure up here, and thought I'd just leave a runner, short up some risk, risking about 20 points on the trade. So,
Gotcha. John, the short's looking better.
It is.
Looking pretty good. You got a nice pullback there. Looking at the NQ chart, short from 611, last trade 604. Couple ticks in the money.
Yep.
We went around the horn. Let's go around the horn and take a look at some prices. 29,606 last trade in the NQ, 74.37 last trade in the ES. Dow 52,399 last print. Crude 69.10. Gold 4,098, almost back up to 4,100. Did break above 4,100 for a little bit. With that, we are going to take a real short news break. We've been talking about food. We've been talking about the World Cup. Let's talk about ranch dressing for a second, folks. There's a deal going on. If you have friends in town for the World Cup that don't have enough luggage space to pack all the ranch dressing they want to bring with them home, UPS has a deal for you. Let's roll it. That's right. Many a World Cup tourist is falling in love with American-made ranch dressing. So now UPS is helping them send it home with a new ship and dip discount. Its website is offering a 20% coupon that's good through September. Ranch has been so popular with tourists, the TSA is reminding them that larger bottles must go into checked bags. Kraft says it's working on a TSA compliant version of the famous dressing right now. Why was I under the impression that ranch dressing was like a universal thing? So if I go to Europe, I can't buy a bottle of
No.
I can't buy a bottle of ranch
it just
dressing.
goes to show you how much we take for granted in this great country of ours.
Right? How is Hidden Valley not a global brand? I don't get it.
Yeah.
They're doing something wrong over there. Let's help these people out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's hard to find macaroni and cheese too. Also, not really a thing in Europe.
Really?
Really? Yeah.
Noodles and cheese? Come on.
I mean, not the
It
boxed
seems-
craft stuff. The good stuff with the powdered cheese.
In a tub tacos, John, am I right?
Oh yeah, those are good,
Guys, they take a tortilla, they put meat in it, okay? They put a clothespin, right? They drop it in a deep fat fryer, they pull it out, they put literally 2 little pieces of lettuce and powdered cheese over it.
Huh.
Yeah. It's
Powdered
ridiculous.
cheese. What's powdered cheese?
Yeah.
Does it come in like a salt
It's
shaker?
greasy and gross but good at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I think they take real cheese and add a bunch of chemicals and process it quite a bit, and then turn it into a powder, and then you just sprinkle it on. Yeah, sounds delicious, right?
Interesting.
Yeah. In a tub tacos.
Gotta try everything once, right? Sounds like a taquito. A deep fried taco.
Sort of, yeah.
All right.
Trade looks good, John.
It is looking
We'll
good.
see.
Mike Trade says this stream has gone full Midwest.
I love it.
What's the wildest?
Right?
What's the wildest deep fried food you've ever eaten? Sound off in the chat. Let me know. I have
At
been
a
to the
state fair or something.
Yeah. I've been to the Minnesota State Fair. I've been to the Wisconsin State Fair. I've seen some crazy things deep fried in my day, and I've tried them too.
Nice. Making me hungry.
The Wisconsin State Fair once had deep fried Skittles, if you can believe it.
I can believe that.
The chewy fruit candy dipped in batter and deep fried in a giant chunk. It was weird.
Sounds
it was
about
like
right.
one bite and done, you know? Like I tried it. I can say I tried it.
Are you originally from there, Andre?
Oh, it's JD.
JD, I'm sorry. Are you originally
I'm
from
JD.
there? I know.
I grew up in Chicago. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Also,
did grow up in
clip
Chicago.
that.
My wife. Yeah, clip that. We all
I'm
know
so
that.
I'm so used to being on with Andre. That's my bad. I'm sorry. Sorry,
That's
JD.
okay. That's okay. So you didn't get the memo. Andre is on assignment, searching for the location of Genghis Khan's lost treasure. He is on direct orders to report back to Topstep TV production team on successful accomplishment of this mission. We should be hearing from him very soon.
That's good.
Nice. Love it. He's touring the earth like Kane and Kung Fu. He'll be back in a bit. I was going to type it, but Sodbuster, I accidentally married an Italian. I can't lay off the carbs, man. I mean, it's not going to happen.
My wife's Norwegian from Minnesota. They put salt and butter on pretty much everything you can think of, right?
Yeah. I grew up in Wisconsin. That's why I asked. So it's yeah. Beer, broth,
Yes, I'm familiar.
salt, butter.
I am familiar with the culture, very much so.
Yes.
Gotta love the Midwest.
John, I thought you had a Ferrari shirt on.
No, this is
It's
Quebec.
not a Ferrari shirt.
No, it's Quebec.
Ah.
I was going to call you so many names.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't wear a Ferrari shirt.
What a teabag.
Yeah.
Oh, George, Sonny in the chat says, go to the gym. You guys have met in person.
Yeah, that's right. Hey. That's right. If you'd like me to
speaking of Minnesota and gyms, there is a local tavern where we go in Minnesota called The Gym. Strategically named, so whenever somebody asks them, hey, are you ever coming home? I'll be home soon. I'm at the gym. And they're good. Are you ever coming home?
Well, it's not strictly a lie either. I mean, you do get an exercise. I mean, 12-ounce curls do build muscles, right?
They certainly do. They certainly do. All right, let's check back in on these markets. Is everybody still confident in their trades? We got sort of diverging positions going on here. Georgia, the VWAP is short. I'm sorry, long. John is short. The NASDAQ. How you guys feeling? We've gone a little bit flat here.
Yeah, it looks like it's moving down pretty good. Might test my entry here. I'm fine with it. I already took profit. Have you taken profit, John?
No, I haven't. I only did one contract, so I'm in it to win it, man.
There you go. There you go. So yeah, I'm okay. If we can get past this these 620s, you know, and like maybe close above that again, maybe we have a little chance of getting to the IB high. That's kind of my long range target, but I've learned to not set my runner targets too short, maybe just like, you know, day high or something. But I'll see what happens at IB.
Okay. Initial balance high in the NQ 29,665 quarter, 29,665.25. That is your initial balance high. It was looking like a failed upside auction for a little bit. We traded above initial balance high, had quite a few closes on a 5-minute chart back inside initial balance. So I'm sure a lot of people were looking for a special situation play where you trade back down to the lower end of the initial balance. Initial balance will be 29,181. Gen 14222, you are correct. The gym is in Marshall, Minnesota. It's about 35 miles from the little town where we go. I spent a lot of time in Marshall, Minnesota, but you are 100% correct. The gym is in Marshall. I've been there.
Going against me here.
I like Minnesota. I was really, I thought it was weird when the Stars moved to Texas. I don't get it.
Why did that happen?
I still don't get it. Yeah.
The great hockey state of Minnesota, University of Minnesota, Minnesota State University, both teams, usually in the Frozen Four or in the top 10 at least every year. How did they go so long without a professional hockey team? What happened? Who dropped the ball there?
Love KC to get an NHL team. We do have like a semi-pro Mavericks that's fun to watch, but it's not the same. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Little pop, John.
We're going against me.
What's the CYA? What are you risking on this, John?
$88 to make
$88. All right.
To make 208.
Very good.
Yeah, basically 2 to 1. A little bigger than 2 to 1.
Gotcha. That is risk management. Knowing where you're getting up before you get in.
Well, and I'm still not writing this off yet. I mean, we're still hanging around yesterday's VWAP. Like, we haven't punched decisively through. Like, this, there's still hope for me here, I think. I mean, I'm getting more nervous, not going to lie, but there's still hope.
Yep. So yesterday's VWAP. Take us through this real quick. You're looking at yesterday's VWAP. Are you anchoring that to something from yesterday? Are you just marking down the price where yesterday's VWAP was at this time? Yeah, walk us through it.
Yesterday's open. Anchoring it to yesterday's open.
Gotcha.
Yep, you can see when I zoom out there. I mean, I've just noticed that it tends to follow through into the next day, right? Because again, if you consider it as, it's continuous auction, right? We're constantly discovering price. Like it seems to be an anchor point, right? Especially when, overnight action comes in just in the stock market in general, right? All the algos start trading. Nobody really knows where value is on the open, right? That's why we look at initial balance, right? You're doing price discovery. And that, to me, I just, going back and looking at the charts, that yesterday's anchored VWAP from yesterday's open seems to hold some value. And as do its one standard deviation bands as well. I've noticed that acts as support and resistance too sometimes. And so I especially like trades where there's confluence like that, right? Where today's VWAP will coincide with one standard deviation down or up from yesterday, right? Like that kind of tells me which direction we're heading. And it does seem to be sort of a dynamic support resistance level. So that's why I use it.
Awesome. And that's what got you into this trade that you're currently in. Correct. Yes. You saw that confluence and you took the trade. Awesome.
Yes, exactly. Right. We're one standard deviation above today's VWAP, and we're right at yesterday's VWAP. And you can see we're just hanging out like an inert gas, right? Like we're just sitting at this price level, not going anywhere. So.
Yeah, and make no mistake, John's not new to trading. He trades options and a couple other things, and single stocks. He's new to the futures market, which it can, you can get hung up a little bit. It's a little different. So that's what we're working on. He's got a decent head on his shoulders, I guess.
I think you're giving me too much credit. I don't know about all that, but yeah, it's definitely a different psychological set of issues, right? For me, at least.
You're also used to holding much longer, correct?
Yes, much longer.
Yep. Day trading's a different animal. No doubt about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. 100%.
Very exciting though. That's why we do it.
That's right.
We've got some headlines coming out. Qualcomm plans new chip architecture for phones. We had a couple of headlines coming out from Iran. Truth Social comment. I haven't read through this Truth Social comment yet. Oh, it's about the 4th of July air show. I won't bother you with that. But as I see these headlines coming across the wire, we're not getting much reaction from these markets. So nothing to panic about just yet.
Choppy.
But very choppy. Ooh, I saw the shot change. That means they're throwing us out of here, guys. All right. That's all the time we got for Power Players. I want to thank you, George of the VWAP, and John. Pleasure, as always, having you guys on. Thanks for taking some trades, sharing your trading knowledge, experience, wisdom with all of us. Very much
always
appreciated.
Fun. Sodbuster, I love you, man.
Sodbuster. All right. There he goes.
Thanks, JD.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
We are going to
Thank
take a short break. Oh, our pleasure. Can't wait to have you guys back on again real soon. You guys are great together on here. All right. We're going to step aside. Group coaching coming up next. Our buddy Eric is going to be here to host the show with Coach Ray and Coach Hoop. There is a form. Oh, that form is not pinned in the chat right now. There's a form for Coach Robert. I'm going to have someone put the group coaching form in the chat right now, too. If you got a question for Eric, Coach Ray, or Hoop, grab that form, fill it out, click submit. We're going to answer your questions right here live on Topstep TV. If you ever wanted to have a Topstep coach say your name out loud, this is your opportunity. You can record it and show all your friends. All right, guys, that is it. Group coaching coming up next. Thank you, George. Thank you, John. Topstep TV. Let's go.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Group Coaching, where you ask the questions and we give the answers. I am joined today with not only one legend, but two in our industry. We got Ray. Welcome back. Hoop, thanks for joining. How are you guys today?
Doing well. Yeah, markets for the most part behaving. I've been focused on gold for the most part today. Been doing pretty well with the gold.
Gold's
out
been
some
moving
nuggets.
up. I hope you've just been holding long for the
Yeah.
entire day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome. Hoop, how are you doing? How are the markets treating you?
Yeah, trading gold as well, like my fellow coach. I'm a scalper, so I look a little more for micro moves inside there and just trying a little different leverage. The guys in the prior session were talking about how sometimes we tend to over leverage. So trying to re-educate my brain a little bit to trade smaller, but spread it out over copy trading in 3 accounts. So trading onesie twosies, and I've been seeing the market pretty good this week. It's always, Eric, it's Friday, Capital Preservation Friday. So you always get a little hesitant about giving anything back because tape bombs that happen like last hour just seem to always kind of get in the market. So overall,
Fridays are one heck of a day to trade, right? It's determining whether I'm gonna go get some celebratory beers or some coping beers. So
Then you probably should just stop then. You don't even trade Friday, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Oh man, we'll love to hear it. Just for everyone watching, this is a reminder: the questions form is pinned in the chat. So if you haven't gotten your question in, please get it in now. And we're going to just dive right into a couple of them that have already been submitted. So this one we're going to start with I feel like it's going to hit home with a lot of people, right? So from Matthias, sorry if I've said that wrong, submitted a question saying, I have blown up about 950K combines and now I'm at about $1,000 close to clearing another one, but too scared to enter any trades. Any advice on that? Ray, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I would. I mean, so I understand that he's $1,000 away from missing another one. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I'm getting from it. Yeah, he's blown
Yeah.
9.
So I would say,
almost
and again, a lot of it I think has to do with maybe. I would say that you need to scale down, 100%, right? If you're not already trading one micro, you should be. Right. And obviously you need to be trading micros. You want to eliminate any sort of references to, the other thing I often recommend is, any references to dollars, I think is going to also help him as well. And I'm assuming that he has some sort of edge, right? So I would focus 100% on your edge, remove any references to money. That $1,000 figure cannot be front and center in his mind. Right, because if it is front and center in his mind, he's going to just continue to dig further and further into the hole. So he needs to remove that, put some other number up on this board, whatever it is, but it can't be that $1,000 and see that $1,000 kind of continue to dwindle.
Couldn't agree more. I feel like when we put a dollar amount to our trading system of what we need to earn or what we cannot lose, we break our rules, whether we think about it or not, right? We move our stops too soon. We cut the trade when we shouldn't because we're just trying to lock in some profits, or we cut it too early because we're trying to minimize the downside because that $1,000 number is just sitting there in the back of our mind,
Right.
overtaking our actual control as traders. Hoop, what do you think?
Yeah, that's the same thing. I think we get in there and once again, we get caught trading our P&L. Ray, you snuffed that one out pretty quick. And you've seen even people like Dakota, myself, I'll get in there and I'll change it to tick. And sometimes I'm used to looking at it, but if you need to move that to ticks or points, whatever needs you to get out of, trading the money aspect of it. I'm not saying you can't be aware of it, but if you trade strictly off of it, man, it's a killer, and it can cripple you as a trader about getting in, getting out, feeling like I got good trade location. Yeah, so it sounds to me like a little bit might be P&L trading and watching the dollars and cents. So it's once again, I'm also very, in trading in prop, because you do have daily loss limits and things like that. You do need to be aware of it, but it's a fine line, because once again, you can get trading it, and that's not good. It's not a good one.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I might add to that is maybe there's no harm in moving into some sort of demo account to get your confidence back on whatever strategy that you're trading, right? There's no shame in moving to a demo account and just kind of executing the trades in the way that you normally would until you get your confidence back. Because it sounds like there's a combination of, hey, I don't want to lose another combine, and now I've kind of lost a little bit of confidence in my strategy. So you need to figure out a way to kind of build up some confidence in your strategy. What better way to do that than to not open up your demo account? There's no money in that game. Just you want to make sure that you trade it the same way. You kind of maybe refine whatever steps you need to get into some good trades, but then you eliminate this entire money aspect of it. And I think that's probably going to be beneficial for you.
Yeah, I think Ray, I think you nailed that one on the head too, right? When you take a couple of losers, and you're already down 9 trading combines, and you see that financial number coming out of your bank account, right? It can really mess with your confidence, and sometimes you just need that momentum of, let me lock in one winning trade. All right, we got that one winning trade. Let me lock in one more winning trade, right? And doing that on a demo account, you have no financial risk to it, so you're just being able to build up that confidence that you need to go execute the way you should, as opposed to running scared. Because if
you have to be confident with your process headed into the session, right? If you're not confident with it and you're hesitating, that you're doing yourself more harm than good, I think.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there's plenty of traders out there that can join me in having that feeling of when you wake up in the morning and you get to your charts and you're sitting there, you're like, ooh, I'm just not really feeling it today, but you still press those buttons, and the worst happens, right? I don't have the confidence, I don't have that positive momentum to get me through, and it's just one of those ones where you gotta make sure you're in the right headspace. So I think that was spot on.
Well, Eric, too, you got to watch out for market state changes too sometimes, right? Like if you've been trading good for a while and, hey, everything's rolling along, and then all of a sudden I always said this a lot in VIP, is, all of a sudden you get near rollover and the market state changes, right? The market tends to contract. It doesn't break out as much. And then all of a sudden you're like, what the hell's going on? And it's just, be careful that the market state isn't changing inside you too, because there's periods, I think, like opening range breakout trades. They'll work for a period of time, and Ray, you've seen it. They'll work, and then they'll just go away. So yeah, just be careful too that it might not be something that's also changed in the market in your strategy too. So that might be another one.
Yep. And every strategy, no matter how good you are, you're going to go through a bit of a lull, and it's just making sure that risk management is going to get you through there, right?
Right.
Yep. 100%.
Well, I hope, Mateus, you took something out of that. Our next question, Ray, this one's going to be kind of for you, because it's a more volume profile question. It's from Gianni. I've been trading for about 2 years now, and I've been getting into the volume profile ranges. Volume profile high, low, etc. I really enjoy the concepts and how you read it like a map. Does it take time to better discern trade locations between volume profile range, or am I missing some elements?
Yeah, I mean, I use it as kind of a way to kind of evaluate, because sometimes you don't really understand, where sort of maybe some the areas that are maybe of interest, or areas of balance and areas of low volume, right? And I think sometimes, if what it supports me is understanding, am I in some sort of range? Well, if I'm in some sort of range, I may not necessarily want to be aggressive as far as getting into trades, right? I want to focus. We always talk about this. You want to focus on extremes. Well, the nice thing about the volume profile is these low volume nodes provides you, locations where you might find some extremes, right? Whether it's value area high or these kind of low volume nodes. These are kind of locations that we might want to focus in on if we're interested in a long trade. These would be the areas that maybe we would want to have maybe a resting order or a bracket order of some kind, right? You want to get in some good locations. So I use it as a way to, as I think he kind of highlighted, I use it as a way to kind of frame the market. It's nice to be able to, evaluate the market based on price, the volume that's generated based on price. And I think that's just a good way of kind of locating good solid levels. And I don't, other than maybe you being aware of it, of where I am, is price above or below. That also kind of, I kind of also look at it as in that way as well. Is the market a little bit more biased to the long side? Is the market a little bit more biased to the short side? So I look at the prior range as well to kind of give me a little bit of a guidance as to, is it more bullish heavy or bearish heavy as well? So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure with these ranges too, right? His point of not knowing what ranges to trade, I'm sure you have your entry system that you're looking for too, right? And I think that's probably equally as important to knowing what ranges to trade, but what to look for when you get to those ranges, right?
Yeah, I would say in addition, I mean, just kind of taking this as an example here, right? If we're looking at the gold market and we wanted to get long, right? Maybe in the overnight session last night, well, price came kind of screaming down, right? And you would think, okay, well, this is just going to crater. Well, it came down to this value area zone, and we got a nice little 3-bar reversal pattern, right? That gave us the kind of indication that there were buyers present. So here you are, you have location, and you've gotten some evidence that the market is indeed interested in this level, and we've been long ever since.
Perfect example of a real world explanation of where the range is and how to enter.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Ray. I appreciate that. This next one is I think it's specific to the prop world in how we're trading and how people are sim farming, as we call it, right? And it's from Klaus. And he says, "Hi, I have a question about trading with the maximum allocation at Topstep. I'm new to I'm new to prop firms and have already received multiple payouts, but I've never traded a full 5 accounts before. I'm trying to understand the safest and most professional way to manage them. Would you recommend copy trading all 5 accounts or trading them one by one manually? How do you personally approach risk management when moving from fewer accounts to the full allocation? My goal is to protect the accounts and trade consistently rather than maximize profits aggressively. I'd appreciate any insights from your experience. Thank you." This is one that I think it will make or break many traders, right? So it's all about your mentality. It's all about your edge. You need to make sure you're focused on your edge and that you're trading consistently with 1 account before you can trade 5. If you can trade 1 account, why are you going to go up to 5 immediately, right? Maybe go up to 2. Hoop, you're doing 3 right now, right? You don't have to go to the max allocation, because then let's say you go from 1 to 5 and you start blowing combines like crazy, right? Then we are back in the situation of now you're feeling that financial squeeze on it because you're paying for all these combines, you're failing them, you're passing them, you're paying the activation fee, and then you're failing out before you get a payout, all hoping for that one big home run, right?
Right.
If you don't have that mental perseverance, sorry, go ahead, Hoop.
Yeah. Eric, that was probably, and I try not to date myself, but I started trading, when I left the floor and the prop world came around. What it looked like now and what it looks like that, from the past is completely different. You traded any market you wanted. You could trade every different month. So there were liquidity issues if you were trading a second or third month out. Just think about that. So what it is now is prop has created this, able to scale. And, I agree 100% with what you said. Get good at 1 account first. The thing I look at now, why I'm trying it in 3 is because we have a lot of volatility. I'd rather, maybe spread 1 contract or 1 micro or 2 micros over an account as opposed to maybe having 5, and we're whipping all over the place. It's just a different tool to leverage up, and I think the problem is, everybody wants to throw 15 on, hit a home run, and start getting a payout. It's just, the process is still the process in this business, and it's scaling up into multiple accounts. I mean, it's once again, it's very uncomfortable for me from a guy who traded one. I mean, that's how we learned, one account. That's it. So yes, I would say the same thing you said, Eric. Get good at one, and then you want to work on some scalability. Have at it.
100%. And just think about if you're trading that one account too, right? Are you going to go from one contract to 15 contracts right away? Absolutely not, right? You're not going to be mentally prepared to see that P&L swing. So gradually work your way up, right? Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that, again, kind of just the overall tone of that question. It sounds like he is already somewhat successful in his trading, right? Right. So, and he wants to be able to kind of scale up. I would say that, as long as you continue to focus on risk, even if you're spreading this particular trade across whatever number of accounts, that we're, obviously keeping in mind on exactly what risk we're taking overall. And I would want to make whatever I am copy trading, I want to make sure that is as mechanical type of trade as possible, right? I wouldn't want to, be necessarily doing copy trades on maybe a strategy I'm still kind of working through. And that's kind of where it comes back to your point, right? You need to get solid with whatever strategy you are, and you don't necessarily need the burden of trying to manage this across multiple accounts, right? You have already enough going on, right, to kind of sort out with if you're kind of still kind of working through a strategy. But I don't sense that in that kind of question. As long as you're continuing to focus on risk, right, taking 1 to 2% on whatever kind of trades you're taking, and if you want to spread that across 3 accounts, go for it. But I think the idea is that we want to always kind of continue to keep our eye and focus on the risk that we're taking in these trades.
Absolutely. And when you go onto Instagram or Twitter and you see these people copy trading 60 accounts, don't get baited into doing the same thing. Go at your own pace. Your journey's your own. Do your own thing in trading, okay?
Yeah. Be you.
Be you. My goodness. All right. The next one is from Leo. He says, I'm trading NASDAQ, but I'm having a hard time taking profits. I feel like I'm holding too long. What would you recommend? I think that we talked about a little bit about this yesterday too, about, entering maybe it'll be a little easier and exiting is hard. Ray, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I think every inch, and again, this is kind of goes back to when I was trying to, kind of get passing some of these combines. I'm gonna be completely transparent. When I first started, I was merely a break-even trader when I was trading MNQ or NQ, right? Just strictly break-even. And it wasn't until I talked to other folks, in particular Coach D, and she got me moved to an entirely different instrument, right? So there might be an instrument that's more conducive to your style of trading or your personality, right? So I would say that you might even want to entertain maybe moving to maybe a little bit slower market, right? Maybe an MES, right? Might be more suitable to you, and you might be able to secure far more payouts from that, because the NASDAQ is kind of a wild beast, right? I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but I think a lot of people gravitate to the MNQ because of the excitement around it, right? But if you're truly looking for consistency and you're maybe struggling taking payouts or whatever in the MNQ, you might want to look at the MES, because you can look at maybe setups on the MNQ, and the MES probably will play out the same kind of setup for you, and it's going to work a lot slower, and it's going to maybe preserve some mental capital on top of that.
Absolutely. Hoop, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think the other thing too, Ray, I think you take an NASDAQ trader in 1 minute charts, and there's always a setup. A lot of times you can you can get in there and find something that'll give you 10, 15, 20 points. We've had traders on here that, once again, you know, VWAP George said it last segment, right? Widen the lens, man, sometimes. And trust me, as a scalper, I'm guilty of it. I'll never make bones about that. I can always frickin' find a trade. I just hear my good buddy, Hogue in the background saying, is this in your best interest? And
Yeah.
I think we all need to take that little moment before we click the mouse to sit there and say, is this in my best interest?
Mm.
If it is, then go take whatever you journal or whatever you write on. And, this is a big thing that's flown around the trading space. Put a grade on it. Ray, you're a teacher. Put a C plus. If you think this is a C plus setup, write it on the legal pad. Say, okay. And then if it plays out, great. But just once again, that little moment of pause before, once again, I'm very guilty. I stare at 6 screens. My right hand's always near the mouse. It's easy to click to enter a trade. So just take that moment to pause once in a while to sit there and say, is this in my best interest? I would always tell traders to definitely take that moment to make sure you're not just getting in to get in.
And shout out to Biali B. I hope I said that right. Just said, thanks, Hoop. Just stopped me from entering.
There we go.
I'm going to take that as that's a good comment. That's not sarcasm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
To kind of expand on that a little bit more too, is you kind of have to know what markets you're trading, right? Like we talked about earlier, are you taking a reversal trade? Are you taking a trade that is against the overall higher time frame trend?
Right.
You need to know what you're doing there, because I think a lot of us want those hero trades, right? Where you caught the bottom and you're riding it all the way up to the reversal. It's 500 points. It's incredible. You just passed your trading combine. You got a $5,000 payout, whatever it is. We all want that hero trade, right? But sometimes we don't understand where we're trading that in the moment, right? So higher time frame could be bearish, but I'm taking a long because I see a bounce coming, and then all of a sudden I go break even and it comes back to stop me out break even. That's because I'm disagreeing with the higher time frame, right? So I think knowing the market you're in is a really, really great way of knowing when to let runners run and knowing when to just cut it short and scalp it, right? Go for those 2 Rs, go for those 3 Rs. There's nothing wrong with those base hits, right? Base hits get you paid. And I don't know a single trader out there that says it's only home runs that's going to get you to a payout. So
very true.
This next one's an interesting one. It's from Hunter. He says, how much do you think the PDT rule is affecting the future of price action? Ray, what do you think?
Is that sort of a limit as to what? I'm not actually that familiar with the PDT rule.
The PDT taking away any type of the minimum balance for day trading. So they took away the $25,000 minimum day trading balance for. I believe this one's only for options.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably trying to. I hate to say this, but I think it's kind of a way to get more people involved in the market, right? Maybe some more liquidity in the market, because I find it kind of odd. That they would relax that kind of rule. The rule was kind of in place to kind of protect people, and all of a sudden they're opening that up. And I don't necessarily think that necessarily that we're in kind of an impending collapse, but I find it kind of odd that they would relax that move, and when the market is at such highs and maybe showing some signs of maybe a little kinks in the armor. So yeah, I don't know. And that's kind of my initial thoughts on it. I was and that's one of the reasons I moved to futures, was to avoid that limit, because I was mostly a day trading stock, but I didn't have 25K to kind of play around with. So I kind of actually, when I first started, that was actually one of the reasons I moved away from stocks into futures. So it's interesting that they've actually removed that rule now. So what do you think, Coach?
Well, that's what's made the future space such a big deal, right? The cost to do business for me in 93 to get into the business and what it costs to get into the business now. You can take $2,000, throw it in an account, and you can go trade on, Robinhood or whatever. The opportunities that trading more and more 24/7. Maybe I'm the guy on the rock on the porch saying, the bell used to ring, the pit opened, the bell ring, the pit used to close. Well, I kind of have watched the industry morph into what it is now because I started, there was no overnight markets. Globex came along, S&Ps, and then, you had Crude, and now it's just, you can trade this stuff 24/7. So they want to loosen the reins on people. Yeah, I'm with you, Ray, a little bit. I think the volatility we're seeing in all markets now is more because liquidity is just wider, and institutions don't want to play as much in certain areas. So yeah, it's a lot of freewheeling out there right now. Let's just put it that way.
Very, very true. In the comments, they said Doc Holliday said it was never to protect the people. I don't know if removing it is protecting them either. It's just
I don't want to get into conspiracy theories here.
Yeah.
But that smells maybe a little counter to what the intent was, right? So
I don't know. We could change group coaching to 30 minutes of conspiracy theories. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
In trading, 100%.
All right. Let me see here. There was oh my goodness, I lost. I'm sorry. From Noman. I know you guys are both, use volume profile or volume of some sort, right? How important is the overnight volume profile when trading equities like NQ or ES? Or does it make more sense to focus on the regular trading hours for the previous day/week only? Do you guys look at previous volume profiles or previous days volumes when looking at entering trades today?
Yeah, I mean, I use it as a way to kind of give me a sense of what the general market sentiment is as I enter the market. But I'm maybe a little bit different in this aspect than Coach Hoop, right? Because I'm trying to get into one solid trade in a particular instrument, and so any information I can get from a prior session, a prior volume profile. If price is opening above the prior volume profile, then I know that's maybe a little bit slanted to the bullish side, right? If it's below the volume profile value very low, that's kind of slanted to the bearish side. So that gives me kind of some guidance. And then it also gives me some levels to focus in on, right? I don't necessarily want to buy at the highs, right? I know where the value area high is from the prior range, and I can use that as a level to support me in a long trade, right? Again, focus on risk and reward. So yeah, I do look at prior volume profile from the prior session when I'm focused. I don't personally look at overnight volume necessarily. I kind of try to keep it to apples to apple comparison, right? Where am I in relation to the last profile that was generated for whatever session I was in or whatever session I generally trade? And I use that as a comparison, and that gives me kind of a general view on what the general market sentiment is, right? Are we way out of balance? Are we maybe setting up a situation where we might want to revert a little bit back? And then I know, and then the prior volume profile gives me some levels that I can focus on maybe to support whatever move the market is currently in.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hoop, I know you don't really trade too much volume profile, but do you look at the overall volume of previous sessions?
Oh, 100%, Eric. Volume from, on the floor sounded a specific way. Those capitulation moments where, buying or selling would just come in, and the volume of the floor would get louder and louder of a pit. It shows up, like if you look at a 30-minute here, you can see, like, I'll look at those really high volume 30-minute candles and say, okay, shout out to my guys, Coach Ray, Coach Paul, and Jay. Being with them in the afternoons, Jay's always looking where volume is flying, and I'm the same way. because it leaves a mark, right? Profile kind of organizes it in a different manner. But for me, I'm looking at those, here you have high volume, big wick off there, and then we move the other direction. So yeah, I look at it, but I'm looking at it more in these volume bars, and I use Delta, which I know my guy Coach Roberts coming on here after us, and he's going to show some new indicators. Man, I'll tell you, strap up, traders, because there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming here down the line. So, a lot of great tools that people have wanted. Don't be surprised if there's some goodies coming here in the next couple of months. So, 100%. Yeah, that's how I look at it. I'm looking more at the volume bars.
Yeah, I mean, there's no greater feeling that if you're in a trade and you're managing a trade and you're seeing volume bars kind of aligned with the general direction of your move. There's no greater feeling in the world if you're managing a trade to see that volume is indeed supportive of whatever direction you've actually decided on executing.
Those are the trades that I feel more comfortable having to get up and walk away from my computer when I have trade open.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Oh man, I appreciate that, guys. Okay, so this next one is from Jamez. I like this one because again, I think to your point, we can find a trade anywhere we want, right? We can always rationalize a trade and a reason to enter. But how do you know when not to trade? Oop, I'll let you take this one away.
Well, one thing I do in the risk settings in the platform is I have a hoop, turn the damn thing off, get out, and lock me out number. So just over trading, that's the only way for me, like I was talking about earlier, is clicking the mouse and things like that. The risk settings inside the platform help me say, okay, like Hogue would also tell you like 3 losers in a row, maybe take a timeout. But for me, if over trading is through a session, I've got to put a cap on it or I get in trouble. And I know it. I know when I'm close to that number. So I use the risk settings inside the platform to keep me with the rails on. So that's how I do it.
Absolutely. I think every trader has had that realization, right? When they look at their P&L calendar and they see green, green, red, and it's like 3 trades, 2 trades, 27 trades. You kind of know the more activity you have in the market is not always the more money you make. Most of the time, it is the complete opposite. Ray, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things that right away that comes to mind. I think back to the earlier question that we got earlier in this session about, that person that was maybe, kind of afraid of losing another account. Well, I think you need to kind of check your mindset as you enter, right? I think that's one key is knowing that, well, maybe my mindset is not in a correct place to be trading, but that would be an indication for me not to trade. And the other thing is, and I kind of dabble between a variety of instruments. Mainly my gold is probably my main, but if I get into a situation in the gold market where we're kind of, doing this kind of thing, right, where we're kind of in a very tight range, right, up and down, I'm not very good at picking the extremes and fading these extremes when the ranges are so tight, right? So look at the market condition that you're in and decide, hey, the strategies that I normally deploy in the market, am I seeing the kind of price action that's conducive? Is this kind of the market I want to be in? And if not, then either I need to step away from the market, I step away from my computer, or I need to find another instrument that's more aligned with whatever strategy or process that I like to deploy in the market. So that would be another reason I would kind of step away or, not trade on a particular day, is that the market condition may not be conducive. There was a period of time just before the war happened. I mean, crude oil was horrendous. I remember coming into the opening call trying to come up with some sort of sentiment on the market, but it was just in a range, right? Doing absolutely nothing, right? We got to a point that we really didn't even want to talk about it anymore, right? So yeah, I think we need to understand the kind of market we're in, and then based on that market condition, ask ourselves objectively, right? am I in the right market condition that's aligned with my strategy? And if so, go for it. If not, then find another instrument that might be more aligned.
Absolutely. And that was like the perfect segue into the next question. Right. So I'm gonna bounce this one right back to you because it's exactly what you were just saying. But Savannah said she's struggling with tilt on choppy days. Before I recognize it's choppy, I end up taking 1,000 paper cuts and wiping away all my profits from the previous day. This prevents me from being consistent and getting to a payout. After I have a winning day, should I just plan to take the next day off regardless? Wondering if that would help improve my psychology or just hold me back from opportunities. Go ahead.
No, absolutely.
And
I think Coach Hoop can attest to this as well. Some of my best days have been followed by my worst days.
Yep.
Right. Some of my best days in the market have always been followed by my worst days. So what did I do? Right. I journal that. And after I establish a pattern, what do I do? So, well, I don't trade after a good day. I go out and play golf, right? Do something entirely different and get my mindset, because sometimes we get, pumped up with, I was like, well, I just knocked that out of the park. I own the market. Well, as soon as you start to get that kind of feeling, you start to, there's a big loss coming your way, right? So I think again, kind of coming back to what we just talked about is, spending a little bit of time in your pre-market and getting a sense is, looking at what happened in Asia, looking at what happened in London. Is my whatever instrument I'm looking to trade in the New York session, is it moving conducive to my strategy, right? And if it's not, then I either need to pick another instrument or I need to do, a hobby, whatever it is that you enjoy doing outside of trading, because you're only going to get yourself in situations that you're going to probably end up regretting. And, for me, ranging markets are just a notorious, right? If I'm, and I think Coach Hoop alluded to this as well. If I get into 2 or 3 trades and I'm not making any headway, that's enough for me to sit that market aside and wait and trade for another day. So,
absolutely. What do you got to add to that?
Yeah, I think that's where traders too, and I think most traders that get chopped up get caught up in range days, right? I think range days can tend to chop people up. So I think I would lean to go back to ATR. And if your range was very contracted overnight, and this is why I look at it, if the range looks very contracted overnight, then I might have the possibility, if I look at my daily ATR, maybe I do get some breakout coming into the day, the New York session. If the range is super wide, that's kind of a red flag, right, Ray? I mean, if there's a big range over the night, we come to the New York session and we're in the middle, I'm like, you could be, you just have to be careful. I would use that as kind of a monitor walking into it if you're getting caught in the chop. And once again, like you said, Ray, that's such a good thing, is that, without a doubt, sometimes in my best days have been followed out because we think we've got it all figured out. We figured the Holy Grail, it's all good. It's good. And then once again, I always said this, and this is no shout out to a guy, and Terrence admitted it yesterday. He's like, I'm up and look at it go. And then the market gods are always watching. Mm-hmm. I don't care what anybody tells me, 30 years around this, they're watching and they'll hammer you when you expect it less. So just be careful. That's all I would say. Be humble.
I'm gonna add to what Coach Hoop said here, and again, find something objective that you can measure for whatever instrument that you trade. If it's ATR, that's going to allow you to kind of maybe there's a certain ATR range, right, that really is suitable for your style of trading, and start to make note of that in your journal, right? Make note of that in your journal, and you can just check, right, before you start the session. Are we at that ATR rating that would allow me to maybe enter and exit some of these? Is there enough range for me, for my strategy to live? And if so, go for it. If not, then you got an objective measure. You're not relying on your sort of yourself to kind of make that decision, because I find sometimes that I lie to myself. No, we're good.
Right. All is well. Use the animal house.
Go for it.
All is well.
Little bad angel on my left shoulder.
Yeah.
Well, and you bring up journaling your trades too. That's a huge one, especially when you're dying by 1,000 paper cuts. I think I've been there so many times in my trading career where I don't have huge losers, but it's like those small $100, $150, $200 losers that hit you that DLL every single day, right? And you're like, man, what am I doing? But if you just take a step back, journal the trade. Give yourself if you have a losing trade, give yourself a little timeout window, right? Don't take another trade for 10 minutes. Wait till price comes back and shows you what it really wants to do, right? Because I think that's what a lot of times those people like.
And I think one of the benefits of the journal is that you can go back to a time where you did trade well, right? And then you can actually look and say, well, what are some of the elements that were conducive to my style? Right. And then you can kind of cross-reference that and say, oh, well, you know what, this is not in play, or, something as subtle, right? The ATR kind of, reading, and that's kind of the beauty of a journal is that you're basically developing a user guide for your own trading. Right. So if I'm in a rut, if I'm not, seeing the market, or I'm kind of into a losing streak, well, that's the first thing I go back to. I say, I'll go back to a time in my journal where I was like, hitting it, right? So what's different about then that's not happening now, right? So
trading is one of the easiest things to do the same thing over and over and over again, even when it's causing you pain, and to expect different results, right? Trading will make you feel insane sometimes because you can be on these winning streaks and then all of a sudden the losing streak hits. And if you haven't journaled the winning streak, you have nothing to refer back to of, okay, what behaviors am I doing differently from then to now, right? So I think that's spot on with that one. If anyone, you guys take away anything from today, journal. Just journal. Okay, that's it.
You don't have to write a whole lot. I mean, it's not like you need to write a book, but making a few notes, making a few adjustments, and really, again, it's kind of this kind of growth mindset, right? We want to improve some aspect of our trading with each trading day, right? And no one's perfect, right? Coach Hoop, I'm sure would admit to that. I know I'm not perfect either, right? There's always some aspect of our trading that we can continue to work on, and we always need to find something that that we can maybe adjust, and maybe find something that make it a little bit more process oriented, right? Instead of emotionally based.
100%.
Absolutely. Phil, anything you want to add on that last one? I think we have probably time for maybe one last question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very dynamic business we're in. There's no playbook, as traders or athletes, we're always, we're always looking at our stats and, going back and looking at how to execute here. Once again, I'm super critical. I don't think my journal is probably the prettiest, but I just say, hey, really got bad trade location here. What was I looking at? And then I'll go back and look at it in a day off my legal pad and sit there and say, okay, and go back and look at the trade. So just the journal is however it is, like Ray said, it doesn't have to be this, 2 pages of, what, the stars were aligned and, all this, just simple in how you were in the moment and how you were emotionally too, right, Ray? That's the other thing.
No, that's important.
Just strategy.
That's important.
Emotional. Yeah. Raise the mindset, coach. And we have that. If you go, let's ask chat. Is your strategy or mindset more important in your trading? Just put that in there. Curiosity.
That's a good poll question.
Mm-hmm. Simple. Just
Yeah, no, I think Faye's hit it right. What went well? What went wrong? What did I learn? Simple as that.
Okay. Put mindset. I love it.
Almost instantly. It's like he had it programmed on his keyboard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, I know we said we had time for one more question, but instead, I think, with our last couple minutes, let's try to just leave our audience with one tip from each of you guys. Make it as broad as you want. Hoop, if you're going to leave one closing comment, what are you going to leave us with?
Probably biggest thing, and I'm going to go reference MP. Trade for tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just simple to me. The one that I sit there and look and would tell traders, trade for tomorrow.
I'll extend that. I'll extend that by saying it's not a sprint; it's a marathon, right?
100%. Yep.
So I mean, continue to plod away, continue to kind of work on various aspects of your trading, and then over time, it's a game of perseverance.
I think that's right on the head there, right? For anybody who feels like they're behind in trading, just know you're going to always see somebody who got extremely profitable in 3 years, somebody who took 8 years. Going back to our earlier statement, your journey's your own and no need to rush it. The one thing I would say to end on is know when your stop limit is, right? Know when you need to just close the charts and preserve that mental capital. Because as you can see from the chat, mindset is everything, right? Yeah. Let's not die by 1,000 cuts. Let's take a few good trades, follow our rules, stay consistent, know when to hang it up, right? Yep. So Ray, you did say you were golfing when you get good wing days. Are you going out this weekend?
Yeah, actually, I'm on Sunday. I'll be playing some golf. I'm telling you, touch some grass, and if I've had a bad week in trading, then I imagine the golf ball as being the market, and that actually helps relieve some stress from the market, whatever stresses the market may have left me. So, yeah, it's very important, guys. We work hard at this. You need to reward yourself when you get an opportunity to go out and do something that you enjoy doing beyond trading. I know that trading is important to everyone, but it's time away from the screen is important. Reset, refocus, and good things come from that.
Absolutely. Hoop, any big plans on the horizon for the weekend?
I'm joining you, Ray. I'm teeing it up on Sunday too, so I'm just gonna have to make sure I got SPF 40 because it's gonna be 111 here. So, but yeah, the spending time away from the charts from a guy early in his career, spent too much time always being in the market. Got to make time outside this business to just decompress, get away from it. It can be very consuming, I think is the word I would use.
Especially 23 hours a day being open. Yeah, right. I think consuming is it's a pretty good way to explain it. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm pretty jealous. I'm in Washington. I'm not going to tell anyone where. But in Washington, the Pacific Northwest, we are now entering a 7-day raining streak.
Oh no!
So I was wanting to go out and hit the links today and swing some this weekend and swing some clubs, but looks like the weather's not going to permit that. So maybe I'm gonna have to go get.
Do they have a top golf indoor out there in Washington?
They do, but not where I live. So no indoor sims for me. No, I think I'm gonna maybe go out.
That's my backup plan. Anytime I get my golf washed out, I'll go to Top Golf and hit some market balls.
Swing some clubs, right?
Right.
Well, I feel like this was a really good hour to do our group coaching because the markets really haven't moved too much. Gold we're looking at is entering a little bit of a pullback after being in kind of a consolidation range, right? Whether you're P&L green or red, it's ranging or chopping.
Yep.
That's something I learned. I love that little tidbit. Crude slowly working its way back up. NASDAQ ES kind of just staying in the same range over the last couple minutes. Hoop, I see you're still on that trade. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, somebody messaged me in chat. I don't have great trade location. Do I think we're probably going anywhere? It's I've said this before, and Hope will appreciate this. Being in a trade on a Friday at this time of day, I don't think I expect a ton of it. I took it as a range trade. So, yeah, I mean, in the scheme of things, I'm kind of This is why, Ray, like I said, sometimes, demanding the good trade location, it can be a little easier to digest. So I'll stick with it for a while. And for once again, this is a good discipline for me as a scalper of I normally don't have a TP, but I've got an exit up there up at 4,100. I've got my stops that are below. So instead of just cutting it, I might just, for good discipline, let it play out. So
yeah, and
they say, right, we don't get any smarter when we're in a trade, right?
Nope, 100%.
Quick update on the tilt too. We got ES 65% short, NQ 51% short, crude 68% long, and gold 61% short. So looks like Hoop, you're trading against the tilt there.
I'm trading against the mojo, aren't I?
That's right. Going against what the crowd thinks. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you guys being on with us. I think we answered quite a few questions today. Hopefully you guys all got something out of it. Up next, as Hoop had said earlier, we have Coach Robert and Hogue going over some of the new indicators that we are releasing. It should be some very good ones, some highly requested ones. And who knows, with Hogue, maybe we'll be able to teach an old dog new tricks and see if we can get him to use some of these new indicators over the next few days, place a few trades with them, and see how they work. So don't miss out on that. It should be a really good one. But until then, Ray, Hoop, again, appreciate you guys, and we'll see you next time.
All right, this is going to be very exciting. We've got the sandbox coming at you right now. And I've got my good friend Robert. It's been a minute since I have seen you. How are things going, Robert? How excited are you for the summer of indicators?
Oh man, it has been a while. It's been more than a minute. Definitely been a few. I'm super excited to be here. A lot of work being done in the background, and we have the drip of the summer, right? Summer of Topstep X indicators launching every weekend. We put a couple out, anywhere between like 2 and 4 of them, generally 3 or 4, and then that's on over the weekend. And every Wednesday, I spend time in Discord on 6 p.m. Central Time, going through each one of them that was released over the weekend, beginning to end, how to use them. And it takes about a half hour, and then we stick around for another half hour if we want to go over some of the past ones as well. It's been a blast. It's been fun, and it's very enjoyable, and traders are loving it. There's more to come. The summer's not over yet. So it was like, hey, we just released these, and it's like, well, what about this one? It's like, well, stay tuned for next week.
Yep, stick around. Stay tuned. There's still lots more coming up, and we're very excited about that. So, Robert, you also have a series of videos of all of the indicators that have come out so far.
Right.
So where do we find those?
They are in. I will post the link right now called the Summer of Indicators. It is a playlist. I'll drop it right in the chat. Good thing I have my chat pulled up. There you go, right there. It's
Right on
YouTube.
YouTube.
If you go to right on YouTube, right where you find Topstep TV, it's there. This thing's called playlist. Click on the playlist, and it's about maybe 5 or 6 in there. One of them are those Topstep X in 5 minutes or less, kind of about the platform. And then there's this Summer of Indicators, which is it's about a 2-minute video, 2-minute video on each one of them.
Awesome. All right. What do you want to do here, Robert? I know that you have a lot of information that we're probably not going to be able to go through everything here. Why don't we just start with the basics? How do we find these indicators?
Well, great question. Great place to start. We have the Topstep X chart, and this is pretty much the default. The only one thing I pulled off, if I hit the reset chart at the top right here, reset layout, it will put the chart back as a brand new trader, brand new default, and this is what it looks like. So it looks exactly like this with one exception, and that exception is at the bottom left. There's a link for Topstep TV. Since I'm on it, we don't need to have a feedback loop going. That's the only difference. So I wanted to use this chart because it's the same for everybody rather than use like my own setups and stuff for now. So to find the indicators, you can, at the top of the chart, there's a little, it says FX, right? That's in it. Those are for indicators. Click on it, you get the list, and you can scroll through the list and try to find what's up, or you can search Topstep X. That will bring them all starting with Topstep X right in your list. Click on any one of them, we'll add it directly to the chart. We can pick any of them, I suppose. And then if you want one that you really like to use, like here's a Heikin-Ashi trend, click favorites, and now the next time I click on the indicators at the top, it shows at the top of the list. So we go back to Topstep X, pick the ones that you want. Hey, this is a dynamic index is pretty good, and let's look at, oh, here's VWAP bands. Let's look at that one. And those are now favorites. But anyone that I click on, guess what you do? Click, it goes right on the chart, and you have all your settings at the top. Pretty simple.
I was looking at that trend indicator, that Heikin-Ashi trend indicator. I was really kind of interested in learning a little bit more about it, and it looks like something that I might actually be able to use as an old dog. And
yeah,
tell us a little bit about the functionality of this one, if you wouldn't mind, for an old fifth grader like me.
Absolutely. All right, so these are, let me put this on ES since we can focus on ES, and let's go down to a smaller time frame. We at least get some trending stuff out of it. Let's do, there we go. There's a 5-minute chart, 5-minute chart, ES. Now these are traditional candles, okay? Regular candles. If I chose Heikin-Ashi candles, boom, it changes the look of them to Heikin-Ashi candles. And it runs it through the Heikin-Ashi formula. It takes the open, high, low, close, runs it through the calculation, and then changes the candles to match that formula. That is a traditional Heikin-Ashi candle. Okay, now I'm going to go back to my regular candles. I'm going to turn on the Heikin-Ashi trend indicator. Notice that they changed color. They didn't change the candle type. Like, they don't look like Heikin-Ashi candles. They're still traditional Japanese candles. But the color change would say if they were Heikin-Ashi candles, this is the color they would be. But here's the plus on this one. Under the settings, you can choose how far back you want to start calculating the trend. For example, if we make this 0, the colors here, the reds and greens, would be exactly as I just clicked on the Heikin-Ashi chart. There's no trend involved. It just changes them according to the formula. But if I say, hold on a second, I want you to look at this as a trend, so go back a little ways, and let's keep an eye right in the middle of the screen. We see this bunch of red down here. But if we're trailing something up and we're long from the bottom breakout, this may scare us out of the trade, or I should say scare it. This may stop us out of the trade. Say, wow, we got a couple of wicks at the top, we got a couple of red candles. Let's get the hell out of here. But you know what? If we stayed in, we're going to get some more profit out of that. So what we can do is change. Watch the center of the screen. I'll go one at a time. See, now it's going to calculate 2, 3, 4, 5. And the default is 10. So let's go right back to our default of 10. Guess what? If I'm long, even though these were candles, which we can see by shutting this off, these were red candles, but with the Heikin-Ashi trend indicator with the 10 look back, it's going to keep them green. If I really zoom in, you can actually see, it might be hard on the screen, you can actually see the red around the candle. You can kind of see, oh, this was a red candle if I didn't have. See that right there. And of course, you can go and you can change your colors and such anyway, so they really stand out. So it's a really cool tool. Does it mean you win more or less? No, but it's just like any indicator, something to look at and say, okay, this might be a little bit, I may want to hold on to this a little bit longer. That's why they call it an indicator, not a holy grail.
Right. But I could see how this would really help somebody who is, trying to hold on to trades for a little bit longer, trying to get a little bit more out of the market, to be able to stay in some of these trades maybe a little bit longer. I got to ask you, Robert, how sensitive would this be to increases or decreases in volatility?
Oh, see, that's a great question too. So this is a trend type of indicator. So if we're looking at a volatility type indicator, we can search and find some volatility ones. Topstep X. And let's see, what do we want for some volatility? SS hybrid is pretty good. How about the squeeze momentum? You know what? Let's take a look at these. These are ones that are that will show you the volatility a little bit better. Some of these other ones as well. Volume with the bands, that's going to give you those. So let's do these 3 on here, right? Let's keep the squeeze off for one moment. Let's take the bands off. Let's get rid of our trend. And we are looking now at our 5-minute ES chart that we were a moment ago. Let's start with the SSL. What this does. This is going to make a channel. And what it does, it follows it. And once it breaks through and the channel is redefined based on how far our look back is and the type of EMA, type of MA we're using, this is the SMA. If we go to EMA, you'll see it responds a little quicker. Boom and boom. And we'll keep the length of 10 as an example. And we can change the style of it up or down. But if we make this longer and shorter, we're going to see a reaction. This is a little bit more, it's a channel, so it's an average type, but it's going to be based on the volatility of it as well, because it needs to break through before it changes color and flips the other direction. More volatility style things are something for bands. We like to see bands. I'm going to do one thing on this. I'm going to clear it up so we can see it cleanly. The labels on the right-hand side, we can go to our style and just simply turn off the price labels if we don't want to see them, just to click on and off. And we can change the colors, okay? So this is a volume-weighted moving average, but it has volatility bands associated with it. Probably look at VWAP next. We have an upper band, a lower band. You can turn them on or off or change the colors or whatever you'd like to do. So we'll make this one green. No, we'll make this one yellow so it stands out and make it really thick, because that's our center line. That's what it's based off of. Sure. Now we have our upper inner and outer, and then the lower upper inner and outer. So we'll take I like the upper bands to be green and the upper outer band to be green. I just like, this is something I like to do. Anybody can put these any way they want. We're just talking through it to show you the examples. Sure. And there we have it. But that's not wide enough for me. So what we have is a sigma multiplier. So let's take the outer band and move it out to 3. And take the inner band and let's move that out to 2. So these are deviations, not standard deviation, but deviations based on the sigma calculation for each one of these. That would show you an increase of the volatility while still giving you the directional movement of the weighted moving average based on volume. So as volume comes in, it's going to be added to the calculation of the weighted moving average, which is really, really, really cool. Okay? Finally,
similar to VWAP, right?
And this is similar to VWAP. Yeah, similar to VWAP. I'll jump into VWAP right after this, because this is another one. This is the squeeze indicator. And what the squeeze indicator does, again, it's volatility because it's based on 2 indicators. I'll move this up so we can just stick it out so we can all see it nice and clean. It's based on a length of the Bollinger Bands, which are volatility bands, and the multiplier factor, and the Keltner channels, which are different than Bollinger Bands, but then a different factor we want to use. Now, what's really cool with this is it comes with 2 different sets and 2 different identifications. One of them being the bands themselves, which are the downward and upward greens and reds. So as we notice, as we're dropping down, we're getting dark red, but we're still to the downside, but we're going to lighten up a little bit. So we change the color to a lighter red. And these are all, you can set up your own colors, right, in the style for all of these. Sure. You can set them all up right there.
Everybody wants a pretty
we have
chart.
The green that's light. Exactly. And here's the one that I like the best. I'm going to really turn this up, okay? We're going to go to the squeeze being on and make this nice and big, and the squeeze off. So what does the squeeze mean? We can see them at the bottom. I'll zoom in. We have black here. We have white here. And you can change those colors to suit your needs as well. If they are black, the squeeze is off. And the squeeze is the ratio in relationship to Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels that we have set up in our inputs. And Hogue has a really cool way to demonstrate this, because look at the Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels. What if we added those to our chart? So let's put the Bollinger Bands on, just straight up Bollinger Bands, and Keltner channels.
Just so everybody knows, apparently the president is speaking right now. So far, he's not really saying anything of importance, but we are monitoring to anything that he might begin to kind of address of importance to the markets. And if that is the case, we may bring him in. We'll see. But again, I apologize for the interruption. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, that's important. That's important. All right, so we have our Bollinger Bands. I want to do the same settings, 20 and the factor of 2, and then 20 factor of 1.5. follow me on this, factor length of 20, and this is a multiplier of 2. And then we have Keltner channels, was 20, it was a factor of 1.5. So we can have the same settings. So what does this mean? The squeeze indicator at the bottom is showing the relationship between the Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels without having them on your chart and in the way. So as we can see, right here, we have our Bollinger Bands coming inside of the Keltner channels. The squeeze is on. What does that mean? We have white, these white crosses, or make them dots or lines, okay? So what it does, it takes these two indicators off your chart and puts them on an indicator at the bottom. We just got to keep it down like this. And let's say you don't even want to see what's going on. Shut off the momentum side of things and just keep the squeeze on.
You just want to see the dots.
Yeah. So there we go. And if you don't, now we have a reference to the Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels, if they are squeezing or not, very simply with this little indicator at the bottom of the chart, and change the color to green and red if you want. They're black and white by default. So black would be there's no squeeze, so maybe that would be green, right? Because if it's not squeezing, that means it's somewhat trending and not compressing together, having more volatility. And if it turns white, maybe make it red. So you're like, I am not going to trade anymore at that point in time. So there's some there's a little quick tutorial.
In using this, Robert, I just get a question out there for everybody, I think. When it's saying that the squeeze is on, those little dots are white, there's no real direction at that time, but it's telling you that the market may be compressing and ready for a move, right?
Exactly. You can see that right here clearly at the top. We have our yellow, which are our Bollinger Bands, and our blue are the Keltner channels. And look, the Bollinger Bands came inside of the Keltner channels, and that means the volatility has dropped, the oscillations are gone, and lo and behold, it turns white, meaning the squeeze is on. What does that mean? If you're a range trader, if you're a range trader, buy the bottom, sell the top, short the top, cover the bottom. If you're not, if you're a trend trader, take your finger off the mouse, close your positions, and wait for it to flip around.
And wait for no squeeze. Understood.
Wait for no squeeze.
So squeeze means kind of the market is kind of stuck in a spot. Compressing. Awesome. Thank you for telling me that as a fifth grader. Coming from the pit, we didn't have all this stuff. We didn't have any of these. It was price action and whatever charts you could put on your hand, on a piece of paper in your hand. And there's a lot of really good stuff. One last question. All of these indicators have the ability to adjust their kind of parameters and how they're going to look and the different ways you can use them. Once you find a way that speaks to you, do you tend to leave them? You just tend to leave them that way, right?
For the most part, yeah, but you do need to adjust for market conditions as well. For example, you just said that the president may be speaking. So it's like, okay, so I may want to give myself a little more room on the bands because it may go wild for a little while and say, oh, this thing is breaking out, but it's not really. It's just because there's a news event going on. So you do need to be aware.
Sure.
And it also is going to depend on your time frame. If you're looking at an hour time frame, you may want to compress them in a little bit because otherwise you may have, hey, this is breaking out of a band. And you might want to have your stop on the other side of the bands when it comes to the direction. And if it's a 15 an hour, 2 hour chart or whatever, it's going to be a long ways. Your stop is going to be a long ways away. Plus, if you're using NQ versus ES versus cattle versus 6J, versus the bonds, you need to set them according to what you're looking at, including tick charts. I use tick charts a lot. You can look at it perfectly on a 5-minute chart and go, oh, I didn't realize it was a 5-minute chart. Let me go to a 500 tick chart. You go, wow, this is really messed up. You need to adjust it for your style, your trading, your instrument, your time of day, and so on and so forth. So are they static? Yeah, market conditions. Static settings? No, but they can be pretty close.
And so how would you suggest somebody does that? Just look left, move the parameters and the adjust all the levels of the indicator you're looking at so that it looks like it would be something that would be beneficial moving into the future. You look left, set it up, see if it works for you. Of course, anytime you add something to your strategy, you certainly want to test it. And forward testing to me is probably the best way. You don't want to start trading real money with something like this. you want to get used to it. You want to learn how to use it and take your time in doing
Right.
so, right?
Right. So I'll give you a really good example. That's a perfect segue right into the VWAP. I have VWAP bands already here. Now this is really cool because this VWAP we coded this VWAP. So guess what? No more scrolling. No more scrolling. Once you turn VWAP on, you don't have to go back and have it catch up. I know that was a little bit of an issue we've had before.
Oh, awesome.
But we have them preloading. Yeah,
Sure.
so that's a really good update to it. I'm going to turn off these labels just so we see what we're looking at here, just like this. Now, this is VWAP on a 5-minute ES chart, and is being calculated on the open, high, low, close, and then divide by 4 to give us this is the default setting, and it gives us a nice clear picture.
Sure.
A lot of traders also use high, low, close. Divide by 3. Nothing wrong with that. We just have it open, high, low, close. And here's the check this out. We have it by session. It starts at each session. However, we have a really quick fix for the weekly. Click, change it. Guess what? It just recalculated for the entire week starting on Sunday evening, 5 p.m. That's your VWAP for the whole week with the volatility bands.
Tasty.
And very tasty. Now you can load it twice. Take the VWAP for the week and let's go and let's shut off the actual bands for VWAP for the week and get rid of the fills. I just want to see my weekly VWAP, and guess what I can do? I can load it again.
Add it again.
Now there's absolutely. So going to add it again. Again, I'll take off these price labels. Let's change the color to purple. I like purple. You know why? Because VWAP, violet. That's just the way I think. All right, and we have our bands. But I don't like my sigma to be 1 and 2. I don't use anything less than 1.5, and I'm making this up as I go, so don't take it to heart. And then we're going to double it to 3. So what am I looking at, Hogue? I am looking at, hey, guess what? Here, purple line is my session VWAP, meaning starting from the session date, 5 p.m. Central Time last night. And I have my bands, the sigma bands here for deviation outside it. But what else do I have? I have my weekly VWAP right here as well at the same time. So you can load them twice and just change it to weekly, shut the bands off, or use the volatility for the whole week. It's up to you how you want to do this. But it's really, really cool now that this is available, and they're built per session or per week, and they're all of them are customized. And the last thing I'll say about this is, see, that looks pretty good. But what happens if I change this to NQ? Guess what? Oh, those bands are way too wide. So back to what you just said, you just leave them. Well, I wouldn't leave them right now because I just switched from ES to NQ. I believe there should be a different setting between ES and NQ, especially if you jump into something else, gold, cattle, some of the currencies, some of the bond markets. Sure. You just need to figure it out for yourself as to what you're trading, match your trading style, time of day, chart style, risk tolerance. There's no right set answer. We just try to say, hey, here's a default setup. For what's most common, and then you can change it from there.
That's nice. I like that. Beautiful. It seems like everybody's, looking at VWAP to some degree or another as traders these days, and it's that's a nice feature. I do like that indicator. All right. Mm-hmm. Robert, are you ready to get into some questions that were sent in?
I am. That's what I'm here for, sir. Fire away. I'll do my best.
All right. So there was a question that was sent in. Is it hard to construct an indicator that can identify gaps? And I would think that, a gap is a subjective term. And can you point out, what's known as a fair value gap in this? What's it like to try and construct one?
Yeah, that is a very common gap, one of the most common, and it's pretty straightforward actually. I will blow this up big and just talk through one of them, and I'll show you the indicator. So a fair value gap, it's a series of 3 candles. We'll mark this up. I have the bottom of a candle, call this candle 1. The one before that is candle 2, and then the high of candle 3. Well, between those two, there's a gap. So that would be a gap up under the fair value gap. So we want that to plot automatically. So I'm going to set that indicator up to show you how these get plotted automatically. And then of course the gap down would simply be the other direction. See if I can find one. Yeah, here we go. Here's a low of one candle, and here's the high. Candle one back high is lower than candle three back low, and there was a small gap in between those. Okay, so let's use those as an example. Get rid of my drawings. Okay, that is what a fair value gap is for the most part. Now, last weekend we just released the fair value gaps. So what I'm going to do is go back to our Topstep X and put in our gaps. Where is he? Am I on the? Are they here? You know what I just did? I told you about this weekend. Woo! So that is what's coming out, folks. There you go.
Okay. All right, so that's still coming up.
That is coming up. Oh boy. It's okay. I got some more tips for you coming up too. Don't tell anybody.
All right.
There are also market gaps. Hogue, you can look at. And let's go to the sessions.
So where are the market gaps? Are they session gaps, or can you adjust them to like settlement gaps, regular trading hour gaps?
Right.
All right.
That's exactly right.
I'm gonna like this.
Topstep X sessions. Topstep X sessions. All right. So what we have here, there are 3 sessions in futures. We have an Asian, London, and New York. These are all listed in Central Time.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to plot out this. There's a couple of things we're going to show on this. It's going to answer a few questions for you, where it's going to change the color of the backgrounds of each one. So we have 3 sessions. I'll clean it up in a bit. Let me shut the labels off momentarily. Okay. So we can see the colors of the sessions. We have a label at the top. This is Asian, and it's got a gray tone to it. This is London. It's got a amber, yellowish tone. We have New York. This is a green tone. And it also, if we look at it, we can plot the high and the low of each of the sessions. So let's remove a whole bunch and then add them back one at a time to show things that are clearer. I'm going to remove the New York and the London highs and lows, so they're not even plotted. And let's go and shut off the labels themselves and just focus on the Asian. Okay, there's our Asian color. What do we have? We have the Asian market label at the top. We have it set for a gray background. And what does it do? It is plotting the high and the low of the Asian session. Bam and bam. Nice. We can see it stepping down. Let me zoom in a little bit more. We can see that as a new high is created, it's going to create a new level until the Asian session is done based on the time that we have set for the Asian session. Now, what if I only wanted to see like the first 2 hours? Well, I would go from 1700 to 1900. And what does that do? It's going to plot off the gray area to show me that's what I have highlighted. That's what I'm identifying. It's going to give me the high and the low up to that time frame. So that would be a great thing to say, yeah, this is the first 2 hour high and low of the Asian session. So you can use this a multitude of ways, multiple ways. And you want to see how I use this thing? This is what I did. This is one of my favorites. Let me back this out. We'll get you going for it. I'll move a little quicker on this on it. So I'm going to shut off the Asian and London, shut these off, go back to my styles. I only want the shading. I don't want the highs and lows. And you know what I do, Hogue, or what I don't do is I simply do not trade the US session from 8:30 to 9. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to Asia market. I'm going to make the full opacity. Can't see it. London, full opacity. Can't see it. New York session. I'm going to make that sucker red. And I'm going to black it out a little bit like this. So what does that just do for me? That just plotted the first 30 minutes of the US market, and I plotted it in red. So to me, it makes it really easier. I can sit down at my chart and go, oh, no, I'm not trading that just yet. I'm in the red zone. Or you can do it the other way. I only like trading between this time and just make it a color that you want, so on and so forth. It's really cool. There's a lot of features just in the sessions indicator.
That's awesome. I mean, I know a lot of people that like they'll base trades, for the entire session based off of where either the Asian session opened or the first half hour of the Asian session, first half hour of the London session. I wasn't aware that you could kind of block out areas where typically you're not going to be trading well, and you can mark those right on the chart so you can see them easily.
Yeah, let's do it. We have the first hour of the Asian session, and we have the first 30 minutes of the London session. Let's say you just don't want to do that. And now we go back and we'll turn on our Asian color of red, and let's brighten it up. Let's turn our London color of red and brighten it up. And there we have it. Oh, let me hit save. There we have it. So I'm simply going to, in your scenario you just gave, the first hour of Asian session, the first half hour of London, the first half hour of US. And I just have to look at the chart at a glance, be like, oh, look, guess I'm not trading right now. It's red.
Right. Right. Very nice. That is far more flexible than I originally thought it was going to be. The session indicator. There's a lot to that. There's a lot you can do with that. That's a
sure is.
That is a really good indicator. I'm like, oh, cool. You know, there's so much to this that if you all you have to do is look in the back end, look at the settings on all of these, and there's so many different ways to adapt everything to your needs.
Yeah.
Right.
And remember, correct. Remember, you can load them twice too. So you can just load the session again. You know, the sessions right there, Topstep X sessions, and go and fix that one to whatever you want. So if you want to, you know, trade at different times, so like I want to block off the beginnings, but I also want to trade New York from, I don't know, 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So I can easily put the 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock and then don't show the rest of them. Don't show these, right? So close that, close the London, get rid of all of my labels and my highs and lows, just to shut them off. I don't want to see them. I'm just giving a really easy example. New York, I'm going to do green because I want to trade that session. So now what did I just do?
Sure.
I just loaded this indicator twice and said, hey, block off an hour of Asia, half hour of London, half hour of US, but I want to trade this hour of the US session, this 2 hours of it.
It gives you the green light.
Yeah, point being is you can load the indicators twice, 3 times, 4 times, and that way it's pretty cool. Plus, load it twice and go, hey, I'm going to set this one up for NQ. I'll set the other one up for ES and go, all right, I'm on NQ, shut that off. I'm on ES, shut that one off. So you can set this up ahead of time. It should be part of your trading plan. Write that down.
Yeah. And you have to have a trading plan.
You have to have a trading plan.
You don't get to go to recess unless you do your homework. And trading plan is part of that homework. All right. Opening range.
Oh, that's a daily occurrence, isn't it?
On the chart.
Oh, let's go back to our ES for a moment. It's a little bit cleaner to see. All right. You want what do you want? The first what minutes of? I'm going to go to Topstep X.
Well,
opening range.
Yeah, let's go first 5 minutes of the New York session.
First 5 minutes of New York session. Make sure I have the default set up. There we have it. So it's called Topstep X opening range, and these are short titles. ORB, opening range breakout, very, very common.
RB.
So the first ORB, opening range breakout. Some use reversals, but there you go. So what does it do? It is going to plot the high and the low of the first 5 minutes of whatever we specify. In this case, the US session. Opening time, 8:30 a.m. Central. We want the first 5, because we want a 5 minute. First 5 minutes of the US session. There it is. There's our first 5 minutes. Okay. Let's bring this down a little closer so I can show you something else. Here's a 1 minute chart. Check this out. Watch this zoom.
Right.
Oh, if I do this right, here we have it. And just to clean it up, I'm going to go here and shut off the labels temporarily. So what do we have? We have the first 5 minutes. This is a 1 minute chart. I'll really zoom in here so you can see it. Notice how they're getting wider and wider. Okay? Because it's plotting, you can follow it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Well, even though this is the third minute, it's still the high of the first 5. And we can see this step down.
Right.
But if you don't want to see the steps, you can go into your settings and don't do stepped. Keep your eye on the right. Click straight. It's just going to show you where they are once the event happens. So once you close the 5 minutes, it's going to show you. And there are different levels, whichever you would like to use. What level do you want? 0.5, 1, and 2. It's like, I don't like the 0.5. I want to make that 1. And then I want this one to be 1.5. And I want this one to be 3. And obviously change your colors and do whatever you want. And I want these to be the brightest. So I'm going to take these. I'm going to make these circles, and I'm going to make them large. I'm going to make this one pluses, crosses, and I'm going to make these large. So they stand out a little more. So now I can see them. Say, oh, these are the exact ones I'm looking for. See if I collapse it. There we go. And then I have my deviations above. You saw 1.5.
Sure.
I'd say 1, then 1.5, and then 3. And there it is. But it's going to show you every day. So you can look back at the last one and go, oh, look at this. We have the ones from before. You have the ones from before. Let's say you're not a trader that wants 5 minutes. You want 15. Oh, so be it. Go to your inputs, change this to 15 minutes. It's out of the way, and you'll see this adapt. Click. There it is. This is our first 15 minutes. Pretty sweet.
All right. I would imagine the initial balance works a lot the same way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's the opening range. You can do this. You can go in here and change this to 16 minutes if you would like. Or let's go back to our Topstep X indicators. And what do we have? Initial balance. It's already set for you. It already comes up here. There's your opening time. There's your 60 minutes. It's very, very, very similar. So you can load them both, have them different settings, and that way you know which ones. Change the colors on it if you want. And again, change these as well. Hey, I want to see the initial balance straight for the US session. Load it again and change the initial balance to, this would be what? This would be 1700 for 60 minutes. And it would be the opening balance of 1700 time frame.
Right, from the Globex Open.
Yeah.
And
I put
the extension bars work the same. It's one. You can of course set it, but it's defaulted to 1, 1.5, and 2.
Yep, and there they are. Right there. Multipliers. Multiplier of 0.5. It takes this and just adds 0.5 to it. 1 and 2.
Sure.
Set them up any way you like.
Okay, nice.
If you want to, yeah. And we can make these. Just any one of these can be made a little bigger so you can see them. All different sizes, all different shapes, all different colors. There you have them.
Sure.
And bigger. Make sense?
Yep. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Love it. Love it. All right.
They are currently 18. We got more coming.
Currently 18 so far this summer, and lots more on the way. I'm hearing some very exciting things.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say anything. I don't know for sure, but there's exciting things coming down the road for sure.
Yeah, I might tip you off. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. We'll see if everybody's nice. The chat behaves. I'll tip you off.
So we're gonna go back to our well of questions here. There's a trader that exclusively trades using order flow. Do you have plans to add this to Topstep X? And if so, when?
Yes, and soon. Next question.
There's lots of different order flow tools. Maybe a little bit more defined. What you're looking for would have been helpful. But yeah, there's some stuff coming. What about moving average indicators? This trader is saying, what about moving average indicators? What should I be looking for, and how to use them? Would you guide them towards MACD?
MACD has it because it's moving average convergence divergence. So a MACD, let's throw it on there. I spell it right. MACD. We have the regular one, and we have the zero lag. It's a different calculation, and I would encourage traders to use the regular one and use the same settings on the Topstep version of the zero lag. I think you'd be pleasantly surprised. So first, let's identify what is MACD. It stands for moving average convergence divergence. It's a little oscillating tool down the bottom of the chart, and we specify the averages we want to watch. 12 and 26 in this case. The signal length, if we increase it, it responds quicker. It responds a little longer, and then the shorter, the quicker the response time for it. I'm going to change one thing because it's something that I like to see. Notice the histogram at the bottom. It's kind of hard to see. I like to change them from histogram to columns. Now watch the bottom of my chart, columns. They stand out a little bit more. I just like to do that. Okay? It's just, they stand out a little more. So what does it mean? The zero lag has a different calculation behind it. You can Google it, it's online. And it applies it to the standard calculations of the convergence and divergence based on the moving average calculation, based on MACD calculation. In this case, we have 12 and 26, meaning it's a 12 moving average and a 26 moving average. So one is going to respond quicker than the other. And then, of course, we can shrink or increase the size of how fast it responds for the signal. And what does it do? It tells us the direction of the chart. We can see right on the very bottom, there's not too much going on between up and down. And the two MAs are converging and diverging. Crisscross, crisscross. I bet if you use this to the squeeze indicator, you would actually see that there's a squeeze going on at this point in time. So don't be afraid to add a couple, just as a quick reference. Like I said at the beginning, that make that little line, just throw the line on there and put it at the bottom of the chart. Use them in reference. So you can just walk over, getting a cup of coffee, look at your chart and go, I see these white cross signs and I see these, there's no crossing of the MAs on my MACD. I can take a few minutes away from the charts at that point in time, go take a walk. But that's all this really is. It's more of an oscillator. It is moving averages, but it's more of an oscillation to show where they're going. There are definitely other moving averages available. And there's a really cool one. Let me do my Topstep search. I'm doing this to drive it home. There's one called T3, which is a moving average. There's one called Trend Magic, which is close. There is a Vidya, which is pretty good also. Okay. And what do I like about these? I like the Vidya. I do. I really do like the Vidya. So let's not start with that. T3. This is a moving average formulation. We can tell the length, and it uses a volume factor as well in this. So it's almost like the volume weighted moving average. And I believe there are, I believe there are 6 different calculations that go into this. So it probably should be called T6, right? But it's a T3 indicator. It's just a single line, but you'll see the responses. The best part about this is it takes volume into consideration. I know Coach Jay will love that. And these are down to the 100th of the decimal, so you can really lock it in, right? See, point like that. And then you change your length. And by using your volume, let's make it a volume of 1. What does that mean? Whoa, it's going to really apply it. So you can use that, and it's definitely different. There are a bunch of moving averages specifically built in just to Topstep X, but this is the custom one that Topstep ourselves have made. It works pretty good. Let's go to the Vidya. Vidya is another set of calculations, and this uses the Shande momentum oscillation, look that up, as part of its tool also. Okay, and that is not only the length is taken into consideration, but where was it before and how fast is it changing direction? What do you want your response time to be at? So you can literally say, hey, look, there's a moving average going up, but according to what has happened before, I could increase it, and look at this. Look at the bend that it has. It was going up here, and now all of a sudden it's going down because I'm increasing it. It's really cool. It's nice to look at, nice to play with. Make it your own. I think this is a really cool one. If I'm going to use one, I would always be using the volume weighted moving average or VWAP as well. But this is also a really cool one. And I'll end quickly on the Trend Magic. Trend Magic is very close to the it's gonna someone will get this on the other one. Oh goodness gracious, what's the name of it? Somebody's gonna put it in chat, I believe. So it's very close to. Let somebody message me. My goodness, I apologize for remembering what that one is. Somebody hit me up in the chat as what it is. I'll put it on the chart. So
it's okay. It's well. Right. You know what?
Yeah.
While if you want to look for it, I want to just kind of call out.
Please, market update.
You are able to tell us if you're using one of these indicators. We want your feedback on this. So if you are using it, if you have any feedback, if you're liking it, not liking it, if there's anything that you need to tell us about these indicators, if you are using any of them, email us, topsteptv@topstep.com. We want to hear from you about any of these indicators that you're using, how you like them. Again, feedback is always very important to us. And Robert, did you find it?
I did, but I have to give a kudos to the chat. I saw Shubham. I don't know if anybody else put it there, but
Super
I saw
trend?
Shubham in there. Yeah, listed super trend. A few other traders did. I just happened to glance over and see that one, and that is it. It is called super trend. I'm going to say that it is close, but it is not the same. Similar, not the same. And you can tell that if we use the same. We can use the same settings.
Trend magic.
ATR of
Okay.
34, a multiplier. Yeah, 34 and 2.5. If this is 34, a multiplier of 2.5, you can see that they are different. I have them both the same. Length of 34, factor 2.5. Trend magic, 34, multiplier 2.5. But guess what? We have a CCI associated. That's called the Commodity Channel Index as well. And it takes that into consideration. And it kind of gets you a little bit better draw on it. So let's turn one of them off. There's super trend off. Put super trend on. Okay. You can toggle them back and forth. And possibly change colors, so you can identify them. Now let's shut this one off. It's a bit choppy, bit ragged, but we add this. It's a little bit cleaner, a little bit smoother. So you can use these as, hey, I want to watch this. It's coming down, but I am going to go the opposite way when it goes green as a breakout and use this as a trail.
Sure.
Or you can use it as a continuation. Hey, I'm going to use this as a continuation versus breaking out. So just like anything else, Hogue, VWAP with bands, some traders go with VWAP, the direction of it, until it goes up to volatility. It's going with it. And then other traders look at it and say, wait until it reaches my deviation bands, and I'm going to get the reversal back to VWAP. 6 in one, half dozen of another. Use it however you wish, set it however you wish, and good luck.
So as you know, Robert, they're going to be trying to teach old dogs new tricks in the next week or so. I like this indicator. I might start with this one. What do you think?
It is a pretty good one, but it's also going to depend on market conditions and
market conditions, of course.
The instrument, conditions, market. You're trading ES 5 minutes. It's going to change if you put it on ES. Check it out. I'll put it on ES 15 minutes. Now, does that look the same to you? Maybe. That's a long way to go to use this as a stop. So I may want to shrink it down a bit. I may want to change my ATR period, right? So my multiplier. There we go. Put it on 2 instead of 2.5.
I'll be changing.
Here's 3.
I'll be changing lots of stuff.
Exactly. It's a pretty good one. So
yep.
I would suggest that put something on that's going to help you identify trends, something that's going to help you identify the volume and volatility that goes on, and then something on the bottom that is going to give you the oscillation between them. And that's a pretty good combination, right? You can't guarantee anything, but you can guarantee the market's not going to stay the same forever. And it's a nice little glance. Sure. Nothing on here is going to be like, hey, this is the best in the world. But if you're a trend trader, there's several things to choose from. And I would say, let's throw some volume indications on there as well. And if you're a range trader, I don't really need necessarily a trending thing, but use one of the oscillators and the volatility ones. And, the squeeze, that's a pretty good one. But there's more coming too.
Sure. Yeah. All right. I will be going through all of these and trying to figure out which ones I want to try first for teaching old dog new tricks. That email, topsteptv@topstep.com. If you do send us an email and you're using one of these indicators, we may contact you to see if maybe we can feature you on the show as well. So make sure if you're using one of these and you want to be on the show, you want to show us how you're using it. Again, email topsteptv@topstep.com, and we'll look forward to seeing you on here maybe one of these days. That would be fun. Let's do it. Oi. So Robert, what are we looking at here? I'm just looking through some of the questions here.
Sure. I just threw the HA trend on while you're doing that, just to give an example. Hey, you have your breakouts right here. Throw on the opening range indicator. Throw on the opening range indicator. I'm just eyeballing this, save a little bit of time. And let's say the opening range is, I don't know, here. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Let's pretend that's the opening range. Well, guess what? Hey, we got chip chop, chip chop, chip chop, and I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until we get a breakout of the opening range, and oh, guess what? We get a bunch of green candles. This is a tick chart on NQ. That's not too bad. So what do we have? We're doing a breakout. Oop, I don't know. It's 200 points right there, but wherever our target is, I don't know. Hindsight could be everything. But give yourself some playtime with these over the weekend when the markets close. No problem. And watch when I shut this off. We might get chopped out of here. Oh man, this is coming up. Let me circle the area I'm talking about. Market breaks out. I go take a long position. All of a sudden, I see this chopping right in here, range bound. And I look left and I go, oh, dang it. That was a rejection point. I better close my trade right at this point in time. Dang it. I got to get out of this thing. But what happens if I'm using the trend indicator? It might keep me in that trade a little longer.
Yes. Yeah, I mean now that's a tick chart. That's 1,000 tick chart.
Yeah, it's 1,000 tick chart
And,
right there.
Tell me again what indicator that is.
This is the HA Heikin-Ashi trend, the Topstep X Heikin-Ashi trend, and I just so it's going to show a regular chart, but then it's going to color the candles as if they were Heikin-Ashi bars with a look back of 15 in this particular case. Because remember, it's trending. If it's a trend market, you do want to look back a little bit. It's well, how do you define the trend looking at one candle? You really can't. And because it's a trend, does it mean it's going to stay there? No, it doesn't. But this may help you. We want to plot an opening range. Does it mean it's going to break out? And if it does, is it going to keep going? We don't know. We're speculators. But these are just kind of a quick reference. Say, oh, this looks pretty good. And you don't have to spend a lot of time. Imagine if I'm looking at the chart and I go, okay, well, where was this? Where was this action? How was London look? Oh, that's below the Asian market. But if I already had these on there, I would be looking at and going, oh, great, there's my Asian opening low and it's bouncing off of it. It's just really makes it easier. Indicators, all that. They're an indicator. It's a quick reference. I told someone the other day, I said, hey, there's an indicator in your car. When you the car in front of you taking a right and a left, you get the flashing taillights and indicators. Does that mean they're going to turn? No, it's an indication they might turn, right? You got to take that with a grain of salt. Same thing with indicators here.
Right. Yeah, I think we've all been caught driving with our indicator on and not making any turns, and it does happen. But how would you recommend, Robert, to any trader that's looking through all of these indicators to begin to kind of filter their way through to find out what might be the best thing for them? Everybody sees things the way they see them. Indicators are giving you lots of potential trade ideas in both directions. How do you find the right one for you, and how do you avoid over indicating? Because you get too many indicators on your charts, and you're going to have a hard time making any kind of decent decision as far as trading is concerned. What's your recommendation for, just start at the top, take a look through, look left, see how the indicator is is being treated, by the market movements, and then look at the next one, right?
Right. Yeah. Identify yourself as a trader first. Take a look at what your plan is saying. Hey, I like to buy the opening range breakout and I want a continuation. That sounds like I'm going to put the opening range indicator on and probably something like this HA trend or the T3 or the Vidya. All right. And there you go. That may help you out. And I'm going to fess up 100% guilty. When I started trading, I had all kinds of indicators on my screen. We all do, looking for the thing that's going to best fit you. So here's an example. When you're putting your indicators on, if you're not looking at it right before you take that trade, then pull it off your chart, because obviously it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not going to go like, oh, man, let me go long right here, but I never looked at where VWAP was. That means I'm not using it. So take it off. You don't want to over indicate. The clean of the chart, I am a huge fan of clean charts. At the same time, try each one and put them on, go through the settings, click through the different time frames. You may say, man, I love this Vidya indicator on a 15-minute chart for ES, and I hate it on a 5-minute chart for NQ. Well, guess what? Just silence it at that when you're trading NQ. Or maybe different settings. I trade when I'm trading, the Dow or trading YM, I'm trading trends. But when I'm trading NQ, I'm trading chop. Well, I'm going to use an oscillator and a chop index on that, along with volatility. But when I'm trading the trends, I want to have those other types of long indicators and possibly an oscillator there to try to help me with the direction. That's what I would start. Don't over indicate, but definitely go through them, and you never know what's going to work for you. There's so many of them, not just the Topstep X ones, not just the Topstep ones, but there's Topstep X. Click on indicators and go through them. Like, what the heck is an advanced decline? Put it on your chart and see what it looks like. Go down through this. Dawn chain channels. What are the Dawn chain channels? Correlation coefficient. What are they? Let's put them on your chart. Take a look at it and go like, I don't like this. I like my entries on this, but it looks like what it's giving me, my stops are too far away from my trading style. Guess what? Take it off your chart and don't use it. Put it in your journal.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a kind of a process of elimination, I would think, that's a lot of folks are going to go through before they find the tools that are really going to benefit them. All right, folks, don't forget.
Yep. Okay.
Topstep TV at topstep.com. Let us know you're using the indicators. We may bring you on screen to talk about the indicators, talk about how you're using the indicators, of course. Robert, tell what time is your class in Discord every week? Let everybody know about that, because I know that there's hours of stuff that we could be going through here, and don't want to do that all at once. What's your Discord class time?
Every Wednesday, 6 p.m. Central Time. 5 p.m. I'm Eastern, so sorry. Back that up. Every Wednesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. I'm Eastern, and I have to make sure I'm doing it right. So clarify that. Delete that section on there. Yeah, and I got a couple of, I just saw it in the chat, the Topstep guys production, amazing job as always. Threw a couple of my socials in there. If you want to follow me on there, we do posting things out. And
yep, we got them in there. We got them in there.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts, Robert?
Yeah. Well, it looks like we all behave. So I wrote up this little thing. It's very, very quick, very, very easy. And I don't know. We think we deserve it, right? I can let a little cat out of the bag over here. Should be pretty funny. What do you think, Hogue? Give I permission?
Go for it.
All right, here we go. First of all, thanks for having me on. I am really excited about what else is up and coming. So to celebrate, there are a range of bars around me. So when I have the time and if the price is right, I'm going to take the opportunity to visit them and leave my footprint all over the place. Then I'm going to climb an advanced ladder and I will alert everyone while sipping on a Super Dom Perignon, that has all the bubbles in there to help keep cool in this map of the heat down in the south. Touche.
Very, very good job there, Robert. Very under the radar there. That was excellent.
Don't
Robert,
tell anybody.
Absolutely.
Oh wait, this is YouTube.
Absolutely loved having you on, my friend. It's great to see you. Thanks for all your knowledge and your excellent overall knowledge of all of these indicators. Looking forward to seeing you again soon, my friend. It is almost 2:00 on Friday. We do have the reversal challenge coming up. JD, Mohammed, Eric, and Jack. Don't forget, if you're using these indicators, you want to come on, show us how you're using them. Topstep TV, Topstep TV at topstep.com. Make sure you let us know. We'd love to have you on. And Robert, again, thank you very much. Stick around. It's the end of Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun with the challenge. We'll see you all in just a few minutes. Stick around. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the final segment of the week. It's Power Hour, and we're doing a reversal challenge. Sound off in the chat if this is your first time witnessing a reversal challenge. We've got some all-stars here. You know me, I'm JD. The man over there, our man Muhammad. We've got Eric. We've got Jack. This is going to be intense. We are going to trade it up for the final hour of the trading week. And whoever has the biggest P&L at the end of the day wins the trophy, right? Let's get into it, guys. We start with 1 lots. Then we move to 2 lots, then 4 lots, then 8 lots, then 15. Going into the close. Here are the rules. The only button you are allowed to use is the reverse button. You need to be in a position the entire time. You cannot close a position. All you can do is reverse a position. I'm just going to read these rules off to you one at a time. Number 1, reverse button only to manage the position, unless adding. All traders into a trade at the open, when we say go. Everybody's in. You cannot use limit orders, only market orders. All traders must be in the market at all times. Double lot size appropriately every 15 minutes. So, this is going to be fun. It's an excellent exercise in tradertainment and patience, right?
Well, great job
How we
with
feeling?
the rules. We just got to add one more thing. Absolutely,
Do
this
it.
is being done in a practice account. These are simulated accounts. We are not on the hook for slinging these 15 lots after MOC. A couple wrinkles. We're going to allow everybody to hold their positions during halftime when Dr. Volatility comes in. And the chase rules are in effect. So after MOC, if you are in the lead, you can choose to get flat, and you must remain flat until someone passes you and gets flat themselves. So let's see who's beta and does that. It's probably going to be me. So JD, you are the grand marshal of all this. Let us know when you want to get it started.
So it is 2:08 in the PM Chicago time. We have got about a minute and a half till 2:10. Should we wait till 2:10 or 2:09? Do you want to wait 30 seconds or 90 seconds?
Well, 2:10, because let's everybody say hi to Eric. Eric's been on more. We'll use this as an opportunity to get to know Eric better throughout this hour. So in chat, if you have any questions you want us to ask Eric about his background, embarrassing elements of his personal life, whatever you got, throw them in there, and we will try and get to all of them. Hey,
Eric, you got 60 seconds. Tell us everything. Hurry up.
Everything. Oh my gosh. I've been trading 6 years. I mainly trade NASDAQ. I sometimes trade gold. I trade the New York session. Recently, the London session because it's been moving so much. That's it. That's it, guys. I'm not that interesting after that. You know, if I'm not trading, I'm golfing, fishing, just trying to be outside. So
and just so you know, so it's like, Eric's new. Eric's been at Topstep for a good while. He works here. Eric, how long have you been at Topstep?
I've been here almost 3 years.
All right. There you go.
You've probably seen
a little bit of everything.
Eric was on the community team for a long time. You've probably seen him in Discord. He's made quite a few videos. You've seen him on social media. Eric's been around for a while. Let's get into this. We have got 10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds, and we get into the market. Mo, we were talking in the green room. You're looking for a rippy. Here's the rippy. Is it going to sticky, though?
All right. We're in.
Yeah.
Everybody in. Everybody in.
I'm in.
I just bought one. I got on the long side. What's
on the
everybody
long
doing?
side.
Sold one to be contrarian, and I'm already regretting it.
Green P&Ls up there and one red one. I wonder who that is.
Hey, it was green for a second there. Let me take a look.
Listen,
at what
I'm
we
gonna
got.
talk my smack when I can because I don't know how this is gonna end. So
Nobody knows how it's going to end.
I would not. We have to be in a position here. I would not have a position on right now, but that's the way we play the game.
This is the game. It's the reversal challenge.
Has been
It's an exercise.
long time since I touched NQ. long time since I touched NQ.
How you feeling, Mo? Are
What
you long
is
or
this?
short? What's your position?
I don't know.
I don't know. How do you
I'm
not
long
know?
One. I'm long one. It's already minus 200. What is this?
How are you long and down? I'm long and right. I'm long and positive.
I get in too late, actually.
All right. I get it. I get it. I'm
My
thinking about
mistake,
reversing here.
I clicked.
I just locked in.
The
Yep.
MES.
I locked in a
This is
little
why
bit of
you see
profit,
my-
and I got short. Say again, Mo.
As you can see, my realized profit is $3 because I clicked the MES for a second for a long. And then I flattened and quickly moved to the NQ too late for that long. So this is why I am plus in the realized.
For those of you that are new here, Mohammed may be sounding like this is his first time. He has done this many times and is notorious for chicanery behind the scenes. So we will take that with a grain of salt.
Some might call it secret squirrel activity. Tell us what you're doing. No, I'm not telling anybody what I'm doing. Here we go. We got a little dippy. We got a rippy and a dippy.
Yeah, that was
Eric's first time on the reversal challenge. Eric, what are you doing? How's it looking so far?
I'm staying long. I'm not going to touch that reverse button for a minute. It could be 1 minute.
Okay.
Who knows?
I reversed long only out of the strategy of with the one contract on. I feel like every time I'm on, it grinds against me one direction really hard. Got to take my profits, build my launch pad. There we go.
You want to save a little dry powder for 15 lots coming up in about 40 minutes because we are going to be trading 15 lots in these practice accounts in just a little bit. I had a feeling I should have reversed a second ago or a minute ago. I didn't do it. And I think this thing's going to rip in my face. I am currently short.
Yeah, as am I. I don't like this. But what are you gonna do? You're right. Trading this NQ it's messy. I gotta adjust to the P&L swings on the one contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's 275 cushion isn't gonna do anything. It's only what, like?
Yeah, I've only got a $100 cushion right now.
You guys make me want to build a cushion, but I don't want to reverse it.
You can stay in the same position the entire time and just keep grinding it out. It's happened before
Where's
and
the
people
fun?
have won.
Where's the fun in that?
Don't try to get me to have some bad habits here. This is my first time.
Here we go. We're ripping.
And
I just got
all the
I just
chat.
got long at the top.
Please.
I just got long at the top.
Please don't do this at home. Don't do this at home.
Just like that.
Here we go.
like
There's
that.
the rippy. There's the rippy.
That's it.
All right. I got short again. Still positive. I'm basically a scratch. I got my hotkeys set up. My right arrow is changed position. Who else has hotkeys set up? Anybody?
No.
No.
I'm too lazy.
No.
Maybe I will for the next one. Man, they can't stick save this 50-day moving average in the SPX 2 days in a row. I won't stand for that aggression, man. For the record, that would be 74.30 in the ES. So about 10 points higher than here.
All right. We're kissing a 9-period EMA in the 15-minute chart on the NQ. I got 3 different charts up on my screen right now. I'm looking at a 1-minute, a 5-minute, and a 15-minute. I'm in on the short side. It's hard to see, but I think I'm going to reverse long again after this little dip. I just got long again. Locked in a little more profit. Just a bit.
You're wheeling and dealing there for under $100, both realized and unrealized. Good work.
I'm burned on commissions. I'm toast on commissions right now. I should have kept that short. Here we go.
I'm long again.
Wuda, you will say this all day with reversal challenge.
What time are we going?
Oh, we need a poll. We need a poll. Who's working polls right now? Who's gonna win?
Whoa.
Eric, Muhammad, Jack, or JD? Give us your honest opinion. There should be a poll. I just had an opportunity to get back in short. I didn't take it, and now we are dipping.
Can't have the
Still
rippy
only
without the
on
dippy.
Rippies and dippies come hand in hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are still only on one contract. I'm going to vote for Eric. Beginner's luck is a thing in this competition.
I will not even vote for myself. I will go for Eric.
Who votes for themselves? You got to be a sociopath to vote for yourself, right?
Yeah, narcissist.
Look at all these haters in the chat. JD, yeah, we're getting disrespected. We're not even. Muhammad's down 1,400 unrealized. You guys are not taking in the information correctly.
Should we repeat the process for everybody just joining us?
No.
Is this gonna be a rippy? All right. What do we do? 220? We go to 2 lots or 225?
Are we? Well, we can hold it the whole time, so we can whatever you want. This is your dance floor, JD.
So will
I'm not much of a dancer.
Be flat?
No, Mo, you can't go flat. Mo, did you go flat?
No.
I thought we were pretty. I thought we were pretty clear on the rules,
halftime.
right? No, we're not going flat during halftime.
Okay. That's new.
That's no complaints about positions working during halftime. We're just gonna run it.
Oh, so no reverse either. During halftime.
You can reverse. Oh, you can reverse.
You can reverse anytime you want. But you have to be in a position the entire time. Yes. Not just a clever name. It's the name of the segment. The Reversal Challenge. You need to be in a position the entire time. You cannot go flat. You can only hit the reversal button.
Unless you're adding
I
to
feel
the
like
position.
I feel like I just missed my opportunity to hit the reverse button.
Nah.
Yeah, you were shouting to me.
I'm sorry for yelling.
You're busy shouting to me.
We got a little pop coming here. 15 minute looks bullish. 5 minute looks a little bullish. 1 minute looks a little sketchy. I'm still long.
But have you looked at the 15-second chart?
Yeah.
No, I'm not working the 15-second chart.
That's where the real action is.
That's where the real action is.
Come on, market.
Show us the 15-second chart.
JD, do we want to add the second one?
I mean, this
220.
We're gonna add. We're gonna add a second contract in about 30 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. We're gonna go to 2 lots. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sound reasonable?
Okay.
Sounds reasonable.
I'll count it down. We got 10 seconds to go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, add. I'm long 2.
Short pair.
Jack is short. Oh, there it goes. Our next ad will be another 2 lot. So at the bottom of the hour, 2:30, we're gonna have 4 lots on, right? Well, we'll go 2:35.
You're just asking for people to lose before the fun starts.
Oh
You're
my
right,
god!
you're
I
right.
just scored the bottom. What am I doing?
Eric, your first time here. It's uncomfortable trading like this, right? Like it's
I mean,
not
it was
what
really
people are used
comfortable
to.
when I was up like $1,100. It was very comfortable. Thought it was easy. then that's what happens when you short the bottom. It
Right.
all goes away.
Then it's gone. But you can make it back because we're moving.
Got it. Oh my god!
We're actually just going sideways. Here we go. Here's another rippy. Another rippy coming. There we go. New highs. Come on. New highs. Doesn't want to make new highs. Oh, come on. Tested the high. Came right back down.
We might want to wait a little bit if it's going to be like this for like the 4 contracts. We're going to look
This is
like
chop suey. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what this looks like. What options do we have? Can we go to? We have 15 seconds. I'll be responsible and do a 5-second chart here.
I'll be responsible and do a 5-second chart.
I mean, look at it. Look at this beautiful structure on the 5. Like, killing it right now on the 5-second chart. If
I will not make it to the halftime.
Slow down, Mo. You should only have 2 on. You should only have 2 on, right?
I have 2
How many-
on.
Okay. Just checking.
This is crazy. Every time I hit reverse, it just go to the other way around.
Hit reverse again, Mo.
Nothing.
Yeah, you know what they say, right? When in doubt, reverse your position.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. We're playing this 1-minute range very well.
I want to reverse so bad.
We're breaking down. I'm on the wrong side of this market. I'm down.
Me too.
Yeah.
Look out!
I'm down 1,200. Here we go. Here we go. We got a break. Happening here. I got to get out of this trade. Who else is long?
There's weights in the fish.
Hold on. I'm long. Oh god.
Eric bought the dip. I'm on the wrong side of this move. I know it. I just want to pop to get out. Maha says, "What are you doing, JD?" I'm playing the reversal challenge.
Oh yeah.
All right. Time to exit this trade and get on the. Oh man, I goofed it
you
again.
know what's gonna happen. You get short here.
Here comes the hammer of justice. Yeah, as soon as I reverse, it's popping.
Oh my.
There's your liquidity grab, everybody. Futures Trading 7 says, "Let's go, Jack." This NQ ladder is so thin.
Yeah,
There's so many
it's
gaps in
reversing.
prices.
That's why, by the way, I know I get flack for trying to change the rules. We should be able to reverse with limit orders. Like, it's crazy that we have to like incur slippage just because Dolby came up with this
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, he's not even here. We can do whatever we want, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we can do whatever we want. Okay, I like that.
No, let's stick with the rules.
Okay.
This is a
Because
nom.
think about it. It would be
There are
more fun
rules.
because I could have a target down here that people could see it. If it gets hit, I'm reversed. You know.
Mhm.
Cool.
Here we go. Another rippy. Keep me in
Is
this.
this it? Is this what'll save me? No.
Is this a real rippy? Or is this a 15-minute looks like a fair flagging pattern? We could be dropping. But 5-minute looks bearish. 1 minute, here's her pop. I just got short.
Look at you.
Oh. I'm in the green. Do I take it? Do I take it and run? Or do I just let it rip?
I waited for a pop to get short because that's what I was looking for, and I did it. I'm getting burned again. I'm down 1,800, realized.
Arden, you can reveal at halftime who was taking a week off for their birthday. I promised we would tell them.
It wasn't me. I saw a lot of people say JD was taking a week off for his. I don't think I've ever taken my birthday off in my life.
Yeah, no,
to be
JD's
honest
in
with
my
you.
camp on this. I was gonna say too. I looked forward. Like I will turn 40 years old on the next March the 3rd. It's a Wednesday, and now I'm not gonna defer if I'm on vacation or something during that time. But if I am here, you better believe I will be here unless I am fired.
Mohammed, you celebrate your birthday in such a style that you would take a day off of work for it.
I don't think so.
Right?
I don't
Right?
think so. Right?
As I fly in the chat, says, who would fire Jack?
Oh, not recently. I mean, several.
Tell us.
It's been floated, but only one has succeeded.
Excuse me.
That was
only one has
CRW.
succeeded.
Only one has succeeded. Many have tried. One has succeeded.
I am still short. Is this thing gonna drop or what? How's everybody looking?
I mean, I don't.
Mo.
Yeah.
I am
you
short
need to
with
come
you.
back.
This
Mo
is
needs
my
to come back
comeback,
real
by the way.
fast.
I was 4,000.
Oh, you should be out.
No, 4,000.
Oh, I'm joking. You get 4,500. You get 4,500. Yeah.
Yeah, usually we don't see that sort of print this early, but the Dippy will do that. Oh, don't rally back.
It's rallying back.
Yeah, this encourages all sorts of interesting decision making. Like, I, no doubt, if I were short there, I would have covered it, but I did not necessarily want to go long at that level.
Yep.
Listen, Blink the VWAP is saying everyone's short. NQ got ripped to the moon. I want you to see that I clearly reverse position long.
Think the VWAP about to rip to the moon, huh? Give us some context. How far away is the moon?
And can I take that as financial advice?
Again, the moon
Tell me,
is
how many-
overrated, even in this sense.
The moon is overrated. I'm putting that on a t-shirt, Mo. I'm putting that on a t-shirt. The moon is overrated.
All these soft
It's not
people
beautiful,
staring at
it's
the
not-
moon and
it's
taking
not
their
so far
birthdays
away.
off. All right, let's continue this. Thank you.
Okay, buyers, let's go. Let's go this.
Come on, Blink, I trusted you.
Ink in the VWAP? Oh, man. Eric, never trust the chat.
Can't believe that guy would lie to me like that. That's crazy.
You do. That's like asking who would dump Jack at Disney. Well, only one succeeded and fired me. In firing me as a romantic partner, more have succeeded.
Somebody in the chat actually did mention Disneyland, Jack. Or was it Disney
I saw
World?
it. Yeah, it was Disneyland.
Story for another time. Or you could tell it.
Oh, no. Like, if those who know, some other time.
Ink the VWAP. Everyone short on Q. About to rip to the moon. Is Bink the VWAP long?
Good.
Do we get on Bink the VWAP side? Is this the dippy we've been looking for?
What if they start to say
Man, this dip
dippy and
just keep
rippy?
dipping.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, guys. You want some volatility? We're going to kick it over to Dr. Volatility himself. We're going to bring in James, the coach, Bink the VWAP, on how volatility works. Let's do it.
Absolutely. What's up, guys? Before we get into Power Hour, The employee on Topstep TV who took off their whole week for their birthday is none other than Eddie Horn. A lot of you guys got it right in the chat. We love you, Eddie. We miss you, Eddie. And yeah, take the full week every year, my man. Don't listen to these guys. Anyway, this is your Power Hour content. Here is the stuff you guys shared with us today, and some bonus stuff, including this first one. This was sent to us by some people in the back. This is a full suite workstation, obviously created by AI, but you see you have your full trader setup. You got a big monitor. You got the toilet shower combo in the back. Everything all you degens need to trade it up. My one note here is if you zoom in on the mini fridge, it's full of water. I know you guys aren't drinking enough water, so I know that's not true. Anyway, let's see what you guys posted today on Twitter. Starting with, this is actually from earlier, much earlier yesterday, but I think it's worth a shout out. Been at this over a year now, trying to pass a combine and maintain an XFA long enough for a payout. I'm hoping these notes can be motivation to stick with it and find consistency. And you can see here that John, the tech guy, has a post-it note with a dollar bill on his monitor with sayings such as, let it go, there are more opportunities, see money, take money, and base hit strategy brings long-term gains. So keep it up and keep sharing. What a way to stay motivated. Next up from Harmon, day 7 up $335 on the Topstep X XFA. Not every green day has to be a home run, and ending the week green is what matters because consistency compounds. We love seeing a green streak, and that is a nice one there. So Harmon, keep it up and keep sharing with us. Next up from Knocked Out Pips, the Asian session wasn't easy, but I'm finishing the week in style. Patience and discipline make the difference. On to the next one. Now, we got a lot of people here ending the week strong in the green. You love to see it. So I hope you all are feeling the same way. And last, but certainly not least, from Darling Trades, closing out the week strong after a bad day 1 on my Topstep XFA accounts. It shows the importance of a daily loss limit, though. It helped keep my accounts active, and Josh was right about many traders losing funded accounts on day 1. Glad I chose the consistency path. Again, each and every day, I'm going to tell you all how the daily loss limit is saving your account. If you're not using it, definitely check it out the next time you go to purchase an account and start trading responsibly. Anyway, that is your Power Hour and Fast Markets content. I can see we have a little Discord going on in the chat with our platform. Well, while we get that figured out, we have a very special news story to run for you all. And chat, this one is specifically for you.
Men are paying thousands of dollars to learn how to talk to women in person.
This is soul gazing. There's no fidgeting, no talking. You're just making eye contact.
So I just got back from spending 3 days inside a natural attraction boot camp. This was in Nashville, Tennessee. And I was there to see what they're actually teaching. This exercise, staring into a stranger's eyes for 5 minutes. Yeah, it gets awkward pretty quickly.
So they brought in 4 models from first introductions to being totally silent and just staring into each other's eyes.
The men here say they're not looking for pickup lines.
The biggest challenge that most guys have is approach anxiety. Just having that hesitation to go up and talk.
And that's what takes them out into the streets to test what they've learned. All of this, mind you, is playing out against the backdrop of the so-called manosphere.
Not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity.
A world of influencers selling a version of masculinity built on money, muscle, and control. The handful or so of men at this camp tell me they see that toxicity and they want no part of it.
There's this anger towards women because they have the loneliness, then they don't know how to connect with them, and then they'll blame something else instead of taking accountability.
Find a group like this, process it, get counseling. I want you to be a better person.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. These markets are moving. Man, what a rippy in the NQ. I'm about to be aced out of this reversal challenge. How's everybody else feeling about their positions? I thought I was short and right, but long and right was the way to go. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
was long.
Well, let's see what damage we have done during that. Looks like, Muhammad chipping away right now. Yeah, it vaporized all my unrealized P&L. And yeah, we saw the platform freeze. It just happened to us too. So we'll keep you updated on what's happening with that. But obviously, the correct people have been alerted. And it seems to be working at the moment. So we'll see how that works out. We'll keep you posted.
We are back towards the upper end of this range, depending on what time frame you're looking at. I'm looking at a 1 minute, 5 minute, and 15-minute chart. And we're at the top of the range again. Volume is dropping off just a little bit. I'm still kind of comfortable in the short, just looking at the volume bars. But Lord knows I've been wrong before. When do we want to switch to 4 lots? 4 lots coming up very soon. 2 minutes?
Sure. Whenever you're ready, JD.
Man, here we go. We're ripping. We're ripping. All right. We are going to say easy squeezing indeed.
If you guys want to see a proper top wick, just feel free to share my screen. I reverse right at the top.
What'd you do?
There you go.
You bought them?
No. No. Yeah, I bought it right at the top. Literally, I think at the very top of that.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, Eric. I was there.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. There is a club for this. There is a club for this. Here we go.
No.
We got sellers stepping in now. Are these real sellers? Is this real selling coming in?
That was the fastest like 2K I've lost in a very long time.
It's a tough way to trade, you know? I think the Rippy's coming back. I'm not in yet long. I'm still short.
What is this? What is this?
What is this
Thank God
indeed?
I moved to ES. This InCube is it's not my style. Wow.
And Mo, you traded the NQ for a long time too, didn't you? The NQ was your product.
I mean, I don't know how I was doing that. A lot has been changed since then.
It seemed so much simpler back then, right?
It's like
moved half as fast.
All what you
I'm
need
not sure
is
what to
1
do.
hour to ruin the account. 1 hour is enough to ruin the account.
1 hour. Yep.
Yeah.
You know, at this
All
point,
right.
this point, Jack, you just got to lock in that $273.
We got a question in the chat. We forgot to do Power Hour staple. We forgot to do above below. Based on the price action, because we've been ranging, I don't think we're too late to do it. We've seriously just been going sideways since we started the segment. But
Okay,
Eric,
I'm out.
you can't be out, Mo. You got to be in a trade.
No, he busted out.
Oh, you're out. You're out. Okay.
What do you think? I'm out.
All right. Well, now I was going to ask Eric about above below, but now Mo, since you're out, make the call.
Yep.
Above below. What's the price? Above below.
I will give it above 29,600.
29,600. Writing it down. 29,600. Mo has called the price. Mo has set the price. 29,600. Above below. We're trading 29,470 currently in the NQ. I still feel like this is a bit of a bear flag. We've got, we should be in 4 contracts right now. Sorry, guys. I'm going to count down from 10. And we're going to enter 4 contracts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. I am short 4 now. And it's ripping in my face.
This is going to be the day where we all blow out, perhaps. Are we all the same way? Okay, good. At least Eric's long.
Okay. Someone might survive. We had
Dare I say thrive?
Antonio, we had Antonio on here a couple weeks ago actually broke the record for P&L on the reversal challenge. It was over $30,000 in profit.
All right.
On the reversal challenge. That's the bar. That's the bar.
It's looking like it wants to.
I can't tell what it wants to do right now.
Yeah,
My heart says lower.
I know, right? The hammer of justice. It's Friday.
Yeah.
I think we are hitting support here. 29,425. This is strong support.
Won't call 24,600 above. We're 125 points away from there right now.
Look at my.
I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote on the poll just because I'm in a position. I won't tell you what I voted for. But there was a poll up in the chat above below at 24,600. Mo has set the price.
Well, JD, it's easy enough to deduce since you're short that you probably think lower, or you're insane. It's one of those two options. Eric, did you bust out too?
I'm out.
Oh, it's me and Jack.
Really got
one of us has got to get along here, JD.
Welcome to the club.
JD, this looks like a great spot for you to reverse.
What, the high, the range? Yeah.
We're both
That's been working out. That's been working out real well.
We really both gonna ride this into the ground right here?
Come on. All right, here comes the Rippy. Rippies are followed by Dippies.
I could win right here.
Then do it. What are you waiting for?
Wait, how are you not already out? You're down like $6,000.
Oh yeah, I'm out. I should just close this position.
Oh yeah,
I'll play
you
it
guys
out.
you guys just gonna watch me?
Let's try again.
Everybody reset. Let's get Mo back in here. Mo, buy him. Let's do it.
I'm already tried again. I'm above $2,000 already. Switch to my chart.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to stick with shorts for the rest of the time, and every time we add, I'm just going to keep doubling down on shorts, and we'll see what my P&L is when we close it out. Even though I'm technically out of this challenge.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Well, I won. That's the most depressing win we've ever gotten.
So Jack won. Anticlimactic.
Oh,
why didn't
boy.
it shut me down? I don't know why it didn't shut me off. It should have closed me off.
You're a practice account, right? Not a combine or something?
Oh, I just double checked. Yeah, I thought for a second I was on the live account. I have a major loss limit on the.
Oh God, that would be terrifying.
I am 4,300 now. Unrealized. After what?
You're long. Great. We'll see. I think this is a combine, so I think I'm about to be the fourth here.
What do you want to do? You want to kill the stream, or everybody just gets in one direction?
There we go. I'm out, but I won.
Jack's up. Jack won.
What a day.
Best loser.
JD, let's focus. The best loser wins. That's what we say all the time. Dude, how did we ever get
Shorts really aren't working out. You still have my screen up? Yeah, I'm getting burned here.
JD,
Let's
you're
see
gonna
it.
get unfairly memed here if you end this down like $150,000.
Well, I gotta add 4 more contracts in. I should be in 4 more contracts right now. Hang on.
Jack, I will win the reversal challenge if I hit above and below. We close at above and below level.
Sure, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Why am I the only one with P&L of shame up? Take it down. Replace it with something that says, I won.
Yeah, Jack won. I just got short 4 more, so I'm short 8 now. And I told you this is an experiment. I'm gonna stay short into the close, everybody.
Maybe you hit the record in the opposite side.
This is not trading advice of any kind.
Oh, I love this. This will make for. I'm loving watching this.
All right, JD, name of the game is Get Back in the Green.
Get back in the green. Yes, we just changed the name of the game. It's greeny. We're getting green. And it's not working out so well yet. Apparently, my practice count has no actual loss limit, so I'm just going to keep letting it ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly how you support not to trade.
This is just
four. Oh, you should not. You should not be following these trades by any stretch of the imagination. This is not trading. I think the VWAP was right to the moon.
Where Bink come back in to tell us he was right, and here he is.
Yep. Bink the VWAP. How many miles? How many miles is it from Chicago to the moon? Bink. I'm gonna look it up right now.
I want to say it's like it's hundreds of thousands. I think like 260. I'm just guessing off the top of my head. What is it?
You want to hear? You want to? I don't know how it happened, but I typed into the Google box, how many miles is it from Chicago to the moon? And the first thing that came up was, how many miles is it to Chicago from Howl at the Moon? And it's approximately 5.6 miles from my house. Yeah.
Did you call it the Google box?
Yeah, the Google box. My all-time favorite of that. Do you remember that movie How High with like Method Man and Red? It had a pretty legendary Roger Ebert review that I was trying to look up because it was pretty funny. And so I typed into the Google box Roger Ebert How High, and it spits out 5 feet 9 inches.
5 feet 9 inches.
God bless AI.
Thank you. This is like
the moon is approximately 238,855 miles away from Chicago. That is our line in the sand.
Is it different from Riyadh?
How far is Riyadh from Howl at the Moon? Hang on.
It's the same distance, man. It'd be the same distance.
There is apparently a place in Riyadh called the Moon. Did you know this? It's 14 minutes, 8.6 kilometers, Mo. All right, so Google is not working today. Riyadh to the Moon, 377,250 kilometers.
Good to know.
Did you know?
I told you.
Did you know there is a place in Riyadh called the Moon, Mo? Or to the moon. It's called To the Moon. All right. Google has been ineffective today.
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
This is the most Friday of reversal challenges. We got Microsoft up 5.8%, and Micron down the opposite, down 5.8%. And JD
in about
coming back.
In about 1 minute when MOC comes out, I'm gonna add another 7 contracts, and I'll be short 15 into the close. I'm positive right now. Look at this dippy. Here we go. Look at this.
See? You're
I'm
right.
up 9 grand unrealized. Look at this move. Look at this move.
Wow.
All right. I'm short 15. I'm short 15. I'm carrying 15 shorts into the close.
So this is what it looks like when you see someone trading 15 NQ.
And the final minute of trading for the final 10 minutes of trading for the week. Look at this. Sellers stepping in.
Yeah, sizing is just everything, man. Like, this is what I was hoping would happen, but it's like 4 NQs is a lot of size.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially with a $4,500 drawdown.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Good poll up in the chat. Will JD end in the green or the red? That was a decent dip. I think it's going to rip right back in my face, though. We're going to close in balance. I'll probably close at a scratch.
Let's see.
See what happens. That was an
if
aggressive
we
move
get-
lower, though.
We got some negative delta below here in SPX. Maybe they can flush. Hey, here we go. Cadillac Doherty. At it again.
How about it? We're just playing the game. Ink the VWAP. Are you still long? Ink the VWAP.
So what is it?
We above
times 15. So $300 a point. $3,000 per 10-point move.
Yes, this is accurate. Again, this is not trading advice of any kind. Do not follow these trades. And whatever my I'm not even gonna call it P&L. Whatever my closing score is does not count towards future reversal challenges. I have legitimately won 5 reversal challenges, by the way, guys.
Yeah, you tell it to everyone.
I do.
Just walks around Skyride being like, I won 5 reversal challenges.
Are you running out of places to put those trophies, JD?
I want a trophy. There should be some type of trophy set up. And Jack, I love how you mentioned my name to when you were speaking with Joanne Sue earlier today.
Yeah.
I was so appreciative that you mentioned my name.
Yeah, I heard that.
She knows my name now.
$5. $5. So they are not doing that anymore.
I'm going to spend the rest of the weekend digging through this room to find that University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey request, because I know that $5 bill is still in the envelope. I know it's there, and it's in this room somewhere. But there's a closet in this room with a bunch of boxes with papers that I haven't looked at in years. It could take some effort.
You haven't spent that $5?
That's what I was thinking.
No, I did not spend the $5. I put it back in the envelope because I was gonna I had every intention of taking the survey, but I didn't do it. And it eventually just fell off the radar, and that was it. I was given $5. I was given $5 by the University of Michigan to take the Consumer Sentiment Survey. I did not take it. I still have the $5. And let me tell you, when I say it was the most crisp $5 bill that you've ever held in your hand, it was.
Freshly printed.
They owe you.
They owe me. No, I owe them. What's the interest at 5% on $5 compounded over 15 years? Do I owe them like $9, $12?
This is just the NASDAQ falling out of bed. I mean, the ES.
What about the opportunity loss?
You're not wrong, Mo. You're not wrong. The opportunity loss. Still hanging on the short. We're in the green. I'm not reversing it. Again, we're just holding it. It's gonna rip.
5 more minutes.
It's got rip vibes all over it.
That'd be 2 straight days of that. We got some things selling off pretty hard. We got Micron's now down 6.5%. And Microsoft is up. Like, this is an amazing trade. Microsoft is up over 6% now. Micron's down. Like, everything is paired off. The semiconductor index is off 5.5%. Software. This is the perfect rotation day. 5.5% down in semiconductors, 4% up in software ETF. IGB.
Yeah. This week is for memory. This week is just to forget.
Just
lousy,
out of sight, out of
week.
mind. Cancel it. Never even happened. Back to scratch. Back to even.
JD, I'm having a huge day in the PA. Just don't ask me about yesterday. But, you know, it come out.
Tell us more. Tell us more.
I think I didn't even look at my closing print yesterday. I think I'm back to scratch for the last 2 days, which probably tells you something about the composition of what I'm doing right now.
That's good. They used to say scratch is a winner, right?
Yeah, it's impressive to be up or down as much as I've been when the index is, you know, scratch in the ES.
Ezekiel in the chat says she gonna pumpity pump. I don't disagree with you. I think we're gonna rip you into the close here. Let's see what happens though. We've got
This is the fastest reversal challenge that finish.
We were all out of the game before we even got to four lots, right?
Reversal challenge like the rest of the weekend. Pretend
four
that
lots.
none of this ever happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's delete the stream after this one, Andrea. We can do that.
Get rid of it all.
Delete. Let's just delete all of them. maybe we'll be back Monday.
We should have killed it 10 minutes ago. We could have had our stand meeting over and enjoying our weekend by this point. That's okay though.
Yeah. Going behind the scenes there, JD.
We've given people a peek beyond the curtain before.
2 minutes to go.
Just look. Let's look at what happened since 2 p.m. The market was moving against the trend, the recent trend, for 250 points against the trend. And then it dumped to the same place. No wonder why we are all, blown up. No wonder. This movement was so ugly at the last hour. This is why we advise everybody, don't trade your account at the last hour on Friday. This is what happened.
Absolutely. And on that note, let's take a look. Let's take a look at our live leaders before we wrap. Yeah. Like Mo is saying, it is not a great time to be trading, but these are how our traders are ending the week in their live funded account here on Friday. We got Siv Garley up 24K, Victoria up 20K, G up 15K, Alex 13, and Camille up 11K. Congrats to all of our live funded traders for fighting these markets and ending the week strong.
Nice.
Oh, what happened to Jiwei? Right. Do I got to give Jiwei a call?
This is how to end the weekend. This is how to start the weekend.
Before you guys leave, we got 40 seconds. Leave us a voicemail at some point. It's anonymous. We'll play it on air. There's a link down there.
It's anonymous, but we'll play it on air. Don't leave your name.
Hey, here we go. JD, we're dumping.
Now this is
20 seconds.
Now this is the move.
Come on, here we go. Look at this. Am I going to break the record?
Yeah,
it's a fake win. It's a fake win. It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Wow.
I'm at 20. I'm at 30,000 unrealized. I'm at 30,000 unrealized.
35.
40. 45.
40, 45, 50.
28 is the final number.
He was up. He was up 50K unrealized. He looked to the side, and then I saw him go and hit it. And in that time, lost $22,000.
Yep. In the matter of an eye blink. All right. Well, that was it.
All right.
We put on exercise. That was a clinic and what not to do going into the weekend. Don't forget, when you ruin your trading day, when you ruin your trading week on a Friday, you don't just ruin your weekend. You ruin the weekend for everybody around you, right? Your bad mood. affects everybody else around you. So don't do what we just did, and go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Now we're going to bring in Dr. Vile to close this thing out.
All right, guys. What an amazing power hour. I know I had a lot of fun. Hope you guys did as well. Let's give it up in the chat one more time for our contestants. Let's hear it for JD, Jack, Eric, and Mohammed. Yeah! Because we guys know there's no better place to be on a Friday afternoon than right here with us on the Reversal Challenge. But now is the time for you guys to kick back and relax and enjoy your weekend, because there is no At the Buzzer today with Coach Jay. Coach Jay is kicking out of here early, and he will be back Monday after our show ends at 3:15 p.m. So once we go off air, it's the weekend. Get out there, have some fun. If you got nice weather, enjoy it. If you have bad weather, watch a good movie. But no matter what you do, we hope to see you bright and early again Monday morning at 7:15 a.m. when we go live again with a brand new episode of Topstep TV. I'm getting ahead of myself, though, a bit, because before that, Dakota will be back with Slow Markets this Sunday at 7 p.m. Central Time. So that's your first show of the week. Tune back in Sunday at 7, and then get ready for a brand new episode of Topstep TV Monday morning at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. And we've got a stacked week for you guys. It is a shortened trading week due to the 4th of July holiday. That doesn't mean we are going slow on Topstep TV. In fact, we are all gas, no breaks. So tune back in on Monday. You guys are going to love what you see. I promise. But for me, I've been James Harden. You've been the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you all Monday.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.